start planning. I mean, if we attempted to do this comp plan without professional help, we'd be in a very different place. And having excellent or even good professional planning support, economic development planners, I think we should incorporate that somehow in our charge to how the implementation committee ought to go at it. They don't just have to make an ad hoc committee to solve complex traffic problems in Raymond. I mean, you need pros on that stuff to do it right. We're in a new age, you know, that the age of doing it the Raymond way all ourselves is in the rearview mirror, I think. There's certainly stuff that we can do, and this committee's done an excellent job, but couldn't have done it without professionals.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, John. I think that we are at that stage of the game where consultants and people with specific expertise need to be involved in helping guide us in developing this. So I guess that's just my sense. The edit was that the Economic Advisory Committee or whatever they were are defunct. So that was my point.
Okay, so we've got a few more edits to responsibility here. This one, and these are all now in the state goals and strategies. So these are all goals that are required to be included in here. They are written by the state of Maine. They are not written by us. So that's why a lot of these, if you read through them, seem like they don't always fit Raymond, because they're intended for every single town in the state. Anyway, so this one is about public investments and mechanisms to finance them, and the suggestion is that we add select board and town manager to the responsible parties. I think that makes sense. Let's see. So this is, so again, these are state housing goals we're looking at. Someone is suggesting that this goal that says maintain, enact, or amend growth area land use regulations to increase density, decrease lot size, setbacks, and road widths, or provide incentives such as density bonuses to encourage the development of affordable workforce housing be medium term instead of long term. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, that's my edit. I just figured once again that kind of give a little better guidance and time frame for whoever's going to try and implement this. 5 to 10 years is a long time. 10 years is way too long.
I think it makes sense to shorten it as well,
Yeah.
especially when the state has a goal of creating so many
Yeah, and I think
homes.
I think the goals specific, we have some more Raymond specific zoning and lot size and those kinds of goals, and those I think we gave a shorter time frame. I can double check on that though.
I had a comment on 2A that didn't make it onto this. Did the state write the actual context, or was of that specific goal? I was looking in particular at density bonuses, and the conversation that we had at the last meeting was to explore these types of incentives, and I just don't want to come across as recommending them if that's not something that we're required to do by the state.
This is the state's
This is the state, okay,
so.
all right.
And we do actually have in our ordinances density bonuses for cluster developments and the like. So those have already been implemented as far as, but not everywhere.
Right, I think I'm thinking specifically of the conversation around Gorham and what they do, and not knowing if it's something that's right for the town, and maybe it is and maybe it's not, but we'll have a conversation rather than a recommendation.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I'm looking back at the local policies, and so we had exploring additional programs or ordinances like we talked about in Gorham. We gave that a long-term goal. I guess the idea of exploring additional programs seems like something that might happen a little bit at a time, but then we have some other goals. Strengthening open space subdivision and clustered subdivision standards is medium term. And we have some other land use goals in here. I'd have to scroll through. I think we have some about the village character. I think those are all, most of these are flagged as medium term, which is 2 to 4 years. That might seem like a long time, but when you're talking about ordinances in a town meeting town, it's probably going to take, a year or two to get that process through. Okay, then we have, so this is another state goal. It says seek to achieve a level of at least 10% of new residential development built in the next decade be affordable as defined in Maine Title 30A. So this suggestion is to change this from medium term to short term.
And I guess that's my edit, and what I'd just say is that my understanding is that was one of the priority goals of the 2004 plan. They made it clear to the implementation committee. The implementation committee came out in 2010 with its final findings, and we weren't any closer to it than we were in 2004. It was a state requirement in 2004. Obviously, the town didn't go to jail because we didn't achieve it, because I don't know many communities in the state that actually were able to achieve that. However, it remains a requirement of the state. So I guess I just shortened the time frame to say, well, let's just find out. Are we going to have a task force to look at affordable housing in the town? And maybe that'll be a subcommittee of the implementation committee that will look at that, and we'll have some solid data as to whether we can achieve that or not.
Any committee members' thoughts on making that? It's a little bit of the way the goal is written by the state is a little seek to achieve, like I'm not
seek
totally
to achieve. I mean,
Yeah.
we can seek to achieve in 1 to 2 years.
Yeah.
I just think
I don't have a problem
anything,
with it because we're
Okay.
seeking.
anything that was on the implementation committee's charge, of which less than half of it was, and less than half of their priorities were ever achieved in the town. It just seems to me that we want to give the implementation committee as many tools as possible, but hopefully someone's going to hold their feet to the fire, and we'll find out. Can we get these things done, or can't we?
I think, if you're fine with that, I think you can seek to achieve.
Achieve.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's not my wording.
It's their language.
Yeah. Okay, this is a suggestion to include Budget Finance Committee. I think that's fine for now. All right, and we're back to, so another, this is suggested to be short-term is the goal, explore the possibilities of registering short-term, sorry, this is written twice, but explore the possibilities of registering and regulating short-term rentals.
Yeah, per the discussions that we've had before, and plus the discussion I had with several people at the workshop. And I don't know, did anybody receive anything in the mail?
I did.
Yes,
Oh,
that
oh.
caused quite a little chatter on my.
So all I'll
little
tell you
mom
is that it
feed.
was shared to me at the end of the workshop. And by the way, there'll be something coming in the mail. So if you didn't get a chance to see it, or maybe it went out because it was just one of those cards, informational cards, and there is a survey online, not a town line, about the question of short-term rentals. So it just seemed to me that there is some segment of the community that's actually organizing. And therefore, it behooves us to state it in the plan that it's something that we would want to see and probably explore it sooner than later.
Check 1, 2. Hello, everybody. I'd like to call to order the JSMS Vision Committee for April 14th, 2025. Our first official meeting to determine the Jordan Small Middle School. Try to figure out as many possible things we'd like to maybe add or move into there. So, call to order that. I think the first thing we should do while we're here is just introduce who is here, why you've selected or why you wanted to become a member of this committee, and maybe some of your background also as well. So we could start from down there.
Public Works Director for Raymond. I'm here because I'm staff. I was told to be here.
I'm Sue Accardi. Well, I've lived in this town for a long time. My kids went to the school, and I'm interested in what's going to happen with this school. I'm involved with the Raymond Village Library, and I know that's going to have a big part in here. And I did work in that building years ago, so I'm very familiar with it, and just felt like I wanted to do this.
I'm Debbie Tarr, and I am the current volunteer coordinator for Age Friendly Raymond, and I kind of wanted to be on this so that we could get some, maybe use a couple of rooms for seniors. I taught in Raymond schools for over 30 years, and now I'd like to help out the seniors, and they're a very appreciative group. So.
My name is Laurie Wallace. I've lived in Raymond for 34 years. Our son went through the school system here until he couldn't. I'm president of the Lions Club. I am in a prior life, I ran the Age Friendly Raymond group, and we created the survey that was sent out to all of Raymond residents, and overwhelmingly, a community center was what we were looking for. It's what we are lacking as a community, given our geographical setup and the number of people we are. So this is a really exciting opportunity to be a part of what comes next for Raymond.
Great. I'm currently Joe Crocker, and I'm currently the interim town manager. I also am the Parks and Rec director here for the last 5 years, and been involved in Parks and Recreation since I was 18, so it's about 20 years. So I hope to bring some of my experiences in other communities and municipalities, working out of community centers and sometimes not community centers. Sometimes they're old armories and things like that. So I hope I can bring some knowledge of those aspects to this committee.
I'm Grace Levitt. We've lived here for 40 years. Time flies. Both of our daughters went to Jordan Small when they were younger, and we have 2 grandchildren in the school, in the district as well. I currently serve on the RSU 14 Board of Directors, although I'm not here in any official capacity as far as that in regards to that. But I've been very interested in trying to really bring back a sense of community in Raymond. I think we lost a lot in recent years, and hopefully this is a way, using this facility, it's a great opportunity to use it the best we can to reestablish a sense of community in Raymond. I think we've got a real diverse population, and we can be doing more things together for the greater good. So really, hopefully, we can make some good recommendations on ways to use this facility and plan accordingly. And there was one other thought, but it's gone because I rambled on too long. That's it.
I'm Pete Lockwood, and I've also lived in Raymond for 38 years, so I'm a longtime resident. 2 of my children went through the Jordan Small School and system and were involved in the RED program after school, which I thought was absolutely wonderful, being a single parent at that time. It was just a great opportunity for them to be in a safe place while they waited for me to come pick them up. So it was really good, and I look forward to hopefully being able to do something like that, include something like that with the Jordan Small School. I looked over the comprehensive plan. There's obviously some great information in there that will help guide us, I think. I worked at Bath Iron Works for 31 years. I was in design and engineering and also in production. I have an interest in design and building, and I'm also on the Zoning Board of Appeals for Raymond. So, this looks like a great opportunity to participate in what this town is going to do next.
Hi, I'm Deborah Clark, and I've lived in Raymond for the last 23 years. I'm recently retired from the Maine State Library, where I worked as a library consultant and library management specialist. So I've been in every library in southern Maine. And I also, several years before, worked as the middle school librarian at Greater Gloucester Middle School. So I'm well acquainted with the area and understand youth services as well as helping our older adult population. So this is a really exciting opportunity to try to make sure that we're meeting all the needs of everyone in our community.
Well, that's great. Thank you, everybody. I think this is a great, diverse group. I know we don't have all members here, but I'm excited to learn more about everyone's background and what you guys can put forth in this new venture. So, next order of business is nominate a chair and secretary. The chair will work closely with me to kind of just make sure that all of our action items are being tasked and on the agenda and followed through. And then we also need a secretary just to take notes of the meeting. Doesn't have to be anything very specific, but just kind of the highlights and anything like that. Anything that might come up that should be noted in this agenda items. So, any move to nominate?
I'm happy to be secretary.
Okay.
I nominate Pete.
So self-nominate.
Self-nominate.
Can someone motion?
Second.
Thank you, Nathan.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay.
So we got our secretary, Lori. Thank you very much.
All right, so
Is it
I mean, I
official?
take it from here at this point?
Do you want the gavel?
No.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Was there a nomination for Pete?
I nominate
Okay.
Pete for chair.
Okay, great. Good.
All in favor?
All in favor? Yeah. There we go. Thank you, Pete.
Sorry about that, Joe. I got ahead of myself on the second.
No, it's all right.
All right, well, thank you. Appreciate the confidence, and hopefully I can do a good job to support all of you and the town of Raymond to make this move forward. I'd like to thank Joe. I think you put this together as far as the agenda and got our initial meeting set up. I appreciate your initiative to do that.
Thank you.
And help us get started. So it says that our first item then after the chair and secretary is review the charge, which is to formulate as many ideas as possible for the Jordan Small Middle School. This is the conceptual phase. And that's basically, I think, agrees with what was written in the visioning committee application form that we all probably looked at. Does anybody have any questions or additions to that?
I would just add that we kind of keep in mind all of the town facilities that we currently have, since some things may ultimately end up being shifted to this facility, and just kind of having a broad picture of what is available, what might be, again, moved into that building at some point. I know there was talk of maybe the library going in there, who knows, but to just keep in mind, and maybe having a listing of all the different buildings that we do have. Right.
I think that's a good point, Grace. And I was thinking earlier too, Nathan, thank you for the floor plan of Jordan Small School. It will obviously help us as we get into how much space is actually available up there. This is a lot more space than I remember when my kids were there. It was obviously a long time ago that they were there, but there's definitely a lot of space up there.
Yep.
And there are, you know, when you read through the comprehensive plan and talk to other people, there are a lot of ideas out there and a lot of wants and wishes. So I think we definitely do have our work cut out for us to see what we can fit in there comfortably and what makes sense. The next thing is Jordan Small walkthrough, which, again, that was something I'm going to bring up tonight. I hope that we could do something like that. Does everybody feel comfortable with that? Should be, and I think I would add that any of the buildings, Grace, like you mentioned, that we should make a list of, that those buildings we'd also like to take a look at. And I don't know if floor plans are available for some of those facilities or not, Nathan, but
we don't have, so I think what we're looking at is town office. I think I've got some concept plans of the town office that could be easily duplicated and made fit what's really there. This building's a square box and library.
right.
And then Joe's got Parks and Rec, so he's kind of scattered out into a couple of different locations. One we lease right now.
Yeah, the Raymond Village Community Church is right now our home base that we're
Is that
leasing
where
short
you
term.
guys moved in there?
Yeah,
I remember there was some talk at one of the meetings about that happening.
yeah, and we can tour that too, kind of show what we've currently are doing there, and
How is that space working out for you guys right now? As
it's
far as, is there enough space and that type of thing, or?
it's great for office space. So we're out of Public Works.
Right.
Nathan and I were busting at the seams in our office, and we added one more person. So it's as far as office space, it's really great. For programming and events, we're still a little bit limited. You probably don't want to have any more than 40 to 50 in that little common area right now. So.
Right.
There was enough space for 2,500 eggs.
Oh yes, Grace. That's right.
To say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was about what, 16, Grace? That egg stuffing.
Excuse me?
The egg stuffing party, was there?
But yeah,
About
there was
16?
a good group that
Yeah.
showed up to do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I can remember using that space when my son was in Scouts,
Yep.
and Laurie's son was there too at the same time, so yeah. Yeah,
So
we
this-
used that quite a bit.
The summer camp has used Camp Hines. but
Correct.
That's just an arrangement that's been made?
Yeah, that's just a rental we do every summer. So we rent it from them. We use Messer Hall and the field space area there for summer camp. So yeah, we're pretty scattered. We have that. Then in Tasseltop Park as well, but we can't move that to the Jordan Small Middle School because that's on Sebago Lake. And yeah, everything else is we rent. Camp Agawam Fields, anything like that.
And this is a question I should know the answer to, but I'm going to ask it anyway, because I don't. This building is part of the town facilities now, or do we still have some arrangement with the
No,
RSU?
we own this.
We own this,
Yes.
okay.
Right.
So for other walkthrough sites, Pete, we have Town Hall, Library, Raymond Village Community Church. Is there anything else, Nathan?
Did you mention the library?
Yes.
Library. Yeah, I think that's it.
Yep. Okay.
Those seem to be the three main
Yeah.
ones that have interest right now,
Okay.
and then whatever we can dream up, I guess.
So I guess the next steps, Pete, might be just to set up potential dates. I think it'll be easier for our facilities, but
I think the school facility, I didn't ask Bill when I talked to him the other day, but I would assume that would either have to be after hours or after school closes. We're pretty close to school closing.
so we can actually, we do have programs in there, so it might be good to go during our program time.
Yeah.
So we have futsal, which is indoor soccer going,
And I-
Tuesdays and Thursdays. So we could, I know the building will be open that time.
I'd like to ask and see if Bill could go with us. They have poured a ton of money into that building in the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
And I think that would be good information to have, so we're not duplicating stuff or looking. I think that'd be important if that's
Yeah.
something you guys would like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense. So who is Bill?
Bill Hansen's the facilities manager for the RSU.
Okay.
He's the guy in charge of all the buildings.
So
Question, could we get in April vacation week? Would
So-
that,
I can check, that's next week.
Probably would have to go during the day because the custodians change their schedule.
okay.
So they will get out by, I think, 4 or 5. So that's the only downside to that. Which is why I was going to suggest this week is going to be too soon. Probably the next one where we have programs and we could meet after probably 5 is April 29th or May 1st. April 29th is Tuesday and May 1st is Thursday. So that would be the two easiest because we know the facility will be open after 5.
What were those dates, Bill?
April 29th and May 1st.
Does everybody want to take a quick look and see what those look like?
Not very good for me, but I'm fairly familiar with the building. So
I can do either one of those days, so.
So can I?
Yep.
Deb can,
I can.
or I can.
I can do it, I can do either one of those days.
Okay, perfect. And we can contact Bill and
Okay.
see if he can make it either
One
of those
2
days. Yeah.
How about the little firehouse that's up here? Do we own that building?
District 2?
Yeah.
Yes, we do. Yeah, that's all ours.
Is that office space and 2?
They've got, the fire department's got students that stay on their end. There's a bunk room in there.
Okay.
And all I've got on my end is the garage. There's no office space.
Students sleep in there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, they don't sleep at the big
No,
facility?
they've got 2 down here, and then I think there's 2 or 3 down the village.
Oh, no kidding. Oh, okay.
As far as the other town facilities, is it easier to maybe meet at town hall with the minibus and then drive to the facilities?
Yeah, we can
Would
do
that
that.
make sense for everybody?
It's fine.
Okay.
The only other one is, there's one in North Yarmouth that I've mentioned before, that at least part of that building was the school, and then they redid a good
Okay.
portion of it as well, but it's a nice community center with maybe some
You know,
ideas.
White Rock School in Gorham, they made that into a,
Right, they've got Gorham
55.
on the list, so.
is that on the list?
Yeah.
Oh, the Gorham.
Oh, sorry, everybody. This is for the town facilities first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about, I'm sorry, I
It's all right.
thought you were on E, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Town facilities, okay.
So yeah, as maybe we can pick a time and date for those, just to get those all out in one shot. But we can be at town hall, and then we can have everyone driving. We can always bus everybody over.
Right. Everybody, something we need to do after hours too, like after, at 6 or after?
If you do a Monday, the town office is closed on Mondays, so we can, I mean, we've got access to all those buildings. He and I both do.
Yeah.
Library's closed on Mondays. I'd like to have Richard there so if you can get some input from him. Richard's our librarian.
Okay.
What time is your indoor soccer? Is it evening?
That is evening. Yeah. Yeah.
It'd be good if Grace could be part of it.
For the Jordan Small one?
For the town
For the
building.
town, yeah, yeah.
So well, it looks like Monday, April 21st is Easter Monday. That might be a day off.
That's
or
right.
something.
I thought Easter was on Sunday.
Yeah.
Oh, is this no school that week? Okay. I don't know. What do you? Monday the 28th. Does that work for everybody?
Good.
28th
For
of
the town
April?
buildings?
For all the town facilities?
On the April 28th?
Yeah.
Yeah, April 28th.
And we don't necessarily have to do it after hours. That's we could decide on a time because there's none of the facilities will be open.
Right.
I got my bingo,
What time?
Oh, your bingo? What time's that?
5 to 6:30. That's okay. I could take,
Do we want to
Yeah,
go
I could
before
take-
that? Or is that going to be tough with?
I'm
work?
good all day.
I'm good all day too.
All day?
Okay.
The advantage of being retired.
Want to do 2 p.m. then? 2
That was, that's be really good, yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna meet at the town office.
Meet at town hall.
We'll meet at town hall and we'll drive drive all over.
So the library plus ours, the Raymond Village Church. Are there any other places where you are located, Joe, that we should also look at? Like Heinz or any of that stuff, or?
We can probably schedule that just to show where summer camp's located, and that's also a possibility of moving over to Jordan Small, depending on what it's being used for. So I think that'd be great too. Yeah, that's about it for rec. Everything else is Camp Agawam. We use fields.
Just the fields.
Yeah, the Sherry Gagnon Park. It's more of just leisure recreation right now, and
yeah,
should be good.
Does somebody want to get a hold of Richard then, as far as library?
I'll take care of that.
Hello, welcome.
Hi, Kayla.
Hi, Kayla. I don't know if you have an agenda or not, but I guess we're down to bullet D right now. And if you want, we can go around the room real quick and just let you know who we are.
Okay, sure.
If you don't know all of us, I'm Pete Lockwood, and I was nominated and voted in as chair.
Okay.
Okay, and
I'm Deb Clark, and I'm recently retired from the Maine State Library.
Grace Lovett, I think we've crossed paths anyway, Kayla.
Hi.
You know, Laurie Wallace.
I'm Lori.
Debbie H. Friendly Raymond.
Sue Gardy.
And you are Kayla.
I am.
Kayla, you were on the comprehensive plan co-chair, right?
That's correct.
Thank you. So we've already set up sometimes to get together to do the walkthrough, and we were just in the process of talking about doing the walkouts of the town hall, the library, Raymond Village Church, and Camp Hines. Is there any other places that people can think of that they've been thinking of as far as ideas or places where they might want to take a look at in addition to these?
In town, in Raymond.
In Raymond?
I mean, public safety building is full, right, in terms of usage. I don't envision
Yeah,
that
it
there would be
is.
something that would shift from there. There's some meeting space there to just
Yes.
be aware of, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. I think we should include it.
Okay.
I think, oh, okay.
The Lions Club meets there, and when there's a call, it's impossible to hear yourself think. So, I mean,
I know the Scouts just moved over there too.
oh, did they?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's Tuesday, the 22nd. They're gonna have their meeting,
For the
the public safety building meeting.
That'll be part of that whole facility
428.
tour.
Oh, part of the.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So then the next item, I guess, is everybody all set with D then at this point? If we look at E, the bus tour of municipal buildings that were former schools, again, is that something we want to try to set a date for?
and you said there's a list.
I just gave briefly some examples. Maybe we should kind of look at maybe more examples and maybe something that will fit. But I know for a fact Gorham, their municipal complex was a school that's turned into community center, town hall. And in Westbrook, a school was turned strictly into a community center. So those are two options right off the back that we could visit. Obviously larger municipalities, but might give a good context of what that looks like, that transition. So, and I
The
think
other one
Gracie
mentioned
said,
is North
It's
Yarmouth.
North Yarmouth.
Yeah. That, is it the Lunt School? Lunt Street School?
No, I think that's in Falmouth. Oh, has that also been changed?
Yes, the library had to move in there
Oh.
temporarily while they were adding on. So I remember visiting that and talking to them about some of the issues with having rec programs next to library rooms and programs, so I don't know if that's relevant, but it may give us some insights.
Very relevant,
Yeah.
What about this, I'm sorry, going back for a second. This space is, I know it probably took a ton of money to get it set up for the acoustics and the recording. I don't know if we own these.
So we talked about that just a little bit before the meeting got started, and Nathan had some background that was interesting.
We don't have a ton of money into this one. The most I've put into it was the air conditioner just recently. Yeah, it's sitting on blocks.
Okay.
This was a portable classroom that was brought up here 35, 40 years ago. It's no good. The floors are getting soft. We have problems with the water freezing up in the winter here.
Okay.
I think this has served its purpose, and this should be one of the spaces that we should look at for the school.
Right. I think that makes sense too.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, so back to the four towns that we've mentioned. We want to try to do them individually, or, I mean, trying to do all four at one time might be a bit much.
It might be. We might want to narrow down a few, and then we can kind of reach out to Pete. You and I can start reaching out to these communities and see what they could give us tours when they're accessible.
Yeah, I think it would make sense. Yeah, I mean, especially what Deb had mentioned as far as Falmouth in particular, having some concerns with rec and library issues. That it makes sense for us to talk to them first, and even see if they're available to let us come and tour their space and ask them. Okay, so Joe, when you and I will get together and do that.
Sounds good. I guess maybe in the meantime too, we can, if anyone thinks of other possible buildings that were converted, just throw it to Pete too, and maybe put that on the list as well.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, so if anybody needs to get a hold of me, and give me my phone number for starters. It's 207-653-9535. And you probably all have my email address because of the setting up of this meeting. All right. Action items, I guess we've already got a few listed. Are there any other things, actions that people can think of that we should be, doing to get this kicked off?
So you did mention there were a lot of ideas already suggested from the community and the draft comprehensive plan. So if we all reviewed that and those ideas, just to have them fresh. Of course, you've all memorized that plan already, I realize, but some of you have anyway.
Front to back.
But to just be sure we're remembering those. And I don't know if another type of a survey at some point needs to go out. I mean, not right away, perhaps, after we've had some discussion, but to just be sure there aren't some other ideas to capture. I mean, I don't want to make more work than this might entail for folks, but that was the only other thought I had.
Well, I think what is missing from this group, and probably it's because of the realities of life, is a younger perspective. High school kids, post-high school kids. I don't know how we get that, but it would be nice to have it. So a survey would capture that. So also, I don't know if we have the time to do that.
Yeah, it's tough. We have 60 days from now to complete this charge.
Oh, we do? Okay.
Yes, yeah. So once the meetings start, we have 60 days. So a survey will be tough, but I wonder if trying to how do we, I guess one of the questions would be, how do we capture as many types of visions or aspects that we want to put into that build in as possible. Maybe that is reaching out to younger generation and just asking teachers if they could, compile what middle school young kids, younger than that might want to see. So that's an option
I
too.
think it's a really good idea to somehow capture the students' ideas. And high school students for that matter too, although, I mean, pretty much they're
Yeah.
gonna be tied to their school, but, I don't know. I didn't realize we had a 60-day time frame for reporting back, or,
To finish the charge and come
Okay.
back. So
Yes.
In terms of another group, and then I think Richard could really speak to this, Richard and Karen from the library, but they have a very active toddler group and
Oh, yeah.
baby group, and those days, there's a lot of kids there. And I wondered if maybe that would be a group to survey or speak to or whatnot, because that'll, the space that they use, what they envision for the space at the new school. Of course, by the time everything's done, their kids will be, well, there's small kids there now, but the kids will be on school. But their input might be helpful, and it'd be easy to reach them. But I wouldn't want to suggest that without, talking to Richard and Karen.
All right. Is that something that you would feel comfortable doing and reporting back to us?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And I'm kind of ashamed to say, but I'm not even sure if the RED program exists.
No, SAC, it's called SAC now.
It's called SAC?
Yeah, it's
So is
school
that
age, and it's like Red, and it's,
It is.
but it's
Okay.
combined with the Wyndham group. It's a big group.
Where are they housed?
In the RSU, and then summers they're here too. They go back and forth. Jordan Small sometimes in the summer, but their weekday program is at RES, and they share the space with Joe's new group.
and Parks and Rec also has a after-school care group as well. That
They do.
it's based out of RES. Yeah. Yeah. So in the school time, we share. We're separate, but we share RES, and then in summertime we go to Messer Hall for our camp, and SAC right now is currently at Jordan Small, because RES has been under renovations last few summers.
Mm.
Okay. And then there's also a lot of talk in conference about a community space, that would be for everybody. That's probably something that we ought to try to develop some kind of a concept for how that would fit in and what maybe that charter would look like. And then there was also, I think, as far as Raymond being age-friendly and thinking about our senior folks, we also need to somehow include maybe interviewing or getting ideas for that group as well.
I would nominate Debbie Tarr for that.
They like to talk, so I'm sure if I
Um,
asked them about it, they could help me out.
Would you mind posing that question to some of your groups? And
I will definitely do that,
Okay.
but there was something, had to go down to Wyndham for their medical closet, and I was just kind of thinking that might be a nice thing to have up
On my
here.
list.
The place is so hard to get into anyway, but yeah, we have a need of people needing shower chairs.
Oh, a loan closet. Oh, yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah.
There used to be one in the town office when we first moved here.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one in Wyndham is great, and they welcome all, I used it myself, but, that's a great
Yeah,
idea,
because
Deb.
people are great about, they don't use them anymore, you don't need them. They can turn it in, so people don't feel so bad to come
Oh,
and borrow it.
Yeah, that's a
And
great.
they haven't put a time limit on it, because I have people that have had it for 7 or 8 months, I don't know. So that's
Oh, yeah,
nice.
they're very generous there with their
Yeah.
stuff.
Good. All right, I think we're already starting to look like we've got plenty to do in 60 days. I think that the next time we have item 3 is set up our next meeting. How often does everybody feel comfortable trying to get together? Because 60 days is gonna go by really fast. Do we need to meet weekly, bi-weekly?
I like weekly until we get some traction.
Sounds good to me too. Yeah.
So we're just coming up with, let me just be clear that we're just, and I know this was a discussion at one of the select board meetings too. It's just to gather ideas, not to really keep in mind what the potential is or what the, I know we would never try to, this group would never try to figure out exactly the cost of renovations if needed.
Correct.
So, but.
I can review that. Chair Olson, the charge for this group was to not even consider cost. Was just to
Sounds good to me.
yeah, right. Was to fact find, reach out to groups, gather as much information, as much ideas as possible, and I think the term he used was to just blank canvas, just put it all out there.
And like
then
a wish list.
it's like the best wish
high.
list you can come up with, and then after this committee's charge is over, then it'll be more of a build-in committee that will have builders and engineers and kind of look and give cost to those grand ideas. So that was the mission of this.
So this may seem a little odd before we go to meeting dates, but the only other thing in the back of my mind is there is still a Raymond Recycling Committee, although it hasn't met for quite some time or done anything for quite some time, and I don't think it's fully, filled with members. But there was a concept discussed a couple of years ago of having a garbage to garden type of a facility, and I wonder if there's a way to, should we just kind of brainstorm those types of ideas for any potential use of the space? That would be something that maybe the time has come, that's a central, I don't know how central the location is for some parts of the town, but.
Yeah, I was wondering about something like that too, Grace, because I know that there's a community garden down by the library, and then there's some spaces there, but I think they also had a garden up here at the Jordan Small Middle School, right, and maybe even a greenhouse.
They still have it, it's still there.
They still have it, so I think that makes sense to look at those and come up with some ideas as well.
Yeah, the library, the garden at the library, the town doesn't own that land.
Yeah, I don't know that much about it. I just know that the lots, I think, are like $15 to rent them or something like that.
Yeah,
and
but it's not,
the community garden, in addition to that, and then the community garden, the food goes to a food pantry, I think.
Yep, whatever people need to donate, yeah. You grow it for yourself, but you donate to the pantry as well. But the people across the street own that land, and they just let us use it.
Oh, okay.
So we really couldn't incorporate that into any of our planning because it's not our land.
But at the same time, the kids do a school program in the spring to start the veggies or flowers, and then the people who are managing the gardens, I believe, are taking care of them all summer long. So if we had it closer to RES, that kind of makes sense too.
And I was just thinking in terms of the recycling, there's a program where if you're not composting in your home, if there's a way to kind of have a central place where people are bringing that might be another service that could be, somehow have space there. I don't know, just a thought.
Well, I think that's part of our mission is to dream as big as we can. And,
about garbage, good, okay.
Yeah.
I think Wyndham just I think they're starting there.
They've done, I've seen the truck go around.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we're gonna try to meet weekly, is Monday a good day for people?
Is it a good day for other committees that might meet on Monday? Is there any other committees that meet on Monday?
So right now, just checking the calendar, it looks like no committee for the 21st or 28th of April on Monday. Actually, it's pretty, Mondays and Thursdays look like the best for consistent meetings.
Joe, if I may interject.
Of course.
Monday, May 1st, I have to take my sister to the hospital.
Okay.
It's on Thursday.
So that's a Thursday.
Oh, let me look at my calendar again.
But that's also, well, I did say Thursday as well. So
we're already looking at the 28th at 2
2 o'clock.
Maybe we can incorporate a meeting in that time as well. So that kind of lines up. So if we could say maybe April 21st is our next meeting. So this is going to lead me to my first issue is I won't be here. So I'm just wondering, I mean, should we have a co-chair as part of this group also? Because we're gonna be moving pretty rapidly, and there's, people may already have things planned,
Yeah.
that, you know, we
Joe.
can't get out of.
I'm sorry, does April
ahead.
21st mess with, that's a holiday.
That
so
is a holiday, isn't it?
Again, I'm sure
Okay.
town staff does not wish to be here on their holiday.
Yeah, Easter Monday, yeah.
That's true.
Maybe, I guess we do have a lot of groundwork to set up for the kind of tours and stuff like that, so would for this second meeting, would the 28th make more sense, and then from there go weekly?
That-
Is that okay, Pete?
Yeah, that does make sense, Joe.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll shoot for.
It'll be right after our tour, so.
So are we planning for the 28th to be the visit, the local visits, and then to meet?
And then we'll meet.
So,
And Joe, since you're the interim, excuse me,
No.
as you're the interim manager, I mean, for setting up meetings, does that go through you typically?
Yeah, me and Mel, who's on
Mel?
here too. Yeah, Mel helps
Thank you, Mel.
coordinate that with Bill as well. So,
Okay.
but yep, we'll set those. So we'll start April 28th. Is 6 p.m. still a good time, or is pushing it later?
6 p.m. is good.
that's fine. What is the 60th day? Do you know offhand?
I don't.
Good question.
I was gonna look, so we might as well do that now, right? Like June 2nd?
We'll have Memorial Day in there.
Wait a second, no, I'm way off.
It's about June 9th,
Way off.
say 8 weeks roughly.
What was that, Kayla?
So about June.
It's about 8 weeks roughly, so you're looking more like June 9th.
June 9th? Do we have to confirm that with anybody, or like the select board?
We can set up just kind of a review of what we've gathered and everything. That can go on the select board
their
agenda for
agenda?
their meeting. So everything else we can schedule within us. So all those Monday meetings and those will be.
So we want to
us.
just go ahead now and look at every Monday from now till June 9th?
Sounds good. Yeah, I think
we
there's
can do
only
that.
one other, maybe Memorial Day. So I would probably say the 2 Mondays would be Easter Monday and which is the next Monday, the 21st, and May. Oh man, I just had May 26th. We shouldn't do either for Memorial Day.
So if we have a meeting on the 28th after the bus tour, we'll need Bill to coordinate the taping of the meeting without actually knowing when we'll be done. Okay. Unless we want to meet at
Correct.
6.
Right. I couldn't imagine going that long. Probably would be done by, I'd say 5 p.m.
Oh, definitely.
You think so? Yeah.
Give everybody a break in between and then come back at 6? Or
Yeah. Eat some dinner and
Okay.
I'll go to dinner.
we have the bus. We can go eat
We
something.
can eat something. That's right.
There is one other date, Joe, that I'm away is May 19th.
May 19th. Okay.
I would be available the 22nd.
I guess, Pete, I don't know if maybe we just have those days as no mean weeks and see how we're doing as far as
For now,
compiling
I
everything.
think that makes sense, yeah.
Okay.
We find that we need to pick up some additional meetings, we could look at Thursdays.
Yeah, that might be good. Is that okay, Bill?
That's fine.
Perfect.
Thank you, Bill. I can get a hold of Rolf too, and I guess have a discussion with him and just let him know that we kicked it off and where we're at, and when would he like to put us on his agenda to, you know,
Yeah, do presentation.
see where we're at, yeah. All right, does anybody else have additional thoughts before we move on?
I just have a question for the after-school programs that use RES. What are the ages? Is it just elementary school kids?
Yes, right now it's just the RES grade, so K through 4th grade.
There's some middle school kids that come over,
Middle school
5th graders
gets
that come over and do the
transported.
SAC
Oh,
program.
for SAC, okay.
Yeah, I
Yes.
don't know about 6, but I know there's 5th grade, it's open to them.
Okay. Yeah, so Camp Raymond, we just do the K through 4th grade
Okay.
group. And then our summer camp is K through 5th grade. I'm not sure what SAC's age range is for that.
Well, it's the
It might
same
be
as
Same?
12.
Is it a little bit older? I'm pretty sure.
It might be 12 years old.
Okay.
at SAC.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So they might go to
Yeah,
K through
not a
6th
lot get
grade.
off the bus,
Yeah.
probably about 6 or 7 kids that got transported by bus over to RES.
Hmm.
So,
mm.
Great.
And it's just after school or it's before school as well?
Both, yeah,
Oh,
before,
both
before and
yeah.
after, yeah.
And we don't have before school for Camp Raymond.
And that program, they're building a brand-new childcare facility in Wyndham, which is gonna be used for pre-K too, which is really awesome. For probably the Wyndham kids, yeah.
Yeah, definitely a big issue. I know that I was grateful for Red, but I'm wondering, we're talking K through 4th, K through 5th. What do some of the older kids do? And should we be thinking about space for them as well, a safe place that they can go to?
Yeah, I just wrote down in my notes here for myself to kind of think about study hall, kind of a
Right.
space.
Homework
If
help
we-
program, something like that.
A what? I'm sorry.
Like a homework helper program,
Yes.
something like that.
Absolutely, that would be where the library, I think Richard's got all kinds of things thinking about that, and they could even, maybe we could get like a bus stop when they can get off the bus there, which would be great. Yeah, that would be, combined with the community center and, yeah.
Right.
We've had a teen program and over for Saco Parks and Rec that would bus from the middle school to our community center. And then we'd have a separate area for the teen center, and then we'd have the younger, I think it was K through 2nd grade that had their own area as well. So we can kind of segment them too, so they're not all together in the same space.
Right.
Hmm.
That'd be interesting to be able to reach out to some of the parents that have older kids to see what are they doing? What would their desires be?
Or maybe we don't want to know what they're doing, but what they
Well-
would like them to be doing.
Right. Maybe
Yeah.
they don't want to tell us what they're doing. So. Okay. We're ready to move on. I guess item 4 would be public comments. Absolutely, Peter.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So I appreciate the conversation and the discussion about the comprehensive plan as far as there is a wealth of information there. However, something that you would not find in the plan directly, and it is a totally unscientific survey, but since you were discussing surveys, at the 2024 June election, we surveyed individuals leaving the election and basically gave them the top 3 choices from 6 different categories of how to best repurpose, or what they would like to see as far as repurposing Jordan Small School. And I'll just give you this for information only, but since the time is short that you have, and since it's going to be difficult to be doing surveys, this might be helpful as far as taking the temperature of the community. So the number one number was 303 for a community center. It was 258 for recreation. It was 171 for a library. It was 139 for town office. It was 104 for daycare. And there were 42 others, which we also had a category so someone could just put in some other. I will tell you, if memory serves me, it was everything from a swimming pool to sell it.
To what?
To sell it.
To sell it.
Yeah, sell it. You know, it's real estate, the town
Oh,
owns it.
sell it, I'm
Sell it.
sorry, sell it,
Yeah.
oh.
So I just thought I'd provide you with that information.
Yeah, appreciate it, Peter, thank you.
Okay.
All right, and there isn't anybody else on Zoom to comment, I don't think, unless Mel wants to. So then excuse me, item number 5, the Vision Committee comments. We can go around the room. Nathan,
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
any additional comments
No,
as far as?
good, thank you.
Okay, go ahead. No comments? Kayla? Comments?
Do we want to start making a list? Use this time, we have till 7:30 tonight. Do we want to start?
Sounds like.
I mean, we all have some things in mind, certainly.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
a brainstorming opportunity and just get that list started. I think that's a good idea. Right. Joe?
Is this for, in regards to the brainstorming?
We're gonna do the brainstorming. I think we're gonna do the brainstorming.
I got tons of ideas for Parks and Rec. I mean, our biggest battle there is just space, and the ability to use a space that's not competing with an outside group. So, I mean, we could house all of our child care programs through there. We could have all of our basketball through there, and not have to limit them out on Saturdays. I mean, I can think of so many things. A lot of it is just the ability to see what the community wants, and then, you know, I've been asked about cheering. I'm like, that's a hard sport to have with mats and tumbling and all that. That could be housed there in a different room. Could be possibly in the cafeteria. That could be more multi-purpose. I know Bill's talked about using the stage for possible, battle of the bands for teens and other type of shows. So there could be a music component, theater component, also built in to Parks and Rec. Yeah, I could go on and on.
So since Rec has its representative here and has so many ideas, would you be willing to just go ahead and put that list together and then present it to the rest of us, and Lori doesn't have to try to write down all of your thoughts as they're
Sure, my assistant
as
also
they're
would be
pouring out of you?
would be more than willing to do that. And,
That'd be great.
I should have said this before, but I know library and Parks and Rec, we do have the ability to have email blasts, so we can compile, we can send that out to all of our users as well.
Constant contact.
Yeah, so we use Constant Contact, and our database, RecDesk, is what is balanced. So we have about 4,000 unique emails. So we can send that out pretty quick. So if it's
How
okay with you
representative
guys.
is that of the town, do you think? Pretty close to
I would
selling
say,
it?
yeah, I think when we broke it down, I would say maybe 1/4 is Raymond residents. And then a lot of that is Wyndham residents using Tasseltop Park or other type of programming that we do. So I can also only send it out to Raymond residents. So that would be about probably 1,000. So.
Kayla, I think you had a question.
Are you asking for ideas?
I think we're working up to
Are
that.
we working up to that?
Yeah, I think,
I don't mind spewing my entire list.
You have an entire list?
I
Okay.
do.
Can I just ask a quick Parks and Recreation?
Of course.
The bus you have, is it allowed to be used for other purposes, or is it solely under that particular department?
So, yeah, it's pretty much has to be kind of a program or an event. I have been asked if people could use it for kind of their outside events, and that's where the insurance piece is. It's not great. So, say if we're going to like the Maine Red Claws for the basketball, and that's an event, we can use that to go there because that's
Okay.
through Parks and Rec. We're collecting the tickets and liability through our software. So
Thank you.
yeah, and we do use it for age-friendly Raymond as well. For into the Pen Pal program, and we can use it for other type of events as well. So.
Okay, when we, go ahead, Kayla.
Are you sure I can wait?
Well, Richard and I have been talking a little bit about some of the needs for the library
Yep.
spaces, and so I was wondering if we could do the same for the library as Joe's doing for rec.
That
would be
Maybe we
awesome.
come back with our, excuse me, with our lists, our
Okay.
wish lists, and
I think that
I'm
would
not
be
sure how you want them
very good.
presented, if you want them ahead in email, or you want them just listed off at the public meeting, or?
If we do it by email, then it will give each of us a chance to kind of absorb it a little bit.
Mhm.
So if you don't mind doing it that way, that would be great.
That's fine.
Okay. All right. Are we good with letting Kayla fire off here?
Yes.
Okay.
So my ideas are all based on the idea of filling.
Excuse me,
this-
Kayla?
Yes.
Could you pull a mic towards you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. It's difficult to do. My ideas are all based on filling the space with little to no investment for renovations on the inside. So that's those. So keep that in mind as I'm listing all of this. And it also would be centered around allowing some outside organizations to rent or lease space. And then others would be purely community. So I think we could offer veteran services. Veteran services. We could host local basketball tournaments for money. I mean, they would pay us for the space. You could have exercise-related things in there. You could rent it out for a spin studio, music studio. You could offer conference rooms, which again could be rented out. Library programs. So I know we have a small library, but they could use the space for their library programs, as already mentioned. Food pantry, family services, a senior space, media space.
All right, so I'm not keeping up with you.
Okay.
So food pantry.
Yeah, food pantry, family services. And I know we'd all mentioned senior space, but a dedicated room or two just for senior programs, media space. These are all along the same lines. And I had mentioned the small business rentals, so you could allow someone to offer a wellness or, anyway, trying to think of how to also make this be income generating. Before and after school programs, that's already been mentioned. Offering a thrift store, it's along the same lines of a medical loan store. Trying not to be too repetitive. Allowing the blood donations there.
Blood drives.
Yep, blood drives. Did I mention adult ed?
No.
No. We've already talked about childcare and rec programs. That was on my list. And this is really mirrored also off of the Westbrook Community Center. They really did not renovate that space at all.
Really?
And they offer a lot there, yeah. There is a pool there,
There's a
though.
pool, yeah.
And that, I believe that was constructed after the fact.
I think that was an add-on, yeah.
Yeah, as an add-on. But each room to the school offers sort of a different dedicated space.
You mean entrance or actual space?
Each room in that, so it was a school that looks much like Jordan Small Middle School with rooms, and you go down hallways and there's rooms. And each room is dedicated to whether they've rented it out to a local business, or it's a senior space, or it's a media space, whatever have you. So they have a room just for veteran services, that sort of idea. But they really in my opinion, maximized the space with little to no investment. I think they've had to redo some bathrooms. That is something I've noticed here on this plan, is the middle school has very limited bathroom capabilities.
Oh, yeah, we'll need to renovate the bathrooms, yeah. They're smallish.
But that was sort of a list of all the possible things.
Westbrook doesn't have the town hall there, though, right?
Nope, they don't have any town, any municipal things in there. That's correct.
Yeah, I believe the town offices are separate, completely separate building.
Yeah, there isn't a library there. None of their municipal related things are there.
Hey, Kayla, I have a bunch of things too, along the same lines. And again, with the specific purpose defining that space. The senior center, I was thinking for the exercise classes, adult ed, lectures, movies, things like that. Tax assistance, I know that Southern Maine Agency on Aging gets involved with that at the local level. Hours for elder abuse conversations, and then intergenerational programs. Got the library, food pantry, and this may already be, but a warming emergency center. I don't know what we have formally to do that, if we have, a setup with X number of cots, but we could make it better known. I'm assuming when you said media space, I wrote down tech center. Is that what you mean?
Well, you could design it, a media space, I'm not sure exactly what you could do with that, but it could be a place where, library offers computers for people to use. It could be a space dedicated for someone to come in and utilize technology if they don't have it. And it could also be a space to utilize in this sense where the broadcast studio would be considered a media.
I was thinking too of gaming clubs for the youth. In a controlled environment, I'm not sure what that would look like. Meeting space for scouts, Lions clubs, substance abuse groups, book club. I know a lot of these spaces are used by at the library. We've got a full cafeteria there. It's commercial grade, so I was thinking senior meals, fundraising, cooking, nutrition classes, and then renting the space also. You had mentioned family services. I was thinking too, after learning at the last select board meeting that we have a local health officer, I was thinking we could do vaccine clinics, that sort of thing, and the blood drives. Thought of the gardens as well, because there's already a greenhouse there. I think that's it. And the medical equipment loan closet. So I think by seeing the other communities, that's going to really help us see what's possible.
Just to add a couple of things on top of that we're seeing in libraries right now is need for remote workspace. So people need to come, and sometimes hybrid workers or home-based businesses, they need a place to go. We need certainly small and private meeting spaces. So if somebody's meeting with their social worker or caseworker, or a non-custodial parent is trying to spend time with a child, we're seeing a lot of requests for that kind of space, telehealth appointments, those kinds of things. We're also seeing maker spaces, like do-it-yourself spaces, and library of things spaces. So that kind of goes along with your closet. But it could also be a space to borrow small appliances or energy efficient, instruments to measure the cold spots in your house. So a lot of things like that. Seed libraries, that goes along great with the community gardening. So there's a lot of things like that I think we can add to the list. And along with a teaching kitchen. I know we talked about community senior nutrition. teaching kitchen is really helpful in that sense. So just to add a few things in.
So, what other organizations are there in our town other than, you just mentioned Lions Club and Scouts I had written down, but are there others as well to be thinking about what types of needs there are, other than age-friendly? We've got that, yeah. But are there, I can't think of any, but is there a list?
Is there a business, like a BNI sort of thing?
Maybe on the website, there might be some things.
Oh, there is a community listing.
Yeah, yep, I'll look at that.
Yeah, so that's a lot of ideas.
Uh,
Ready to start with.
So we're done.
I was
Historical
gonna say, we just
Society.
make a really long list, we can be done.
Right. And I don't know, that's maybe a question that for this group and for the selectmen is, do they want us to weight these ideas in any way? But then I have to think, how do we go about doing that? We're just, from this committee, it would have to be something that would be bigger, I would think, to get more town people involved, to weight the ideas.
While I was sitting here, I was thinking my granddaughter is in 7th grade. And I just wondering, I might be able to go in, maybe they could work with me, maybe they'll hold 7th grade and we could brainstorm ideas, that they would think of. Because you're talking about 6th, 7th, and 8th graders.
Right.
So that might be an idea.
Absolutely.
They're used to me going in.
I think that'd be great.
And the other thing, just a comment, I just think that food closets are a really great idea. I find out now that the food pantry is only open one day a month now. I've had in the past to have to supply to some seniors who wouldn't have food, to get to that next food pantry. So if we had a place with canned goods and box stuff, that would really be needed.
And Pete, I may suggest something. I know Wyndham is also doing the same thing with their middle school. So
Are they really?
maybe we should reach out, also see what their blueprint is of their steps for this task as well.
Yeah.
I thought they
That's
were
a good
incorporating the two groups together, the concept and the functionality.
For them,
That's what I thought I
Okay.
read.
Yeah, it is. It's,
They're doing it all at once.
Yeah.
Okay.
But still.
Yeah, we can still learn
So
from them.
just still see what their gathering phase is like, and
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Which school are they shutting down?
Middle school.
Middle school.
They're located on the same campus as the high
same
school right now.
campus, yeah.
Yeah, it's right across from the high school.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're gonna do with the other building that they use. Used to be a bomb shelter in the World War II.
All right.
Yeah, what's that school? Yeah, they've been using it as a school for
Is that the
years
real
now.
school?
The what?
The real school behind them?
No, the real school that's gone now, but that's up by the prison, up that way. No, it's the, they've been using it for space there for years, though. I wonder what they're gonna do with that. 'Cause they've renovated that heavily. They've really, really did a good job renovating that building. It's very useful, but.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of opportunity for us to learn along this journey as we reach out to some of these other groups, which will be good.
Maybe we could tour the middle school as part of this. I mean, just to look and see what that school's like, and maybe with the committee.
With the Wyndham, Wyndham Middle School?
Maybe we're somebody from the committee. Maybe we could combine a tour of the school and see what their ideas are for that school.
Yeah, we can reach out to the committee chair there and
Okay. See if we can include that one. seems to be happening a lot around our area. Schools are getting turned into available space.
Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question?
Absolutely.
Is there a generator at the middle school building right now?
Yes.
There is, so, because emergency response,
It
I
only
think-
runs the heating system and the water and heat. It's minimal lighting. It's probably about a quarter to half the size of what it should be to run that building.
internet access still?
I'm sorry.
Internet access would still be available?
I don't know. I would assume so.
Or at least part of the building, maybe?
I would think the infrastructure's there.
Yeah, I think probably, and if this one is, we stay all powered up. We've got, this is all generated and the town office is. So I don't know, but I would assume yes.
The
The internet,
school,
we usually lose internet though when we lose.
Right.
So the internet doesn't work. We have power,
Right.
but no
We,
internet.
if you have internet, we still can run the internet out of here with
Oh, you
with
can?
our stuff. All our town functions work
Oh, okay.
off generator.
Okay, Kayla?
the middle school cannot stay open when there's a loss of power. The generator does not provide sufficient, I think, running water to support. So, I mean, if they lose power, they can't stay open, which means anything you would want to do there is not going to work.
That's what the generator is about a quarter of the size of what it needs to be, and it's just for the bare necessities. But that's it.
So based on some of the ideas that we might come up with, if it would include staying open, then whoever becomes part of the committee to look at actually putting some of these things into reality would have to look at facility upgrades.
If we went into that, I think that's one of the facility upgrades that has not been changed. That was put in '97 or '8, so that generator's lived its life. So it would have to be upgraded. That would probably be in part of the plan of the renovation plans and stuff.
Would have to be.
Right, you wouldn't want to have it be a designated warming and cooler shelter if it didn't have appropriate generator
For
backup.
sure.
Right. I don't think any of those types of facility upgrades, though, should limit us on what we come up with for ideas. That would be for the next committee to
Correct.
kind of figure that out.
But we can add it to the list, because I think emergency response is probably gonna be a strong
Yeah.
idea, thought for that building. If we're trying to build a community center,
So what do we have now? Do
For
we have any?
warming center,
Yeah,
the public safety building, the town office,
okay.
The library?
And
and the library. Library's
Oh,
not
the
on
library.
generator.
No, but wasn't it open at one point
Yes,
for
yeah.
something?
Yeah, when we had
Or warming?
They had lost power there, that's all.
Yeah,
So,
that's what it
yeah.
The
was.
village doesn't normally, that section of town, it does lose power, but it's very rare.
That's right, oh yeah, that's right. Even during the ice storm, they didn't,
Nope.
they were out for a
No,
day and that was
correct.
it. Lucky them. Jeez.
Is there a specific reason for that? Is that because they're close to 302
It's
corridor, or?
Three-phase going down through there, it's on the main line.
Oh, okay.
Public safety helps that out, they're right on the end of the street there, so that helps.
Yeah.
And it's just one of them things, it's more luck than anything, I think. That would be, to get a true answer, that'd be a CMP question. My opinion, it's luck. But they're right, the ice storm, I think the village fire station, the old, where my office has now lost the power for maybe a day, I think.
Oh, is that right?
Our Sand Salt building, we never lost power,
Wow.
so just luck, I think.
And you know, up by the schools where RES and Jordan Small, that corridor there rarely loses power also.
Right. Yeah, my
Rarely.
sister lives up there, and she says she rarely loses power.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that warming center's really good. A year ago in April, when we lost that electricity, that big storm and everything, Jordan Bay was out for almost 5 days. And really, we had no place for them to go. And then you get, if they have a pet, some places don't take pets. And yeah, that was really bad. So we've had a few meetings about disaster preparedness stuff, but haven't gotten no real solution yet.
Yeah, that place should have a generator.
Yeah, that was a big
Do
communication.
they have oxygen and medications?
Yeah.
Anybody have any additional ideas or comments that you want to bring up at this time? gonna be ready for our next meeting when we go and start looking at some other opportunities.
I'm sure that'll generate some more ideas too.
Right.
The more we
That's what I'm
do that.
So the 28th, which is the next meeting, that's just a tour of the facilities in town, is that correct?
And then
At
a
2
meeting
o'clock.
At
And a
2
meeting
o'clock,
too.
and then, yeah, we'll have a
6.
meeting at 6
Oh, a meeting at 6, and the 28th?
on the 28th. Yeah, the 28th will be kind of a full day for us, I guess.
All right.
Good way to really get this thing ramped up.
Do the minutes have to be sent to Mel for posting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is it by as soon as possible? Is there a time limit? Is there a rule?
I believe this is a different committee, so I think probably within 2 days would be more than enough time.
Do you want the list from the library and Parks and Rec, that longer list, to be excluded from the minutes I send out? And we'll talk about them at the next meeting?
So we can,
Okay.
we
Give
can,
you guys some time to.
yeah, we
Look
can
at
Yep,
it.
both
great.
venture out on that and start compiling
Sounds good.
answers.
Lori, were you able to keep up with all the ideas and stuff?
Not at all, but you won't know until 2 days from now.
Well, thank you for taking that on.
Yeah.
All right. Do I have an emotion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
Second? I guess we're all set for tonight. Well,
Okay.
We'll get you the gavel
thank you,
next time.
everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we for taking that on.
Yes.
For any of the committee members to fill in, just to be able to expedite things and move things along.
Yes, and along those same lines, I would please ask that you introduce yourself and state your address or at least neighborhood. Yes, stand at the podium, and then also please try maybe to be 3 minutes in your comments. I know that's often difficult, and I would like to switch between those who are in person tonight and those who are online. And Sue, I was wondering if you could help with that by telling me sort of who's in line. So with that, whoever would like to go first here, please feel free to step up to the podium. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm afraid I've lost my voice a little bit today, so bear with me. My name is Steve Crane. I own a camp on Raymond Pond, and I'm also a member of the board of the Raymond Waterways Protective Association. In fact, I'm the environmental officer of RWPA, and I want to focus on the sections of the draft plan that address Raymond's water resources. I feel that the final plan needs to do more to acknowledge and support the critical work that's being done by local volunteers, especially through their lake associations, to monitor the health of our lakes. This work includes our invasive plant patrols, who search for invasive species in our lakes and ponds that are currently free of such infestations. And this past year, 39 Raymond residents participated in this program. They spent over 150 hours out on the water looking for plants that might be suspicious. Fortunately, they didn't find anything that was a new invasive. That is a big effort. Similarly, many volunteers are involved in monitoring the quality of our waters. They periodically measure such parameters of lake health as water clarity and temperature, dissolved oxygen, phosphorus, and algae. Volunteers and paid staff also inspect the boats that are being launched into Raymond ponds. This past year, over 3,000 inspections were carried out on the 4 Raymond public boat launches to prevent the spread of invasive plants and animals that may be coming in from other parts of the state or other states or other countries. So I think this plan's coverage of these issues could be greatly strengthened with only a few brief additions. I'm not going to read them, nobody can follow it. But I'm going to submit the written document. They're just pages 7, 19, and the table on page 40 and 41. And they're mostly just a few words here, a few words there. So I would like to have those considered for inclusion in the final draft. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Sue, is there anybody online with their hands raised?
There isn't yet, but for those online, if you do want to speak, you can go under reactions and choose raised hand. That way I'll know you want to say something.
All right, go ahead.
Hi, Brian Walker, Raymond, Raymond's obvious, Rolfe Road. And first of all, I want to thank the committee. It's a phenomenal document, and I think it's phenomenally well thought out. I had one comment, suggestion. Actually, I guess they're all, nothing that has to be answered tonight. One thing that when looking through it, I did not see, but I thought might be valuable is to say that if this plan was fully implemented, how many people could it serve in Raymond? We know we're on that point where we're now getting pushed out of the more populated areas. So it seems to me that any comprehensive plan has to incorporate the increase in the number of people. It'd be interesting to say if we were to do these things, create these growth areas and the like, it could take an incremental amount of population for the town, and I think that would be helpful in terms of also getting it through the organization. Recognizing that prioritization is going to be really important on this. I mean, it's a little bit like kids in candy stores when you see all these things. We want to do them all because they're all great ideas. One suggestion I have would be to think about the bike paths that you're talking about and how you link those village growth areas to each other and to the Route 302. And Madam Chair, is it possible to put the first map that Ben showed back up for a moment?
Yes.
Ben, is that possible to do?
Yep.
It's the big picture one. And the reason I bring it up is that as much as I think the idea of having a bike path on Cape Road is a great idea, I have nothing against it, is that should it be the first priority? And if we get that map up, I think what I want to do is just make the visual that I'm thinking about. Yeah, the town, and I would suggest that, and it may be just very difficult to do it on state roads, but that idea of a Route 85 connector between the two village growth areas, especially with hopefully the anticipated greater utilization by the town of Jordan Small, I think makes a heck of a lot of sense. And then selfishly, I'd love for it to go right around Panther Pond, which would create a loop between all of those areas. But then again, that gets into my wish list. But I think the idea of making sure that the village growth areas are connected and easy to get to by more than just cars is a really valuable thing. And the last thought was just a part of what, and I don't know how this fits into how the town, where does this committee stop and the town begin? But the question about funding of some of these initiatives, and of course this is over a long-term period, may become one of the challenges to having some of this implemented. And one thought that comes to mind is the thinking about a one-time bond that would fund some of the larger capital improvement projects. I think that in that way it both spreads out the cost of the effort, and also fits into that long-term idea of we're planning for something that at least has a 10-year or more life cycle. And I do think that might be an important and a way that the town's people would be open to that kind of investment for the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. So are you able to see if...
We don't have anyone just yet with their hand raised.
Okay.
Peter.
Yes.
Just a couple of comments on what was said. First of all, as far as if you look at that map and you were to look at East Raymond Village, which is the orange area, not the 302 indicated area. You'll see that it's almost absolutely in the center of the town. So, you know, I would just reinforce that point as far as a central location. And secondly, as far as comments from Ben, he's right, but I can give you the actual number. The action items that come from those 4 or 5 priority goals are 121. And just to give you some background, in the 2004 comprehensive plan, there were 131 action items, so equivalent to what we have today. What I will tell you is that to date, less than half of those action items from 2004 have actually been implemented. So when we talk about the implementation committee and the real work that lies ahead of us, it really goes to the implementation of those 121 actions that are associated with 5 goals. Thank you.
I'd like to invite anybody else up to the podium.
Good evening, Mike Richmond, Cedar Lane, and also a member of a local group called the Raymond Short-Term Rental Initiative. And I'll be brief. We've read through the document and really want to thank all of you for your time and effort. It's really well put together. Specifically, of course, for us.
Just disappeared.
On page 118, one of the recommendations to explore a tracking or registration program for short-term rentals in Raymond. Just wanted to thank you for putting that in there, and also to let the town know in general that we ourselves have put tremendous effort into a draft, feel very good about it, and hope that we can work with the town on helping implement that. That is my plug. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I'm still not seeing any hands raised. Is there anybody else from the audience that would like to speak tonight?
Oh, we do have one hand raised online. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
Randy, go ahead.
Yes, hello. Randy Robinson, off Fair Road, up in the North Raymond section, in what you guys are calling the critical rural lands. So I'm curious what that's going to do for potential zoning for those properties. I tend to comment online, and I never heard back from it. It was about 2.5 weeks or so ago. So I didn't know if that had been reviewed at all through the internet.
Randy, we've received all comments, but we have not responded to them individually.
Okay, so I had written a lot of stuff in there, basically pertaining to, you know, as a landowner, and what potential uses that we could have as landowners. I understand critical rural versus rural. I just curious as to why or how far expanded it got in certain areas of the North Raymond area. So there's basically 4 or 5 major landowners, and I'm one of those that's been put into this critical rural area. So I'm wondering what my future is reading through it. I'm also one of the 2 maple producers in the town of Raymond that the comprehensive plan actually talks about. So I just wanted to bring that up and how that's going to be, as a landowner, what the potential uses we'll be able to utilize. Because what I read through there is basically to get with a potential nonprofit organization to give tax breaks to allow for walking areas. Now, I don't understand that, and I guess the control of private land. Anyways, that's my comment.
Thank you, Randy. Go ahead.
Jennifer Danzig, Pulpit Rock Road. So just, Peter and I have talked about this a couple times at a bunch of different meetings, select board, planning board, but I think it would be helpful, just because we have a group and there are people watching, if we can talk about how the comprehensive plan affects our ordinances in town and going forward. Obviously, this came up with the solar ordinance, and it was not in line with the 2004 comprehensive plan, and it cost a significant amount of money for myself and my neighbors to hire an attorney in order to fight that. And we got ping-ponged back and forth a lot, and then we had a citizens initiative and we changed the law. And in a week, the planning board is going to try and change the solar ordinance again. So where it's being addressed in the upcoming comprehensive plan, I guess I just want, I think it would be good clarification for planning board, select board, citizens to understand how the comprehensive plan works sort of in conjunction with the ordinances that are in play, and how the ordinances have to be in compliance with the spirit of the comprehensive plan. And I guess what are the remedies when they're not? Because it shouldn't be up to individual citizens to pay thousands of dollars to a lawyer in order to manage that. So I guess I'm just wondering if we can explain how the accountability works if, as a community, we've set out our vision statement, we've said what we want for our town, what we hope our town looks like in the future, what's important to us. Citizens have spoke up through doing their own initiatives and voting, and et cetera, to ensure that that the new comprehensive plan as well, and the old one, until the new one's fully in effect, are being followed by the people that we're entrusting to write the ordinances. So, Peter, would you speak to that, if you don't mind?
I absolutely don't mind.
Okay, that would be great.
Sure. I guess what I'd say is that number one, the 2004 comprehensive plan, or the old plan, is still in effect, and it's in effect until this plan gets adopted by the town in June, or doesn't, gets rejected. And in that 2004 plan, as you can well imagine, there was really no mention of solar farms, because there were no solar farms in 2004. But what it did speak to was that development should be excluded on the 302 corridor when it was abutting a residential property. And I think that was the issue, and certainly the commercial solar farm fit into that category. What I've said, unless I've been totally misinformed by the state, and as Ben basically mentioned at the beginning, the comprehensive plan of a municipality has no statutory force. Legally, we can't pass ordinances. And this map, as Ben pointed out, is not a zoning map. So to speak to the other caller just a moment ago, as far as critical rural areas, we're not the ones here, and this plan is not the plan that's going to be changing the zoning in the town. The zoning in the town is basically changed by the people in the town. Well, that's their influence on planning board, select board, and the like, and their influence is what changes ordinances. But as far as the effect, as was alluded to, my understanding is that as far as the courts are concerned in the state of Maine, the comprehensive plan that is approved by the state for a municipality forms the legal underpinnings for all of the zoning ordinances and development in the town. And therefore, if you have a comprehensive plan that says X, then the planning board and the selectmen cannot propose ordinances that are Y. In other words, they cannot be in conflict. If they are, what does it mean? It simply means that legally the municipality is in a poor position. And so anyone that challenges what the planning board, select board does will be in a bit of a problem when it comes to Superior Court, because Superior Court's going to go to the document and say the people of the town of Raymond voted in X. Why are you proposing Y? And so that's my understanding of how it works. But getting back to the issue with solar, I believe what you'll find is in the action plans, there is very clear that the suggestion of the comprehensive plan is that the planning board put together a criteria for the location of any of these solar farms in the future, commercial. So that there be a criteria built into the ordinance. So as one landowner told me or asked me, he said, well, and I think this is true in the state, if I've got a 40-acre farm, and the only way I can keep that 40-acre farm functioning appropriately is to put 5 acres in solar farm that I lease out to someone, ultimately, what's the greater good? Well, the greater good is, probably going to be to keep that agricultural land in production. And therefore, understanding that if it meets the criteria, if it has the appropriate buffers, the appropriate considerations as far as how it abuts up against residential areas, that's what this plan was outlining. And hopefully that's going to be a discussion at the planning board going forward. Maybe not this round, but eventually.
Thank you. I appreciate that being in the plan. So I guess what I'm hearing is that there is no recourse other than legal in order to hold the town accountable to the comprehensive plan, the spirit of the comprehensive plan of the people of Raymond, right? So is that my understanding? Is that correct? That legal action is the only thing that can hold our townspeople to...
I can tell you that I served for 25 years on the Zoning Board of Appeals in this municipality, and I learned very early on that that's the position you want if you have absolutely no political aspirations, is once a month getting together and telling your neighbors what they can or can't do with their own property. But ultimately, yes, it gets decided in the courts, and so literally it's got to be the courts that will eventually grapple with those issues. If no one challenges it, it happens.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I'm not seeing any hands on the Zoom. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to come up to the podium? Okay, going once, going twice. Don't be shy. You're here for a reason, I'm sure. Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands up, or nobody is standing up to get to the podium. I guess we can close the public hearing, or we can just go on to our review of the comments.
I think Ben was going to walk us through the online comments.
Okay.
I can do that. So there were a number of comments that were submitted through the website during this open public comment period. One of the folks who spoke this evening referenced sending in some comments. We have those here. Generally, I can read them all if you like, but I think characterizing them, a lot of them had to do with the specifics of where to start. there were a few comments that I would say were critical of the effort or the plan in general. By and large, most of the comments were supportive with some specific direction to say this, for example, this is a great plan, but we need to pay more attention to Raymond's water resources. Or this is a great plan, but I don't think we need a path or trail down Cape Road, for example. I'm not sure. I'm happy to continue as the chair wishes. We can read them or summarize them or have them submitted for the record.
I would like to ask, first of all, has the committee generally had a chance to review the comments, including the ones that we got later this afternoon, so up until I think 2:30? And I'd also like to propose that we do have these available for public viewing, if possible somehow, so that they can be reviewed and put into a record, I suppose. Or added to our minutes, is that?
I can put a note in the minutes for Mel to add them, yeah.
Yes, that way they're in the record. Peter?
Madam Chair, I guess what I'd recommend is that what we can do is certainly discuss generalities. In other words, when I did the review, I saw some trends similar to the things that Ben was mentioning. So if other individuals on the committee would like to discuss maybe some of the trends rather than the outliers, then that might be helpful. And certainly at the next meeting, and quite possibly it will be the last meeting, but it would be a meeting where we would be more specific in breaking down all of the online questions or comments and putting them in some sort of category. I mean, there were 3 comments on the mission statement. The 3 comments on the mission statement were suggesting things like our mission statement is too long. It's a tome. I found that interesting. Mission statements are supposed to be succinct. That's my understanding. We were a third less wordy than the 2004 mission statement. I don't know if that's progress over a decade, but I can tell you we managed to cut it down by 33%. One of the things, understanding is that there were literally 5 events, I believe, that we had over the almost 3 years. And I'm not taking anything away from North Star. June 2023, absolutely. This committee started in August of 22. So it's been a long time. But what I would tell you is that as far as the mission statement was concerned, there were 3 comments. Another one was concerned about the phrase that everybody wants to, to paraphrase it, everybody that wants to live in Raymond should have a reasonable opportunity to live here. And yeah, I mean, I don't know how else the committee could have worded that, and I wasn't on the subcommittee that actually drafted that, so there are others here that could speak to that as well. But just from my perspective, I'll go back to some legal perspective. What does a judge generally say? What would a reasonable person do? And I know that's hard these days to really determine, what's a reasonable person. But I would tell you that that's the language that the committee came up with. A reasonable opportunity to live here. And so that's, to me, it encompasses a lot. Like, is there a house that I can afford here? Is there some sort of transportation that can allow me to get to my work and back? Are the roads safe? It goes on and on and on. You can read whatever you want into it. At the moment, it's escaped me what the 3rd comment was on the mission. But I guess what I'd tell you is this committee really made every effort to get input from the community on that mission. And once again, as Ben mentioned at the beginning, that mission really is what begins to form the whole basis for the plan. And that was through survey and you. And by you, I mean those individuals, and I'm preaching to the choir here, and those on Zoom that are willing to become involved. Ideally, I'd love to see the entire community involved, but that's not going to happen. So it's really those people that care enough to get involved, that give us the feedback. But anyway, that'd be my recommendation, Madam Chair, would be to ask if anyone else observed any other trends on comments. I think the other one that I'd throw out that Ben mentioned was there seemed to be multiple comments about it would be great to have a path running the full length of Raymond Cape, but it should that be the first priority for paths in town? So I'll leave it there.
So Peter, I thought that was actually a little bit of a mixed bag, a 50-50 split on whether Cape Road bike path was a good idea or not.
Yes, true. Yeah.
Yes, would any of the committee members like to talk about trends they noticed?
I would echo the sentiment about the bike path / walking trail on Cape Road. I think also what we've kind of heard tonight, maybe it is something that everybody wants, but maybe the priorities are different within town. And, I would say it's not central to town, right? So the odds that someone in North Raymond is gonna, drive their car down there, park, and then take that are probably, less than if there was something more central. And I think maybe a reasonable thing would be, I struggle with developing too many committees and subcommittees, but, if there's a master plan of paths in town, maybe that's a way to better solve this, to get the amount of community input that we need to kind of prioritize that. Because I do think a Panther Pond loop would be pretty nice. Connecting the new village areas together would also be pretty nice. And I think that there, obviously there's a lot of privately owned land in town, and, none of this works without kind of working in mutual cooperation with landowners that would allow that. So I think it might be a great idea, but we have to think about the implementation committee, and they're going to have to implement it. So there's practical considerations. So I guess that would be my comment.
I would agree with that, because I think we were hesitant to talk too much about along 85 because that's not our road, and would be a significant undertaking. So I know that we all would appreciate a sidewalk or easier biking on those main roads, but I mean the reality is that might be very difficult to accomplish. And I think possibly our view was that Cape Road might be more within our reach.
I think if I recall the conversation, there is a contingent of residents who are willing to take that on, who live on Cape Road. There are a lot of safety concerns, especially in the summer down by the ferry, and that's where a lot of that was generated. So I agree that there are more critical areas of town that could use that focus, but I think practically that was part of the discussion. Is it something that we can do because it is one of our roads, and there may actually be some resources to do it with.
It's a very dangerous road. There's already been a death on that road. I don't want to let this speak. I just wanted to throw that out there for you guys to realize that it's a safety issue.
Sorry, if you are going to continue, I do have to ask that you go up to the podium. Thank you.
I think too we should kind of think about like how many people can be benefited by certain projects as well, so that if we're looking at connecting villages areas, or if we're talking about 302 and having walkability around there and connecting it to a village area that we're talking about, how many more people might that benefit than, the residents on Raymond Cape Road? But
I guess I would also add, I think to Danelle's comment, if people are volunteering, their services to get these things built, there's no reason we can't double up. And I think, we talk a few times in the comp plan about increasing capacity, and I think that's not necessarily hiring people, that's finding people within town to volunteer. And this would be a really good example of increasing town capacity to take something that's on. If we have a dedicated group of volunteers, that could work in conjunction with the departments in town to make this happen.
I'll just add that this committee's work would have been so much greater, and I believe nowhere near the level of completeness had we not had North Star planning. I think it's an incredibly complex task to pursue a comprehensive plan for a town with so many different inputs and resources and desires and opinions. And I think we'd have been struggling long and hard and many late nights had we not had North Star planning here to guide us on this excellent document.
Peter?
Madam Chair, I guess my sense as far as reading the comments online as far as the trail or path along Raymond Cape, and certainly I appreciate the comments on the safety, and that's a whole other issue, road safety in general in the town. But I guess my sense from a couple of the comments indirectly was the fact that where the priority should be for walking paths and bike paths and the like kind of goes in line with the idea of the village concept. My understanding has always been that you want to build a road, what you want is a destination. And so you ask yourself, is there a destination at the end of this path or trail? And I guess, if you're not thinking of a concept of some sort of a small village on the corner of Hawthorne and 302, then there is no destination. So not to say that it's not a worthwhile endeavor, but the sense I get in reading the majority of the comments online anyway, it was that it would not be the highest priority. And I believe we made it a high priority in the plan. That might be something to revisit based on what other feedback we get from the town as far as exactly assigning where sidewalks, bike paths, and the like go. It's also interesting to note that the village concept and where we're sitting right now on East Raymond historically was a village in Raymond. It's not that we're reinventing that. It was a village here. Actually, I believe there was a small village down where 302 and Hawthorne is. And I believe that the whole idea of those concepts of the village, as it was mentioned, is to try and not necessarily. We can be a little selfish. It's not to serve necessarily the people from away or people driving through. It's to serve the residents of the town, so that maybe we can avoid a little bit of that crazy summer traffic on the major thoroughfares. And if we want a loaf of bread or a gallon of gas or something like that, we don't have to drive into Wyndham to get them. So those are my comments.
I would like us to make sure there are a couple comments about places maybe we had some inaccuracies, so I do want to make sure we investigate those. I just scrolled away from it. I don't know why I did that. For example, Maine Lakes Environmental Association only supports Sebago Lake, not Crescent Lake, etc. So things like that, I would like to at least make sure we investigate and make sure that we're being as accurate as possible. And also that we are spelling out all acronyms first.
And I would also, I'm more of a numbers person, so if we do have things that look a little out of whack on a percentage basis, maybe including what the objective increase is or decrease is would be good. And I know we did do it in some places. I think the median home price in Raymond, we did that. It was a really big percentage, and then we showed, what it increased from to what it is now. And I think, that would be helpful in clarifying for everybody.
Go ahead, Peter.
I believe also I read a comment or two from online that were talking simply about the way that we organize the actions. And there was a suggestion that maybe those be organized by priority. In other words, we have ongoing, and then we have high priority. Then we have medium term, if you will, and then low term or low priority. There was a suggestion on one of the online comments that we organize it that way so it's a little more readable rather than having it bounce all around a high priority, a low priority, immediate, that sort of a thing, that we organize it in some more readable format.
I did want to circle back a little bit to touch on the point that Randy Robinson had talked about with the land, the large lots of land, and that we had some good discussions in our meetings about how can we protect some of those large plots of land, especially some of the summer camps that we have, and how can we kind of protect them from turning into subdivisions or, from becoming so expensive that people can't hold on to them anymore. And so, kind of talking about what are possibilities that we could give as options, type something like creating recreational space opportunities for trails and whatnot, but it's not saying that somebody who has a land, and works it can't continue to do that. And there's no, it's not like we're recommending ordinances or zoning rules about how people can use their land, but trying to explore and recognize options of how can we help protect those large lots? How can we help protect the resources and the natural resources that are there? How can we make sure that they're being forested and farmed in a way that preserves the land in sustainable ways? And wanting to make efforts to help protect those resources.
I think there was also some discussion about ensuring that people who do rely on their land are able to utilize that land, just like Peter was speaking about in terms of keeping their farms or keeping their maple production business. So I don't think the intent there is to exclude those uses at all. And if there are concerns, we'd certainly want to hear what those particularly are.
Yeah, I would echo that. I would say that there was discussion here, although I didn't see anything online about it. But as far as ordinances and development and commercial development and everything else, and I think there was a pretty deep discussion about when the word came up about preserving our farms. There aren't a whole lot of farms in the town of Raymond anymore. There's some, but there aren't a lot. But not tying your hands to the point where if someone has a farm and they want to keep it going, what can we do to keep that land, agricultural land, even if it were to the point of saying, well, are there ordinances that would allow in the rural areas agritourism, a petting farm, farm stands with farmers markets, all of those type of things would seem to be something that at first thought when you say, no, we don't want any commercial in our rural. Well, think about it sometimes as far as what you can and can't do. If the ordinance is designed appropriately, you can have both.
Do we make a mention, Ben, you had mentioned in your presentation, the concept of these open space developments. If one of these landowners that owns a large lot decides to sell it and a developer buys it and decides they want to make a subdivision in there, I want to make sure that the plan kind of mentions that in these type of rural and critical rural areas that, open space type plans would be what we would want to see so that it clusters the housing and the development into a smaller portion of the lot and could maintain and protect a larger portion of the lot, and rather than having 5-acre lots throughout a subdivision where you're really spacing things out and not making it so that it can be utilized efficiently and protected sufficiently.
Yes, the plan calls for that kind of organization of development. There's a couple questions. One is how much development, and then the next question is how does it happen? And I think that certainly, and it has been said in these committee meetings in the past, and I'll say it here, is that a rural or critical rural designation in the future land use plan doesn't mean there would be no development of any of those properties in the future. It just means when development happens, how much and how will it occur. Same thing with the growth area. I don't think anyone sitting at the table, no one at North Star certainly is envisioning skyscrapers and all of these growth areas. I think that the idea of, to an earlier public comment about, how many people could these growth areas accommodate, what is a build-out analysis of these growth areas, it really depends, number one, what kind of time scale you're talking about. The life of this plan is really thinking about the next 10 to 20 years. And secondly, I think the plan has done a good job of, through maps and through narrative in the plan, kind of describing, trying to paint that picture of the character and what these places would look like. Not too far in the future, but again, maybe 20 years in the future, so that you're providing good guidance for policies and zoning ordinances, so that when we say growth area, we're not talking about 40 homes per acre. We're really just talking about something much more modest, much more Raymond scale, and that's described in the plan. And how that actually gets implemented and what that means and how fast it gets implemented is going to be up to the town to go through that prioritization process.
I do have one kind of add-on to that. I think that those growth areas are mandated by the state that we have to include. The committee didn't sit up here and say, we want these necessarily. I mean, I'm not saying we said the latter, but we had to include at least one in our plan. And I think the state has implications for those growth areas, and I think we should just all consider that. I think LD 2003 is a good example. They specifically call out growth areas that are in town's comp plans for, basically added density bonuses and things like that. So I think it would be prudent, for us as a town to realize that, there's likely future zoning, incentives from the state that are going to come due to the housing crisis in the state. And I think LD 2003 is a good present example of what they're probably going to look to do. And I think that, designating those growth areas in a way that, the state ultimately can push down zoning changes, on a 10 to 20 year timeline, that it could happen, and it just did happen. So I also think that, consolidating development ultimately preserves the natural resources, and I think that's been shown, and I think that is also represented pretty well in our open space plan. And so clustering, housing and subdivisions to preserve bigger blocks of uninterrupted nature, I'm hopeful people can get behind, and I think that is something that works well with municipalities and also works well with developers. And I think everybody can win in that kind of situation.
I would agree with that, John, and I'd just say that as far as referring back once again to the 2004 plan and the 131 action plans, one of the things that was clear in 2010 when the implementation committee for the 2004 plan came out with its overall review, one of the high priority actions for the 2004 was to direct growth or direct housing development into the growth areas. And we failed to do that. We continue to fail to do that. And it's, once again, high priority on this plan. But I can just tell you, from 2004 to date, we have failed to do that. the vast majority of development in the town of Raymond as far as housing are single-family homes on large lots. And it's exactly what John is saying. What does that do? Well, it breaks up basically large tracts of land that could be used for open space or conservation. And so the whole idea of pushing, trying to direct that building growth in the growth areas preserves overall the rural nature of the town. We just haven't been successful in doing it.
To follow that, Pete, I believe the 04 plan recommended that in order to identify priority conservation areas, that an open space plan be created, which it was, and that identified parcels, and the Raymond Community Forest was identified in that plan. Yep. as a big parcel. It wasn't necessarily high priority. It was an opportunity that came along when Hancock Land Company was looking to change some of the ownership there, and worked with Raymond to help make that project happen. So, correct me, Ben. In this current version of the comp plan, updating the open space plan, perhaps that needs some more oomph, because conservation doesn't happen from a state down unless it's a vast resource like Morgan Meadow that was a state scale project. But it usually involves a large parcel landowner, perhaps like the maple syrup producer here in town. And so that an update of the open space plan is appropriate.
Yeah, I'd echo John as far as, it may sound like I'm a gloomy Gus as far as the 2004 plan. I think that given what the tools they had at the time, and that I thought they did an outstanding job, and that the open space plan that came out of that was a huge success of the 2004 comprehensive plan. It just doesn't seem to have achieved the impact it was designed for. And so it's up to the people in the town to decide if that's what they want. Do they want to have this building continue to be single-family homes on large tracts of land, or do they want to try and look at the regulations as far as density is concerned for housing and concentrate that density in areas that are both a growth area, meaning they have investment, that they have connectivity, that they have facilities, that they're a destination.
To just loop it all around to something Brian said at the initial comment, we are on the edge of North Windham, and from the beginning as a committee we've talked about, the development's coming. We may not want it, but we want to control it when it gets here. And so what's our best way to do that? And so all of these conversations have really been around that, including all the development of housing to allow our kids to be able to afford houses here if that's what they want to do too.
Okay. Any other comments from audience or committee members regarding this?
Madam Chair, I just ask, is there going to be a provision through North Star or through this committee? I know that the quote-unquote public comment period ends today. It started in October. It goes through to tonight. But if there are individuals that something occurs to them, they have an epiphany, they have a thought that's going to solve everything, we'd be doing our due diligence by keeping it open so that we can continue to collect those comments. I know that there's got to be an end point. When we get to the point of basically saying this is our plan, we're endorsing it and we're going to go forward with it. And certainly, there's always the onus of the state, which looms large for me, which is, they could come in and say, no, we don't like this, you didn't do that, and that can cause this committee a lot more work. I don't believe that's going to happen. I think we have a heck of a good plan. So I know that there's got to be an endpoint, but would we consider as a committee to keep comments open to a certain date for more feedback from the public?
I don't think that's a bad idea. I concur that there needs to be some cutoff to get the next version of the plan to the council. As I noted in the PowerPoint, we are expecting to get comments back from the state in January sometime. And that could range from a good job, everything looks good, to here's some optional comments that you might want to consider integrating, to here's, a handful of things that you really need to beef up or add to the plan. So I don't think it's going to be a wholesale, major update. Usually, if that's going to happen, they would have given some indication of that already and say your plan's not complete. They would do that within the first few weeks of the submission. They haven't done that. So I think that they're really more focused on, does this plan address the state requirements? And we have built the plan so that it hopefully would, and we'll see if we can get it right on the very first try. But in January and February, we would be taking any state comments plus the comments we've heard this evening and that we've gotten online so far, and kind of working with the committee to integrate those into the document that is online right now. And if the committee wanted to leave the website open, it's scheduled to close, but if they wanted to leave it open until the point in January when we get state comments, that might be a more natural time to kind of put a pin in things while we integrate those comments into the plan. And I will say it's not done until it's done. And what that means is there could still be changes coming out of a select board review. They go through their own public hearing process before putting anything on the warrant. But once it's on the warrant, it's kind of locked in that form. But I think until between now and that point in March, there's room to make adjustments and reprioritize and calibrate things. So long way around, I don't think it would be a problem to leave the online comments open until probably mid-January. I don't know exactly when we'll get those state comments. If you want to tie it to that, or if you want to pick a date in mid-January, I think either approach would still allow us to stay on that time schedule.
I'm fine with that if the committee believes that that's a good course to go down. But I'm also just thinking logically, we're about to approach Christmas and New Year's and everyone's on vacation, and I can just say that probably this is not on their agenda. I even think it would be fair of us even to go to, say, the 20th of this month, because I just think realistically, what would we expect to get back? And then that makes more of a rush for us and for North Star to put it all together. So I'm just trying to be, I don't know, I just trying to be a little bit realistic, I guess. We have given a lot of time, and I'm not saying that more time would be better, obviously, but I just also want to not put undue burden on anybody, and also just think about what we're working with as far as the time frame.
Sure. Well, I get, my comment would be that simply I think that's a great idea, and since we can't take any actions in a public hearing, that after this public hearing is over and we go to our regular meeting, that we make a motion.
Sounds good.
Okay.
There is a hand raised online now, Madam Chair.
Okay, I do not have glasses on. I think that says Marilyn.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Marilyn.
Oh, I just wanted to make a comment that a lot of this is ideal thinking, but pragmatically, what Brian Walker suggested was finding a way to implement some things is probably going to take financial input. And if we want to maintain some large tracts of openness and rural land, it seems that we have enough left that right now, if in the implementation we could focus on augmenting the tracts of land that are already preserved, such as near the community forest or along the Tenney River where the land trust has put in perpetuity. Cannot these areas be looked at for augmentation to add to them so that they're not broken up before it does get developed? And it takes money and fundraising for the land trust to affect some of these preserved tracts. And if we could set up some kind of a bond financially to have it at our disposal to help augment when we're working with some of these groups to be able to offer some assistance, because if we don't do it in the next 10 years, it's going to be hard to control the development unless you put ordinances in for people who have large development capability lands, that they set up a community of so many condo type residences into the point where either the ordinance would say a certain percentage of your development lands have to be preserved, such as I saw them doing in California. That can be implemented, but there are some areas in North Raymond and elsewhere that we could take a look at and see where we might try to keep a corridor of uninterrupted lands and preserve the feeling of openness available to everybody. Where I lived before, I saw that people went out on their lunch hours into the salt marsh, one little road to have their lunch, where they looked off into the distance over the marsh. They didn't see any residences. People congregated there. They sought them out. And you see it in England, you see it all over, the uninterrupted lands that can be maintained for people to enjoy in the future. And we've already grown from when we first came to Raymond, from like 1,500 to 4,500 residents, and it's going to keep happening. So this is the chance to try to augment the places that we already are working on. Thank you. Oh, I live at 172 AI Road.
Thank you, Marilyn. I would like just to somewhat respond to that in a way, talking about financials and what happens next in bonds. Something that maybe we as a committee, since we've been at this for so long, are going to kind of find some enjoyment in, is that we, after this is done, get to pass off this work to the other functioning parts of our local government here, from the select board to the finance committee to the planning board. It becomes the work of those town pieces. So unfortunately, our hands are a bit tied in what we can do on a financial perspective. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know, Peter, you'd like to?
Sure, I'd echo that as far as, once again, what the limitations are that this committee can do. what I would say is that in the plan, in numerous places, it makes the case for conserving land. It makes the case for either hiring a consulting firm to look at grant applications because there is money out there, whether it's to make our roads safer. There's money out there for that. Matter of fact, in our surrounding community, it was in the paper last week that there are monies out there. We just weren't included in it. But maybe we need to have our ear to the ground a little bit more, have a little bit more professional guidance, have a little more assistance in pursuing those, as well as conservation land. And we have had with Loon Echo, we have already established a relationship with them, and I agree wholeheartedly with the individual on Zoom now that there needs to be more in the way of conservation dollars put aside. Once again, it's in the plan. We're asking for it. We've recommended it. Now it will be up to the implementation committee, the select board, budget, finance, and ultimately the people in the town to make that a reality. I believe what surprised me is when we had a discussion earlier on this, I think $35,000 that's in conservation fund. That's money.
Still in the open space fund.
In the open space fund. So that money is there. And I believe that the comment from the individual from Loon Echo was saying, well, that's a nice start. Yeah, that's a chunk of change. But we need to improve on that in order to be able to fulfill the objective of preserving more property. By the same token, everything that we've talked about as far as ordinances are concerned are really geared towards focusing on where building takes place and where it's appropriate and where it's not, whether it be commercial or residential or environmental.
And to that end, too, the manpower behind it, if there are individual residents who feel very strongly about one initiative, even if it's not a priority item, if there is somebody willing and able to head that committee, there are multiple committees besides the implementation committee, and I'm sure it would be low-hanging fruit for them just to hand it over. So I'm sure there's not going to be any objection if, because I know in our discussions with Loon Echo and other conservation, even when Steve came in earlier, then there's opportunities, or there's opportunities there to tap into some of the resources that we have available.
Okay, I'm still not seeing anybody else get up to the podium, and I'm not seeing any hands raised. In the interest of time and moving us further along, I'd like to ask if anybody would like to propose a motion to close our public hearing tonight.
So moved.
Second.
And all those in favor? And Sean, I see your hand raised. Excellent, thank you. So now we will conclude with our regular meeting.
Can I just ask a question? You said at first it was mid-January, now you're saying December 20th to close public comment?
We'll decide that.
We're going to decide that now.
Yes, we'll decide that very shortly. Yeah, that's okay.
Thanks, folks, for coming out.
Thank you.
Yes,
everybody.
thank you.
Thanks for your work.
Got it.
Okay, so, thank you.
You need it.
I think we should start with
Thank you.
when should we close public comment? I think that's a good place to start. And then let's sort of give Ben some direction.
I make a motion that we close public comment on December 20th.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion?
I would hope that we could do it at the end of the month, just people get through Christmas. They have some downtime between Christmas and New Year's. To me, that would be let's just do the 31st.
Okay, so
That's
we,
a friendly amendment.
yeah, would we like to call that an amendment to the motion? Okay.
So first you vote on the
So,
amendment.
right, so,
second the amendment.
Second the, all right. All those in favor of the amendment?
That
For the
passes.
31st, Sean, if you're following.
Instead of the 20th.
Okay, instead of the 20th. And then we will vote on the amended motion. So, and I've already had a second on that. So all those in favor of the amended motion?
Done?
And Sean, I see your hand up. Okay, so January 31st, do we still, no?
December 3rd?
Sorry, December 31st.
Close the public comment.
Close public comment.
And this
Okay.
applies to
Chair.
the person who presented one at the 11th hour at 59
A
minutes.
prize. Okay, you get a donut.
Yeah, right.
I missed who seconded the
No,
amendment.
that's the way to do it.
Jackie.
Oh, I thought she made the emotion. Okay.
No, John.
No, John made the
made
amendment. Jackie seconded it.
John as in Clark, correct?
John
Yep.
as in Clark.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect. I was trying to type and lost track.
Okay, so now I think we should give direction to North Star Planning on the comments that we've received tonight, and public comment. So that he can take that. And I guess I will open it up, and if there's anything left to say, I'll finish it.
Well, I guess I have, like, I know I've heard from several people who were so excited to see that Raymond Cape was on there as far as a pathway, walkability, focusing on that. But I wonder if we have to pick one area to focus on for walkability and sidewalks, or if the top priority could be
Both?
generally speaking in town. You know, I don't know, do we have to pick one area? Could we pick two areas? I don't know.
Could we suggest that a committee be formed to study that issue and have the committee make recommendations as to what the priority should be?
You mean like a feasibility study in a way? Like
Yes.
what?
But my question would be to Ben, Ben, I don't know that it was the committee, the sense I have, that it was the committee that assigned the Cape walking path and bike path as a high priority, as it's mentioned as of the priority in the plan. Did you see data in any of the surveys that was suggesting that of all the areas we talked about that we'd like to see sidewalks and connectivity and trails, that what rose to the top was the Cape?
That was an important place to build bike and pedestrian safety, but so was that section of road that would connect the two village growth areas. So to your point, Jackie, they're both priorities. There are multiple priorities, and it's good to name those. But it could be up to a committee, it could be up to the select board or to the public works folks as they build their capital improvement plan to do that prioritization. I think another thing that just kind of like identifying the priorities generally can do is leave it open for opportunities that come along. So if DOT is going to be doing a bunch of work in 302, for example, or there's a road project scheduled 4 or 5 years from now for Route 85. Naming those priorities in the plan will make that part of the conversation in those efforts, so that it's not necessarily going to be the kind of thing where we have to do this and we can't do the others. It's more like, let's list where we have priorities and where we have visions for improvements, and we'll make progress as a community with outside agencies like DOT as they move their plans forward as well. I think there could be things that kind of fall into your lap if you list them in the plan. Like if there's a major commercial development on 302, it would give the planning board the ability to say, hey, this is an area where there's supposed to be enhanced landscaping and sidewalks. and that becomes part of the planning.
So as an example, when we, in 2015, 2016, when we got the state money to go half and half with the sidewalks in the village, even if we had not identified the village as, which at that point, as a priority to have sidewalks, the state was going to go halves with us if we put the sidewalks there. But so with any type of grants or funding and things like that, a lot of it's going to be dictated by the grant giver. So are we gonna say no? We can't take a 50-50 split on this bicycle path or this sidewalk because it's not one of our high priorities. I think so. I just don't know about handcuffing ourselves to anyone rather than state what we've stated in the plan very clearly, which is
Both
a
are options.
a high priority for the town is connectivity, bike paths, walking paths, and improvements that reduce traffic safety issues. And I understand, but naming the priority would be another way to go. And you could, but I would say that based on at least the feedback that we've gotten from the online comments, that what a few of the comments came back and said, I don't know why you're making Raymond Cape a priority. And I'm always sensitive to the fact that since our sample size is always so small, it can be 5 people that live on the Raymond Cape that say, I would like to see it. And I understand there's a woman saying that there was a fatality on that road. Well, yeah, so I guess I could say, well, I guess we need walking paths and sidewalks on Egypt Road.
Okay, so maybe, I guess my thought would be if we could make it more comprehensive as a priority list item to not just cover Raymond Cape, but list that as one of the options that we would want to pursue. So Raymond Cape, connection of the villages, or a loop around Panther, something, along those lines where it might list a couple options.
Do we have the actual language we could just pull up and then maybe we could just look at it real quick? Is that okay?
Well, I was going to say, because what I'm hearing is like, we don't want to tie ourselves, but we want to sort of in some way be a little bit specific, right? Because we want to give direction. So saying we would like to create more bike pathways and connectivity, with the focus in mind of connecting the village areas and Cape Road, calling those two out specifically.
Consider that.
Well, so we're giving detail, but we're also keeping it open.
Yeah, I think that's good.
I like that. Yeah.
Did you get
Yep.
that then?
Yep. I can bring up that section of the plan if that's helpful as I'm doing it. If it's not helpful, tell me real quick.
I liked Kayla's language. I was fine with that.
Yeah, I think we're
good.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're good with finding a way just to include those two areas, highlight them, but also state clearly that we're open to all areas. Because quite frankly, all roads would be improved with sidewalks and bike paths. So, there isn't one in Raymond that would not probably benefit from that. I think we should hit the major things, the themes maybe, and that might be helpful. So vision statement was mentioned a few times. I mean, personally, I feel like we really went over this many times. Many opportunities for public comment. I kind of feel like continuing to grind over it really is probably not, in my opinion, the best use and utilization of our time. But that was mentioned a few times with the comments online anyway. Is there any feeling that we wish to address that in any way?
I'd say that we've had similar comments before already, and we had many discussions about them, and the vision statement that we have is a result of all the comments, both critical and positive, and we've already hit on those things, and we don't need to discuss it any further.
Agreed. Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay. I think, let's see. How about comments about organizing goals based on priorities? Now, I think actually as a committee, if I remember correctly, we had sort of talked about that ourselves anyway, about how we organize it just for even our own sanity. But anybody who's reviewing this, so I don't know how much of an ask that is. Or I don't, I know the state mandates a lot of that giant list. So without creating too much work, is there a way that, it sounds like that was comment received, do we have any desire to be asking?
Yeah, to format the actions according to their priorities, starting with the highest priority down to the lowest priority.
Yeah, I think in general, what we've tried to do is format the list so it lines up with how the state's going to look at it. So the goals are arranged by topic, and I think that was the comment. Is instead of looking at these by topic, let's just prioritize these things. So to that end, I think prioritization is good. That's kind of behind the effort to call just a handful of these things up as highest priorities and tie them in with those priority goals. If you want, I think we could do another version of it, or just have here's the hard copy version sorted by topic with the high priority ones listed and first for each topic. But I think electronically, if we can provide the actual copy of the spreadsheet, you could sort it however you wanted to. It just wouldn't be part of that document. I don't know if that's going to get to where you're talking about, or if I'm missing the mark.
Could we maybe have one more exhibit that is only the high priority items, and it is specifically addressed to the implementation committee?
Yep. I think that's
And get rid of all the non-high priority items, right? We've got the master list. They can always refer to that plan. They're going to work through the whole plan, but exhibit 3 or something is implementation committee high priority items, and it's just the top 10 or something.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I mean, with the time we have into this thing, to not give the imp committee that kind of guidance would be giving them a free rein to pick and choose from the list that we might well have spent a lot of time on thinking that's a good one, but it's not a priority.
Does that sound like a reasonable compromise between state expectations, ease of their review, and
it
sort
does.
of picking and highlighting, even though I feel like in a way we sort of already do that with our list of goals, but if that seems fair enough, it sounds like it's a good compromise.
Yeah, and I think we've done that. We've taken the first step at calling out the very highest, I guess we can say.
Yeah.
But there should be all of those high priorities, right? The next tier. If that's not enough, when you've implemented all of these things, there's a bunch of other things to do.
More.
I think that's really consistent with the philosophy we've had kind of from the get-go, is that it can be a little overwhelming.
Yes.
To look at a list of 130 things that you need to do in the next 10 years and kind of wonder where you get started. So we really went to a lot of effort to kind of make sure we're calling out the most important, but I think there is no problem at all in putting together a little bit longer of a list that would give some discretion to the implementation group to say, look, if we've got 25 high priority actions, what are the 3 we're going to do once we get through the list on page 2? I think that's very doable.
Okay.
Any other major themes we would like to discuss?
I have one. I think this is a newer idea, and it's hopefully not too big of a curveball, but in the in kind of the village areas, we describe certain types of development, and I did do a little research in some other comp plans. I thought what might be helpful is maybe some precedent imagery of what it means in the context of the current streetscape. And I think an example would be Main Street in town. We're saying, what does a 3-unit multifamily look like on that current road? Can we have a simple sketch showing how big this house could be, and things like that? So when we start having, conversations and people are like, well, your comp plan has labeled this the growth area and we can build any multifamily we want. People can be like, actually, like, we have this image of kind of what we were doing that fits the character of the street. It's not overwhelming to look at, and I know that, that is done in other comp plans. I think Casco did one with one of their areas, and basically, they've got, a bunch of single-family homes with maybe empty lots, and so like those lots would eventually get filled in with different types of housing and buildings, but having some sort of like, some sort of imagery that basically describes the narrative that we've already provided.
It sounds great. So it's like a photoshopped
I think
graphic.
the way, Ben, feel free to chime in, but I think, the way I've seen it is, it can be a hand sketch that's more professional than me doing it. And that would be it. You could take like an existing photo and you could literally hand sketch in just like how a building would look like in multiple spots.
In the plan, do we speak, I thought we did, but do we speak to recommending that to the planning board that they relook at their design standards? I know that there was discussion at the meeting with the select board and the department heads that I think Jackie may have mentioned, but to make it clear that what we were doing as far as when we call it a village, that we're talking about some sort of standard construction that would give it the flavor of a New England village versus the big box or the 3-story concrete condo. Yeah. But we do mention that, I thought, in the goals or the actions.
Yeah, and I think that to your point, we've tried to provide enough narrative to describe these places, and I think what I'm hearing you say is like, let's put some pictures to illustrate this. So when we talk about 2-story buildings with single family homes and a few 4-unit buildings, like what does that look like in a rural crossroads context or a village context? Those places are out there. They exist today in many places around Maine, and we've done projects where we've said, what we're talking about is something like, or what we're not talking about. We like, hey, when we talk about your village, we're not talking about downtown Westbrook or Rockland. We're talking about something that looks more like Denmark or Naples. Or we're talking about, when we talk about conservation subdivisions, here's a couple plans or photographs from good examples of conservation subdivisions that have been built in Maine.
My concern would be having an actual picture in the plan, no matter how much we label and stamp it as this is a concept.
Yeah.
Some people are going to look at it and say, oh, these are new design standards, and maybe even the planning board might have a little problem with that. You're sending out messages, you're cashing, checks you can't cover here, because it's the planning board basically that puts together design standards and then submits them to the town.
As long as we feel good that we've passed it on to the planning board, I feel fine about it.
Yeah.
It is something that I think I might have a photo, but it is something that is in other comp plans. So it's not, I don't think it's atypical necessarily for a comp plan to have.
Yeah.
But I do agree that it definitely takes the planning, like the specific planning of these areas, one step further than we have as a committee looked at it. And we're pretty late in the process, so.
I guess I would be like a little nervous to be too specific with the plan, just so that we're not ruling out things that could be a possibility and could still be in line with what we want. I think the nature and the purpose of the plan is really to not be that specific and to say, you know, I think we do a good job of providing a narrative and talking about like a look and a feel and a sense of what the space should be. And I think that is really what the plan is intended to do.
I'm almost more inclined to put pictures of what we don't want. I mean, we just slap a picture of the Fieldings condos on there. I think we're good.
And could you put a link to a couple different scenarios as a simpler reproduction in the plan? Just a link. I mean, again, we'd still be in some eyes dictating what we're trying to have Raymond look like, but wouldn't be going as far as to have the actual picture or graphic or sketch, but just some resources that the committee could use to explore, make sure that they include a variety of design.
I do think just having the planning board do it, you know, I think this is definitely something in their wheelhouse.
Yeah.
I think the intent is not to provide design standards, and I think there's a little bit of a difference between like the size of a building and then like how it looks from the outside. And so I think this is more to help people understand when we say multifamily or like condos or, you know, those words that are referenced in the plan. It's not a 5-story building next to a single-family home. It's the ER clothes store, you know, replicated somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, it's a nice, classic-looking building that could serve multiple purposes. So it's, but I understand the concern that as much as we stamp it as a concept, that might not be how it's taken. So,
And it could be used in a negative way against the plan. It doesn't take a lot for somebody to get a hold of something that wants to make a difference and run with it and build some kind of a
momentum
constituency with it.
I mean, the alternative is if someone saw a 6-unit multifamily in there and they built a 6-story building, you know, and 1 unit per floor versus, you know, the intent of that is really a 2-story wider building. Or
I think what's come through loud and clear over 3 years is we don't want to look like Wyndham. So, I mean, I agree with what you're saying, which is it'd be easier just to say this is what we don't want. But I believe ultimately being vague enough in our narrative to say, you know, preserve the rural nature of a New England village. I mean, that gives you quite a bit of latitude as far as, but at the same time, you understand that that's not Wyndham.
So just for clarification purposes, that is laid out as a policy to maintain village character in Raymond growth areas, and we do specifically call out that we want building types compatible with existing historical buildings.
Yeah.
There's 3 action items listed under that general policy that asks for design guidelines and standards to be reviewed and strengthened.
Yep. So that does give guidance to the planning board, but at the same time, we're not being proscriptive.
Many
It does
years.
paint a picture, like there, you can envision in your head what that looks like, I feel like, without a visual.
And do we have a height limit? I can't recall. And the
30,
growth
30,
limit is 30 feet.
35?
30.
Yeah.
30,
Okay.
35?
Except for barns.
Okay. That applies in the 302 growth quarter too. Right.
Yeah, many years ago, Terry DeWine did the design standards for the town of Raymond. It was more for
Now the village.
the village, but he had really nice pictures and
Yeah.
I don't know if he did any residential type of things. It'd be worth looking at that document to see if anything like that's in there.
Well, if we go forward, I mean, if down the road, if we're doing transportation studies and whatnot, you know, that's going to involve imagery and, you know, presentations by engineers and that sort that will paint a picture visually too for what it could be, what we could see.
And a number of the projects that came to the planning board, they did look at the design standards, and a lot of people, they're voluntary, they're not mandatory, and a lot of the applicants would take those and they would use them. They'd incorporate them to some degree in their developments, and I feel good about them taking a look at those and honoring
That's over the last 6 months or a year or more that you've been on the P board?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Decades.
Yeah, right.
Are there any other major themes or trends that we would like to discuss to give guidance to? I think I just want to reiterate making sure that based on the comments received that if they called out an inaccuracy that we just double check on that and double check on acronyms. And I guess maybe us looking at the numbers. I know you had made a comment about checking to see if numbers seem right or don't feel right, that we give a different reference point. I don't know. I think that's more of a task for us as in our final reviewing of it. I guess in a way, I don't know.
I don't know that the numbers are wrong at all. I think it's more of a, I mean, I can use the specific example. If you see something that's increased by like 100 or 300%, but it's gone from 1 to 3, it's not as big as an issue if it's gone from 1,000 to 3,000.
Yeah, so for instance, if something was increased by 3,000%, but we're talking, I believe it was 9 to 60 or something like that. Like
Exactly.
Put those in parentheses, 9 to 60, if we want to.
Well, actually, there's a table that directly references it. You can derive 300% from that if you do math, but we don't actually call out 300%.
Gotcha.
Well, probably.
If memory serves me, there was one online comment that basically told you, Ben, that all of your demographic data was incorrect.
If it's the one I'm thinking of, it had to do with like how recent the data is, like where do you draw the line, and the data that we're using is from 2022, which was the state data pack that the town had. So that is not too old to understand trends and themes and draw some conclusions about what the town needs to plan for, which is really the intent of the data. So if it's more than 3 years old, that's when the state says, go get the data pack and brush these numbers up. But if it's within 3 years, it's clear enough.
Okay, so otherwise what you're saying is the state will call us out.
The
if our
state,
data seems
yes.
too old.
Correct.
Okay.
And is that 3 years since a past plan, 3 years since the start of a plan? Like, because our committee's 2 years long.
Yep.
So if we had data that was 3 years old when we started, it'd be 5 years old when we pass it.
Yeah. Okay. It has to be 3 years within from what they're reviewing.
Okay.
So Raymond is well within the bounds of normal data from that standpoint. The only thing I would say, and we talked about this in the office when we were reviewing those comments, is if there was a major change, like if there was some kind of huge clear cut, or if there was a massive development or the loss of a major employer or two, those would be the kinds of things where you want to go back and make sure, like, because that can change the trajectory of goals and policies. But generally, if the data is within a few years, like, you have a good sense of what's happening in the community.
I will say there was a fairly large set of comments that wasn't necessarily, didn't look like it was all captured in the second set of comments that you gave us, but I will just say it looked like mostly my big wish list for Raymond, which I thought was kind of cool. But it calls out, very specific things, and I think we were sort of, we wanted to be specific. We're not trying to be maybe that drilled down, but I just would like to have that in there, that there was several things on here that I thought were an extended comment that I really liked a lot of their ideas.
I think we've talked about all those ideas at one time or another.
I was thinking that, yeah.
I think what we tried to do is put the tools in place to implement those and give people the opportunity to do it. So even if we didn't necessarily call it out.
Yeah, I love food trucks.
Oh yeah.
Who doesn't like food trucks and music, concerts and farmers markets and book clubs and entertainment events and things for seniors. want to just, acknowledge, I guess, that large comment made.
And I hate to say it because I want everything on that list, but I think it's all like individual resident initiative, like starting a project, getting behind it, and pushing it forward.
Yeah.
I like the smaller house lot size comment.
Oh, and that's on, I think that's included in that, yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, there's,
That was in that
does,
paragraph.
reevaluate or evaluate reducing minimum lot sizes in specific areas. But,
I actually had a hot take on that. I actually didn't like that one.
well, I was gonna say, though, it was one that I wasn't as fond with. I think that because
About
that
the
goes
same lot?
against what we've received for feedback. I mean, maybe I personally would want that, but as a member of this committee, I have to consider that this is the town's plan, and that's not the kind of feedback that we got, that they want, rural areas lot sizes to be reduced. I feel like that's the exact opposite of what we were being told.
Well, unless it's something like an open space development plan, right, where you would have smaller lots, but it would be concentrated to the one development, not a wide scale.
And just not to be redundant, but the recent state mandate as far as accessory dwelling units in growth areas really addresses density. It really does.
This is more just an anecdote, but I do some work in Massachusetts, and they had a statewide initiative, which is larger than this ADU LD 2003, but they have basically required 175 municipalities within the state that have access to public transit, either commuter rail or buses, to zone multifamily as of right at a density of minimum 15 units per acre. Wow. And that is basically the, eastern third of the state. So, I think LD 2003 is pretty light in comparison to that.
But understand that it must be, certainly that what the state is doing is looking at increasing the housing stock, and what they're using is, if they're not using sewers or public water, they're simply using transportation.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I feel like we've come to a pretty good consensus on receiving feedback.
I think there's one in here, the Steve Crane comments were really well written and thoughtful, and I had no problems with them, and would propose that we incorporate them. Unless there's any discussion.
I was going to say the same thing. I thought that they rounded out those portions and, well.
So I guess, Ben, our directive would be, can you take that specific comment and try to incorporate the major points and highlights from that? Does that sound?
His red line edits specifically.
Got it. Yep.
Also, did anybody drive through town today between 8 a.m. and 12 p.m.? Did anybody notice, how many state troopers were pulling people over along 302? I guess they had a traffic detail in town today. So I saw several people pulled over along 302 and on Main Street today. Nope, I didn't. But
Good to know they come
out
around.
in numbers.
Oh, they were behind me on my way into work today.
Well, I don't know if it was part of that effort in the Lakes region to do some traffic calming or what.
Yeah.
They were specifically here in town, I noticed.
I know Peter had shared an article with us, and I wish they called out more specifics on what their plans were, so we can steal ideas. That's what you do. You steal other municipalities' ideas. Take their good ideas and you make them your own.
Yeah.
I guess my question is, why aren't we a part of it?
Well, I was gonna wait till public comment, committee comment, but I'll take this opportunity since it's been brought up. You open the door, so to speak. That would be my question. My question would be exactly that. I mean, there are these are three communities. They surround us. They've been working on this for a year. They got funding through grant money to implement it, and that's the question. Where are we? Why didn't we hear about this? and I will just tell you, and this may be, this is just my own personal thoughts, there was an acronym that was in that article, and it basically talked about the Greater Portland Council of Governments, which we used to belong to. And I guess I'll ask this question. I could ask the select board. Why aren't we part of that now? And nothing against North Star, but the 2004 plan was done by the Greater Portland Council of Governments assisting the town, the municipal people in town. And they did the plan. And I will tell you that I just did a little research on it, and unless I'm way off base, it's about 50 grand in dues annually. And from that, there's everything from support on grants to assistance with planning and everything. And I guess I'm just asking that question. And why didn't we know about this? So that's my committee comment.
I didn't realize that it was a membership. I thought we just were part of it.
Nope.
No, you have
The
to,
club
you have to
membership.
pay to reap
Okay.
the benefits.
Gotcha.
Okay. Do we have any other further additions for Ben and suggestions and direction? And Ben, I guess I will ask you, have you received from us what you were looking for?
Yes. The one thing I want to clarify of all of those things was the additional exhibit about the high priority goals, like consolidating those into a single location. Are those ranked? Are those the goals with the time frame of that are short-term items? Is that what you mean by high priority, or is there a different?
I think
What
as far
was
as
it, like 1 to 3?
prioritization, we were looking at timeframes.
Yeah, 1 to 3, like the first sort of.
Yeah, it says short-term is 1 to 2, medium is 2 to 4. So if we can kind of collect all of those 1 to 2 year short-term items into a single exhibit, that's what you were.
Listed by priority.
I would think that would provide guidance
Okay.
to the implementation committee as clear as we can.
Got it.
I mean, the reason that we put timeframes on it was because originally there wasn't, was to give them more specific guidance. Not necessarily hold their feet to the fire or dictate to them, but basically saying, we'd like to see some action within 1 to 3 years on this.
That's good. And the next question, I think I brought it up earlier, but will this group review the changes in end of January, February timeframe online? Like review, hey, here's the updated document based on the feedback, or is there going to need to be a meeting end of January, early February in order to kind of discuss and verify before it goes to the select board?
I will say this, and just I think we are.
I'm going to say the same thing.
We might. I don't know, Peter. I think, and you can clarify this if I'm wrong, but I think we are tapped out on North Star planning. So
Last I saw was $1,500.
So we are at the end of our rope. So I think if we're going to meet again, we're going to have to do it on our own. I am personally fine with reviewing final changes to make sure the things that we asked for got implemented. The changes that the state asked for, it's not like we can be like, what are you talking about? Like, that's not what we want. So I feel like what is important for us to do as a committee is to review the changes that are made and make sure that what we propose, like go back in our minutes or rewatch this meeting and say, are the things that we asked for done? Specifically. And then I think I would feel comfortable putting this forth to the select board. So I don't know how everyone else feels about that. I mean, I very much enjoyed my time with you. I'm not trying to cut it off prematurely. But I just also think we need to be realistic about everyone's time and respectful.
And I
so
would
that's
say
my sentiment, is that we don't necessarily
to be
need another meeting.
fiduciarily responsible. I would say that if I calculated the $1,500, if I believe that's correct, that is remaining, and I don't know how much of that is going out, but we had planned on at least purchasing some signs to basically advertise at the for the vote at whether it's the town meeting or the referendum.
In June.
Yeah. Which I believe that's what we were talking about, getting those type of political signs, a few of them, and place them around town, reminding people that, this is an important vote. You got to please vote on this, support it, support the plan and vote on it. So I would like to preserve as much of that, cash that we still have without going over budget, if we can possibly do it.
Yeah.
And Peter, did we ever look at how much mailers would be? We actually had a committee, we actually had a citizen ask me about doing a mailer to let people know, again, putting out there with the QR code. Do you remember what that would have cost us?
3,500 comes to mind, and I could be way wrong, but for some reason, that feels
That's
like
what we had.
that's what it is.
I'm sorry, what was it, 5,000?
3,500.
3,000, okay, so that would be over our budget, so we would
Yes.
probably be doing more of what Peter was saying, signs.
Yes.
I think if we all did a review electronic version, that would be fine. It'd be time to take your time to go through it carefully, and
I
we're
think
saying that would be just incorporating the comments to date, and before Ben goes to.
I think if there's anything earth-shattering, maybe we can revisit that. Like, maybe if we've received more comments that anybody reviews and says this is earth-shattering, I think we really need to meet again.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think Peter and I, with careful emailing practices, can poll the committee without having a formal meeting by BCCing everybody and saying, have you reviewed it? Do you feel the changes were made? I feel like if we do careful emailing,
Yep.
we don't have to meet again. And we can still get the general consensus of the committee, or at least get your, yes, I've reviewed it.
I'm all right with it.
And I mean, this goes to the select board. People will have a chance to comment at the select board meeting on
And
it.
the select board has a chance to comment on it,
Yeah.
right?
More than comment, the select board.
They have to approve it.
They have to approve it to go on the warrant.
Right.
And I think Ben was absolutely correct. We've learned this by experience. Once it goes on the warrant, it's either up or down. There's no changes after that.
So Ben, does that seem, you've proposed the question, I was already sort of thinking this, like that we really don't have the funds to utilize you again?
Yeah, we
So at
want
this
to,
point,
we're very close to the end, and we're going to make sure this gets to the finish line. But I think if the board overall is comfortable with updating the plan as discussed this evening and having the chairs kind of be the quality control to make sure we haven't missed anything, then that would be a fine way to proceed.
Okay, so if we're in consensus with that, then I say that that's how we move forward.
Good.
Unanimous consent.
Yes.
Unanimous consent.
So then,
Without an objection.
we need to approve our minutes from our previous meeting. I should have put the date on the agenda. So if someone has a really good memory and would like to put forth a motion.
The October minutes?
Or just, yes, or general motion, please. for our-
I'd move that we approve them as written.
Second.
And all those, are any discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Sean, you're blacked out. Can you say yes or no?
Yes, I approve.
Thank you. So that was approved. I guess real quickly, I know we've been here later than normal. Peter and I think Frank, did you participate? And John did hang out at this last election. I went for more of the tail end of it. I think maybe 5 to 6 or 4 to 6, something around that range. And it was very busy at that time. And Peter had mentioned that we were on our second 500 pack of flyers. And I would have to say that once again, in my experience, in my time there, almost every single person was willing to listen to a 3-second, hey, this is the comment period and this is what we're doing and the draft is ready for your review. I would have to say a majority of people were willing to take the flyer and said thank you and looked it over. So I would say that that was a successful outreach. I still find it interesting that 1,000 flyers went out and we've gotten 25 odd official comments that we think are individual, and a handful tonight. I just like to point that out, I guess.
Well, you're only going to usually say something if you have a change or a gripe or whatever, right? So I think we can assume that most people
We're entirely
loved
satisfied
it.
with it. Yeah.
I think that's a great way to look at it, and I really appreciate your optimism. Peter, do you have anything you'd like to add to
No,
that?
it was a great experience for me in this whole committee. And I think one of the most fulfilling things was going to the elections and actually having that 1 minute, 2 minute conversation and meeting my neighbors and hearing what they had to say.
Okay, next.
Madam Chair, we
Yes.
have lost connection with Zoom. So Sean's no longer on the meeting.
Oh, we hit our max meeting time.
Zoom is timed out.
Yeah, timed out.
Yeah, if we have to vote or anything, we still got a quorum.
I don't believe we're, well, besides ending the meeting, but next on our agenda is the comp plan committee comment. Peter, you've already spoken. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I guess my only other comment would be that there at the, on the 10th, the select board has on its agenda to discuss traffic calming in the town. And I would encourage anyone interested in attending that. I plan to, and my wife plans on doing that. And I think that it's
important.
It's unfortunate that it takes a tragedy sometime, but you know we heard loud and clear from the community well before that tragedy that there was an issue, and it just unfortunately is coming to the point where there'll be discussions from leadership in the town starting next week.
That's great.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Peter. I would like to take a moment, since this is theoretically our last meeting together, to say thank you for everyone willing to hang on. I'd like to thank North Star Planning for all of your help, because I think, as John had mentioned earlier, that we would really still be sitting here and up late at night and doing a lot of work. So without your aid and guidance, this would have been a very laborious process.
I second that.
And I just really have appreciated all the very thoughtful input that all of the committee members have provided. I felt that we were a great group and strived to listen to each other in the community. So I thank you all.
Thank you, both chairs, for the duty you signed up for and executed perfectly.
Thank you. Any other committee comment?
If I may, Madam Chair?
Yes, go
I
ahead.
know I'm not a committee member.
It's okay.
but because you're saying that this will be your final meeting,
I believe it will be.
I
yes.
will have Mel send out the minutes, and if each one can send back any comments, and they'll be posted as final minutes.
Okay.
And Sue, can you tell us how long will we continue with our emails? Town emails?
I would think you should keep those until the vote.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Because people still may want to contact you and have questions.
Okay.
For a formality question that brings up, when are we officially no longer a committee?
I believe, again, once the vote has happened, I believe.
And I think you,
Because at that
Kayla,
point-
will basically just send a communication to the select board telling them that the lifetime of the committee is over and would disband.
Okay.
I do have Zoom up again.
Okay, Sean, you've just missed, I think, just a couple committee comments just regarding thanking North Star Planning and all of the committee members for our time and effort. And I'm not sure when you cut off, but this is our last meeting. So we will continue to communicate limitedly via chairs by email. And Sue will also be asking us to approve the minutes from this meeting individually. Not sure if he's there or not.
Yeah, it looks like he might be trying to get back on because he was going to introduce us to a new family member.
Oh, I was wondering about that.
Wow.
Muted. Can't hear you.
Muted?
No, he's not muted.
No sound? No, we don't have sound.
No, but you're
But we
not.
can see
Don't wake up the baby.
a lovely ocean.
Congratulations.
No, sorry, but
I know he was,
congratulations.
Sean did tell me he was born on Black Friday. And so he's 5 days old.
Wow.
Wow.
Congrats.
That's lovely.
So did he say the name?
He didn't. I didn't get that far.
Okay, maybe we don't want to make that public.
We were chatting back.
A future implementation committee member.
Oh, I'm so sorry we can't hear you, Sean. No. Okay. Not seeing any further items and discussion, so I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
A second, and all those in favor? Sean, I know you can't speak, but maybe I see it raised. We are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Monday, November 4th, 2024 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum, and we'll start with roll call.
Stephen Clark.
Mike Richmond.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Kranich.
Mark Childs.
Devin Woodbury.
By Zoom. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda, and we'll be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the approval of the minutes of the October 7th meeting. We have no old business. We have a sketch plan review submitted by applicant Brandon Chase. And then we'll move to a workshop to start looking at a series of administrative ordinance changes. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chairman. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision, because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file such an appeal, you must be certain that the board records evidence of your appearance this evening. Okay. First up, the minutes.
I move that we approve the minutes of October 9th as submitted.
Are there any discussion, changes, or second?
I second that.
Second. No other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Kevin goes yes. Done. Approved. Onto the file. Okay, new business sketch plan review for a cluster subdivision. Jim or Brett, who wants to do that? Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tonight you have before you an application for major subdivision for an 11-lot cluster subdivision on a parcel of land located off Raymond Cape Road. The property is identified as tax map 4, lot 29. and sits on approximately 37.3 acres of land. Is located in the LRR2, as all of the Cape is in a shoreline zone. So in addition to subdivision standards, you also want to be acclimated to shoreline zoning. As mentioned, this is before you tonight is a sketch. You do not need to take any formal vote, with the exception, because this qualifies as a cluster subdivision. Technically, we're supposed to look at it from a conventional standpoint versus a cluster subdivision. However, I do believe that this was before the board a couple years ago, then withdrew. And I think at that time, the board decided that it wanted to see a cluster. So you could waive the conventional if you decide to, but I would advise tonight that you make some vote for acceptance, as this is a cluster subdivision. Again, this is in the shoreline zoning, so you just have to pay attention to certain coverages on the lot. I provided you a memo with some bullet points. I think the biggest concern will be cluster, open space, probably stormwater review. Verify make sure that the length to width ratio doesn't exceed 3 to 1. And then anything with street design, make sure again that we comply with the shoreline zoning standards. I believe we have now cleaned that up, because before I think we had a situation down on Raymond Cape where we had a road that was 10% and our shoreline zoning said 8%.
Yep.
So I think we have matched those together now, so that shouldn't be an issue. There is also a memo in here from Wayne with regards to fire. I think it's the typical Wayne, just outlining all the requirements, sprinklers, availability of hydrants, turnaround, accessibility, etc. The road shown on here, I can't remember the exact length, but it does have a hammerhead, only one hammerhead turnaround. And there were some wetland delineations, and a report is in here. Based on that, I feel the board could make a determination tonight that it's accepting of the cluster development to let the applicant move forward. But the applicant is here. We can let them make a presentation, or you may answer any questions you have for them.
Thanks, Jim. I think we'll go right to the applicant.
Good evening. Andy Morrill, civil engineer with BH2M. Also with me is the applicant, Brandon Chase. Jim did a heck of a job there introducing the project. I will just point out a few things. This subdivision was before the board a couple years ago. As you all know, there was a cluster layout at that time. I think there was discussion about a cluster subdivision being the preferred approach. Applicant would like to proceed that way if the board feels the same way at this time. Our hope is to limit the amount of road, limit the impacts to the natural resources on site. So you'll see the layout as we've got it before you tonight is quite a bit less infrastructure than what was before you before, if those board members remember. A few other changes to the site. The applicant did cut out an outsale lot on the northern limits of the parcel, shown on the plan as an outsale lot sold to ELN Homes. That lot, I understand, has been built on and sold. So the private way, as it's shown, is about 1,050 feet in length. 21.3 acres of open space, as we've got it shown on the plan currently. We tried to design the open space so that it touched all of the lots. We've got it kind of going behind some of the lots, and even down along Raymond Cape Road, we've got a stretch of open space in the front of the project. Subsurface wastewater disposal, drilled wells, underground utilities. We did do some preliminary density calcs, which you can see in note number 12 on the sketch plan, showing that the parcel can support 11 lots. The applicant is aware that sprinkling of the homes is most likely going to be required. We did receive staff's comments. Thanks for those, Jim. Appreciate that. We'll certainly, any submissions moving forward, we'll certainly address those items and make sure all that stuff is in your packet and available for you guys. As the board knows, sketch plan is not only a great opportunity for us as the applicant to kind of introduce the project to you guys and any abutters, but it's a great opportunity for you guys to give us guidance before we jump into the design. So we welcome any comments or direction from the board this evening, so we can use that as we jump into the design process. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll throw it back to you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Yep.
I think, I do remember we did a site walk on this. Mike, you were with us, right, for the site walk? Yeah, so we're okay. Does anybody think they need to see it again before we all? Kevin, you okay with the site walk?
Yeah, I was
Okay.
there.
We were there, so let's check that off.
I'm just going to waive that.
We're going to waive the site walk for the second time.
Thank you.
Let's, let's first discuss whether or not we want to see a full layout or if we're happy with the cluster layout. The ordinance does require both to be presented at the same time. But we did look and say, to Andrew, right?
Yes.
As Andrew said, we did kind of lean towards the cluster subdivision the last time we were looking at this. We can waive the full one, the conventional, and stay with what being presented, or we can ask for the next time around both to come in so that we can have a visual comparison as to what it would look like if it was a conventional subdivision. Anyone have any comments, thoughts?
I prefer personally the conventional, I mean, I'm sorry, not conventional. The cluster. We did evaluate it before, it wasn't really that much different.
Yeah, I agree. I think the cluster is going to be the best approach for this.
Kevin, you have any thoughts?
No, I'm on board with the cluster. It looks pretty good.
Okay. So I think you can take that as clusters goes okay.
Great.
And you can, you don't need to come in with a conventional layout.
Great, we appreciate that, thank you.
How do you intend to delineate on the ground the open space?
Well, I guess that's a good question. So we'll certainly have, property corners at the back of the property, which would delineate the back of the lots versus the open space. But we could certainly have some kind of discussion about some kind of more permanent delineation between the open space and the back of those lots. Right now, I think that strip of land that I have behind those lots, I think is either 20 or 25 feet wide. Kind of on the back of those lots.
Yeah, I think it's a nice idea. I just don't see in practice how it just is not going to become part of the lot.
Right.
Well, the lot, if I can, the back of those lots will have pins.
Right.
The only thing you could do is either flag or mark the trees. Are there trees there, or is it all cleared?
No, there's definitely trees.
You know what they could do is they could either blaze or paint something on the trees to help
that would
delineate.
work.
Because you'd have the pins, and then if they could blaze the trees that say edge of property or open space, open space access or something to that effect, even they just some bright orange blazing or something like that, or red or something, just to delineate so people are very aware that, one, they're not on ELM homes or they're not on the properties to the south.
Can I ask a naive question? Those long fingers of open space that lead all the way to Raymond Cape Road, is that part of the requirement?
No.
Or is that something the applicant is?
The applicant's provided that.
So
I think the only thing that we require is a 50-foot access, either off the internal road or the Raymond Cape Road.
So out of curiosity, I guess I'd ask, is there a specific reason for that, or?
We find that a lot of people, everybody likes to be touching the open space, so they can go from their house directly to the open space, and they could do a loop, say, of walking through the open space, rather than, yes, they could walk down the road to get to the open space and go on, but
It could be a trail.
It could be a trail, and they could leave directly from their house and get into the open space.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
Thank you.
The open space on the, I guess, east side of the property, will that remain? It seems logical to me if you wanted to extend the road straight back and add more houses in the future. Can you do that, or is this open space locked in?
Yeah, that open space would forever be remained as open space.
Okay.
So the
There's a
parcel can only support 11 lots, so.
And it has to support a certain amount of open space, plus the fact that they have a net density that they can't exceed. So there would have to be documents explicitly laying out how in perpetuity this open space would be held for the homeowners association.
Does the Skillins property have access to another way, or is it?
Yeah, I think they come in,
Do they come in?
Yeah, that's 302 side.
yeah.
That's a 302 side?
Yep.
Because I think that Bridle Path, or it was an old subdivision, I think that wound up in the back there, and I
Yep.
think Skillins had access to 302. They're long, narrow, big lots.
Okay. Are there any other comments?
The one thing that I also like to point out, Andy, is that with these smaller lots in the cluster, typically we like to see the house layout and an idea of how these lay out. Obviously, you're gonna get test pits and everything. I think the couple that'll be a little bit challenging will be 7 and 6 because of the wetlands there and what impacts that could have, and probably 3.
Mhm.
I think 4, you got enough room. So we just want to see how those are gonna, how those house lots could be laid out.
Yep,
Not
I
saying it's-
assume you want to see house, driveway, septic,
Yeah,
well.
I can't speak for the board, but typically we just like to see a typical footprint.
Yep.
We understand that the house design will be in flux.
4 as well, Jim. 3 and 4.
Yeah,
Typically, when we do that, when we show a house, we'll put a kind of a blanket note on the plan that says that, you know, the developer's not held to this house
yeah, I would
configuration, but, you know.
I
all the-
typically try to go to a little bit bigger house than maybe normal, so that
Yeah.
if they go smaller, then it's accounted for in your stormwater and things like that.
Yep, absolutely.
On your next submission, could you include the driveway on the outsale lot? It seems like it might be close to your.
I think it's on there, isn't it? Or is that, no, that goes to.
That's actually the driveway for
Trust.
the lot even further to the north.
Yep.
Yes, I can add the driveway and house for the outsale lot.
And his good point is that that sold within 5 years, correct?
Yes, it has.
So it's part of the subdivision, but we won't be reviewing it because it's a lot of record, but it has to be part of this plan because it's connected to the mother parcel. With that said, please give us the site distance off of whatever the private way will be named.
Sure.
You get a little bit of a bend to the south, but I think you're good, but I can't recall the topography. Was it 35 or 40 speed limit?
I want to say it's 35.
Yeah, it's 35.
35.
Yep.
It's for advisory, aren't they?
That means they're going 50.
Exactly.
And this is below, you've maintained that this is below DEP stormwater management permit, so now the town's ordinances will kick in for similar
Right.
reviews, but you don't have to file for the state permit.
Correct, right. And I was talking to the applicant, there may be some slight layout changes. I know the house that sits on the outsale lot is kind of facing towards this parcel. We may extend lot 1 a little bit, which may make our road slightly longer when we come back to you guys. Just concerned about those two houses and their proximity to each other, so.
Yeah, because you really have 2 windows on lot 2, right?
Correct.
Probably.
Yeah. The small little triangular window is not much of a window. It's a pretty small little area there. You probably, I would imagine, build lot 2 over where it, you know, where the lot deepens out over
Right.
there.
Yep. Underground utilities.
Yes.
You're gonna come in off, is the pole on your side or the other side?
I believe it is on our side.
Okay. If it's on your side, you can just drop and come in. If it's not, you can do a drop. Typically, we allow a drop pole and come in.
Okay.
I think we've Just make sure you check the cluster development standards. There's a separate Article 13 in the land use code for that.
Okay.
Other than that, I think, board have any questions besides me?
No, I think we're pretty, I don't think, just a normal submission.
We're good.
Oh, go ahead. You
Yep,
guys
I'm
want-
good. No, I'm good.
I think we're good. Do you have any other questions you need from us?
No, we appreciate you guys giving us some direction this evening, and we'll see you when we come back. Thank you.
Do we need to make a motion to accept the cluster concept?
It'd probably be best if you did, just for the record.
I think,
I know you kind of took a straw poll,
Yeah, I think-
but I think, to his point, we're supposed to do it part of the ordinance to,
all right,
board's supposed to vote, so.
Okay. I move that we accept the cluster development concept for this project.
Second that
Second.
motion.
any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Done.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Andrew.
Sounds like a pirate. Aye.
Yeah.
Aye. Aye.
All right, we'll move to our workshop on almost all of Brett's work here. Brett, since you put most of this together, I think, how would you guys like to go through this? I mean, a lot of the administrative stuff, I think, is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, agree.
I don't think we need a discussion on every one of them, do we?
Not everyone, no.
No.
Okay. So let's take a look. The extension of the approvals permit. That is just actually cleaning up what we've already have. Right?
Yeah, correct. I think staff-wise, I think we kind of debated a little bit how it could be interpreted. So the addition of that verbiage there is just kind of meant to kind of clarify when that should start.
Okay. The street ordinance, clarification of reviewing authority. Anybody got any thoughts? I think it's pretty straightforward.
Yep.
Okay.
That was one that came from Board of Appeal? No.
No, that's the zoning boards is in the back. Okay, it takes you
Oh, right.
that one.
This is the right one.
The number of hard copy submissions, I don't think everybody's okay with that.
Yeah,
Last time we talked, right? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, Kevin, jump in. I'm not really looking at you if you have something. Number of hard copy submissions, the second one, same thing, just another change to 12. And again, hard copy submissions. 6, again, there's another hard copy submissions. I just remember us changing these not that long ago. But,
Well, I think we changed to different sizes. I think the numbers.
oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, we went to the smaller size for you folks.
All right, Article 7, Section 2B, again, changes, number of submission changes. Article 7, 2B, number of changes. Plus one digital copy is new, isn't it?
Yes. I think in
Is
most.
that for you guys, or is that for us? PDF?
Yeah, for the record.
For the
and
record, for the
also-
town, and if a butters come in, then we can give them the PDF versus making copies.
Okay. Everyone all right with that? Yep. Okay, then we get to the piers, docks, and wharfs, which came out of an appeal that went to the zoning board of appeal. I think the only thing in here that is really, I mean, one is just adding a definition. I don't think that's a problem.
Did you have one before that that was shore frontage?
Yeah, that is in here. The shore,
Okay.
oh, is that, yeah, you're right, that is front of it. So our ordinance mixes and combines shore and road frontage for determining the dock. And I think the zoning board of appeal would like clarification of that, which makes sense. Anyone have any thoughts? I would.
From a code enforcement standpoint,
Yep.
Do you require 225? For somebody to put a dock in, or can it be less?
I think it's a requirement, the 225. So I went through that, me and my father down on Eastern Painted.
Okay.
I mean, there are plenty of older lots that have less than 225 that get docks.
Plenty.
Yeah.
So these older lots would all be grandfathered?
Grandfathered.
So,
Yeah, so it's anything,
I mean,
anything new.
almost all the shoreline is lots.
So is there just for curiosity then, should we have a statement in there saying that based on a certain date, a lot of record is exempt?
It's going to be almost every lot on the waterfront, on the lakefront, right? I mean, it's.
I know,
I
but
went down this cable. Do we have that much waterfront property still left to be developed?
Not really.
I don't think so.
Did it come about because it just said frontage?
Yeah, it came up because.
It only said frontage, it didn't
Yeah,
specify
because we
whether it
don't-
was water or road frontage?
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
So somebody may have tried to say, in maybe an appellate situation, that they had the road frontage, therefore they had lake frontage.
Right.
They were, I don't know the exact circumstances, but I'm guessing that's how it may have derived.
Well, the easy fix would be just to remove road frontage.
But the road frontage is in there for building, you see what I'm saying, it's in the zoning standards?
But there would have to be a lot to begin with.
Right.
So if it's an approved lot, right, it'd have to.
Well, if somebody's splitting, say somebody splits a lot, it doesn't even come to the board, they just have a big lot and they split it, they have to have 225 feet of road frontage.
Right.
But then the question becomes, under the dock, do you follow the road frontage or the shore frontage?
Yeah, so if you just remove road frontage, then everything stands, right? Am I missing something? So you have to have 225 shore frontage for a new lot.
But is this is in the, under the shoreland zoning, is this under the zoning requirements, or is it under dock provisions? Because I think it's just in the general lot requirements. So you
Right.
can't get rid of the road frontage. I think what you gotta do is put something in here that says specifically for dock purposes, the applicant's required to have
Right, 'cause you
225 feet of shorefront, because this is covering everything in the shoreline zoning, all the lot.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Is that,
You may have 225 at the road, and you only get 175 down at the water.
Exactly.
Right.
So you may not be
exactly.
applicable for a dock.
Right, exactly.
I think to create a new shoreland,
Shore frontage
for
for
frontage.
dock, for dock.
just a lot in general, you still need the 225 to create that lot
Okay.
currently.
so, Jim, it's under piers, docks, wharfs, bridges, and other structures that extend over the normal high water line for bodies or wetlands. So I don't see it addressing all lots.
350.
It's not in it,
56.
yeah, it's on, this doesn't have page numbers, but it's 6.4.
Right, but under that section of the ordinance, what I'm getting at is, then if you go to the lot requirements, that's where the shore frontage and all these other standards come from, that's all.
Yeah, but if we change it, if we don't include the road frontage in this section for docks, it doesn't, not going to affect the road frontage for a lot.
Minimum lot standard. Yeah. It doesn't really, I think the problem is under that section 350.64,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it mentions either one frontages under that section. You have to go back to the, you gotta go back to the zoning the zoning,
Oh, so it's not, Oh, I see, understand. The one.
So then you gotta go back to the zoning requirement itself for the shoreline zoning, which is back in the beginning of Article 6, I think. 162.
Yeah, I didn't see it at all here.
So if you go back to page 162.
Yeah, mine doesn't have page numbers, but where are you, what article are you in?
Article 6, right at the beginning of Article 6 for shoreline zoning, 350-6-1. Or 6.2, actually, 350-6.2.
Point 2. Minimum lot standard, okay.
See how in a B, shore and road frontage, so that's the
Oh,
lot
okay.
standards, you know.
Yep.
So I think either to your point, either you gotta put it in the dock section,
Mm-hmm.
or in this section, you put in there for docks, minimum required is 225 feet of shore frontage. I think that's the easiest way to clean that up. Or you put an asterisk or something, I don't know. See, these are standards for single family or any structure.
Okay.
So I think that's why the ZBA was confused. It's shouldn't be, because it says and, which.
There was a little bit of back and forth when we were getting our dog.
Yeah, but I mean, it says road and shore, so you have to have both conditions to qualify. But it would probably be clearer language if you just put in there, you know, either under the dock section, that you must have the minimum shorefront property meeting frontage, some statement like that. Either in the dock section.
In the dock section, and.
Yeah, I think it's that simple. In the dock section, you say must meet the applicable minimum shorefront requirement. I don't think it says that, does it?
So we add M to 50-6.4? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you can, probably
Yeah.
just add in.
Add M.
Yeah, or you could add the specific number to the shore and road frontage standard section. That way it's all the numbers are within one section. So if the town were to ever want to change any of their numbers, they don't have to go back and change it in two different locations. All the numbers they are interested in are all in one
So
section.
what are you suggesting, Brett? To where?
If you just defined the specific.
In
within
paragraph B?
Yeah, within the minimum lot standards and setbacks, B, just within there, you could just spell out the specific number in case
Sure.
it were ever to change.
Yep.
That way it's just a one
It's
and
easier.
done.
Okay.
Yeah, because it says like private recreation.
Yes,
so
yes.
225. I think
Yes.
you just you could do under 1D, right? You do under 1D. You can just spell out for docks.
Yep, yeah, we can add on here.
Under 1D for docks, you can just put in there minimum 225 feet of shore frontage.
Okay.
That way, if you have to change it, you only do it once.
Yeah.
Okay, next one is a, just adding a definition of a dock.
Hickory dickory dock.
I think it's okay. And then the last one from the zoning board of appeals is dock length. So. Which is kind of interesting. I think from the verbiage is not really clear as to what you can do.
Yeah. Because, I mean, you see a lot of docks that have the T formation on the end.
Yeah, that's how you would normally have it, would be in the.
Right, because you got a boat slip or something, so I guess.
The one in the middle doesn't make sense, like in this picture.
Well, I think they were just doing.
Yeah, I think you
Yeah,
typically see it on the end,
drawings,
right?
yeah,
You
to
see-
see
you
various
see- you-
configurations.
Usually you see an L or a T,
Yeah.
usually, you know, but to your point, what's width, what's length?
So this is a little bit more difficult.
I guess I don't understand the purpose of having 12 feet wide by 10 feet wide at the beginning either, opposed to.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
No, that one I don't understand. I get the 10 by 6, that's kind of the T, or it would be on, typically you see them on the end.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't understand the two.
Side by each.
Side by each, it's kind of a, I guess you call it
It'd be more of
I think
a.
it's just asking if it should be allowed, and talking to Chris, we decided that that's not allowed. Putting
This
them side by
picture is
side.
not. Oh,
The picture's asking what should be allowed, what
Right.
shouldn't be
Oh,
allowed.
okay.
And when we talked about it, we decided that the middle one, as awkward as it is, we would allow that one, but the kind of the platform at the end, the 2 6x10s, because you're creating kind of a gathering area, and that's really not what I don't
Right.
think we
No,
want
I
to see.
definitely agree with you that the front end, the 2 6x10s should not be allowed. Then it becomes, how long or wide could that middle section be?
Right.
As long as it, I guess as long as the minimum dimension doesn't exceed 6 feet, it could be as long as it wants. Because, I mean, you could go out,
I thought there was a distance in between from shore, like when you're in a cove, you can't extend further than X amount, whatever the open distance space is. Maybe I'm interpreting
No,
that wrong.
right, into the water.
Right.
I don't think there is a maximum distance. It's to get to navigable water, essentially.
Okay.
And not inhibit somebody else
Space.
getting into.
I think you got into this when you got
There's some
marina.
good neighbor stuff
Yeah.
going on there, but.
That's, we had to, could figure out who has the enforcement, right?
Right.
I think it would be helpful to show which side is the shore on this diagram.
I was thinking the same thing.
Sorry, not being a wise guy, but
I was thinking the same thing, and I thought about it. I think it's just a representation of all different options. Doesn't really matter front, so I thought the same thing, though.
Agreed, but if you're saying that you do not want to see the ganged up ones
At the end, right.
we'd want to
Define
clarify that.
Yep.
The shore would be at the top of the drawing.
So vague, the facility shall be no longer a dimension than necessary to carry on the activity.
I know, I saw that. It's necessary. That's not really.
Temporary
it's
pier,
nice,
dock, or
but-
wharf in non-tidal shall not be wider than 6 feet for non-commercial uses. But when is it a width, when is it a length?
Well, they all have to be perpendicular to the shore with the exception of one to allow for the L and the T. Then they wouldn't have to change my dock.
But I mean, is there when Chris makes an evaluation or you make an evaluation, is there a maximum length that T can be?
No, I don't think there's anything that.
Because I mean, you think about it, that T is what's parallel to the shore, so.
Yeah, but you just use one, right? We use one section. They're all sections, they're all 10 by 6. So you just have,
But what if somebody wanted to do 2 at the end, is what I'm saying.
yeah, you get one.
Oh, you're saying you get one.
Yeah, that was me. I was
I'm not saying, I'm saying right now, is there a limitation though, is what I'm.
Oh, no, there is no limitation right now. That I know of, at any rate. Maybe, there's none. But if we address it as, you've got to have perpendicular, your 6x10 dock section's perpendicular to the shore, and one 6x10 section is allowed to be, perpendicular to the perpendicular dock.
And is 6x10 the nominal sizes?
I think that might be just a standard size.
Most-
that should come in on
Most of
the-
your residential are 4 foot wide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, lengthwise, are they 10, 12?
The one I just put together was 2 6s to make a 12.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was wondering. I mean, if you make it just, so it's 6x12, it's a 2-to-1 ratio, it just might make it easier. I don't know.
You may have to go longer than 10 on that one side too, because you have a 20-foot boat. You might need, an 18-foot boat or something. You might need more than 10 feet on that T.
That's what I was getting at, how do we, what?
What's the number?
Even still, like, it should be one.
But I tell you, most boats are going to be docked along the longer section of the
Yeah, I know.
perpendicular route. They're not going to.
Right.
Yeah, it's
But 10
really-
feet long enough
It's
for
really
a
for
boat.
loading and unloading, right?
Yeah. So I mean, two 10-foot sections are going to be
They're
plenty.
for most,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then if you have the 6 that goes to the T, but you make it an L, then you got loads of.
So, yeah, I guess I understand that too.
Go ahead, Mike.
Well, clarification, so, fun discussion, right? But what you guys were saying is you would rather prohibit people from fattening up the end?
Right. We don't want it to be a gathering place. I think the docks are supposed to serve as just egress from shore to your boat. You get a lot of people out there, you get a lot of weight, people drinking, collapses, stuff going in the water. It's not supposed to be where people are partying.
So just the flip side of that, though, to me, is that's the boarding place for people to get on and off boats, and much safer to have a broader area than people trying to get onto a 4-foot section or 5-foot section, so. I see that a lot. Highness.
I know a lot of these come from pretty much like Dockmaster, and I'm just wondering.
They're all kits, yeah.
Kits, if we should just reach out to them and find out what the
common
size is.
Like the configuration.
Configuration, just to give us a little background data before we just kind of arbitrarily throw things out. I mean, because I'm guessing it's like anything, you can have anything customized that you want.
Yep.
So what is kind of the nominal, when you buy a kit, what do you typically?
Most of them are just straight. You're driving in and out. But, I mean, if you went and putted around the lake, you'd probably be a 50-50 shot that you see 10 by 12 platforms at the end of all these docks. There would be a little bit of kerfuffle, I bet.
And then I guess the question is, since they're temporary,
or pull them in and out.
Put it back in next year, and now you in violation?
How do we enforce that?
So if you have a temporary dock now, and you have a section that is larger than this, now it's a temporary structure, so they have to get a permit every year to put that dock in? Or is it a one-time?
I hope not.
The thought is it goes in the same every year.
Yeah.
If you're gonna move it, I think that we like
Well,
information regarding that, but.
Right, when we go get a permit for those, we apply and we say what we're gonna do with the dock itself. So, I mean, if it was approved in the past, then how can we go back and say, now you can't do that?
Well, how do you document that, though, I guess is the question. Everybody's got to come up with a new.
Right.
They're going to have docks that have been out for 15 years and come in with a new one that's bigger, you know, just because they know it's one and done.
Or transfer of ownership between houses.
Right.
That person doesn't like that dock anymore and they throw a new dock in.
I think we just need to go back. I think it'd be good to get, I don't know, maybe reach out to a couple of the dock people and just get some information on what is a nominal size. I don't know. I mean, I've seen so many different sizes on these things in around the lakes and everything.
Oh, yeah.
So what's a fair for somebody new coming along?
Right.
You see them with canopies on them and
Yeah, I
plenty of
mean, well,
space
you've
for
got,
sitting.
yeah, I mean, a lot of them, like Bob says, some of them have lifts, right?
I was gonna say, a little boathouse that's on the water, I mean, those are still legal in the state of Maine.
Mhm.
You know, some places don't allow.
Right, but I mean, the lifts are, right? They don't really, that's not part of the dock, right? The actual crank
Some
lifts?
are.
Yeah, it's part of the dock kit, but they come in and out.
But do we
Like the
count
dock.
that as?
As
does-
the width?
Yeah,
I don't think so, because it's not really.
It's submerged,
It's
yeah.
lifting something out, it's kind
yeah,
of
it's not like
over the boat, not something somebody's standing on.
Did this, I guess I should have researched. Does this come from a neighbor's complaint, or did this come from somebody asking for a permit?
I was gonna ask the same thing.
Board of Appeals, I think.
Yeah.
I know it came to the Board of Appeals.
Oh,
I was just wondering, Sandy might know. Sandy, do you know how this came to the Board of Appeals?
They had a couple of administrative appeals about docks, and they realized that they wanted to have a better understanding of what was allowed.
Complaints from neighbors or just?
From neighbors.
Okay.
it's only gonna be a growing concern as the population.
And one was
Yeah.
from a violation.
Okay.
I wonder if there's any state guidelines out there or DEP recommendations or
I don't think so.
anything we can
I
lean
think
on?
this is a
No?
nightmare for every code enforcement officer on a lake.
We can spend all summer just dealing with the docks.
Bet.
I mean, how many docks are in town? I bet you half of them don't conform. So,
I guess we could approach it by square footage and not worry about the design.
Well, you could have maximum width
Maximum width
and
and
then
square
and a
footage.
square footage.
Yeah.
Let them figure out their orientation.
Right.
And then a ratio for the orientation, like if you want to have one sideways, then it's the ratio. You know, it can't be. It could be twice as wide as the platform. You know, as the initial gang, if you will. Maybe a ratio. That way, if you have 4 feet or 6 feet, you can have a 4 feet or 6 feet this way.
Right.
And so it doesn't matter what the size is. To your point, I don't know, there's going to be a standard, but if it's custom, if you have an 8 foot wide, then you can only be 8 foot this way at the end.
I think that makes a lot of sense. The only thing is that if you're on a lot where you have to reach navigable water, you're gonna have to go out pretty far. You might exceed.
But that section would still be the same, no matter what it is. If it's a 6 by 10 section.
Well, but
and
the
you have
area is what
12,
Bob's getting
10
at.
of
The
them.
area,
Sure, the area, right, the maximum
square-
area,
Maximum
right.
area
Yep.
would,
Right.
would. Yeah, But on a deeper section, you know, if you have a maximum area, people aren't gonna build a dock further out than they really need to.
Right.
I mean, it's,
Depends on the shoreline, really.
yeah, it depends on the shoreline.
It's a tricky one.
I like the ratio and the square footage. What do you guys think?
I do too.
Yep.
Well, we
I
could,
mean, that, we don't have to worry about design. What do you think? Is that,
I like it, but it's gonna be tough for people who have shallow water.
well, not if we give it a long enough square footage, right?
Yeah.
I mean, assuming that, I mean, if we're okay for people at shallow, we're gonna be okay for people with deeper sections, but if it's a deeper lake, people aren't gonna build way out on a
Right.
deep lake. I mean, they just wouldn't pay.
Right.
It'd be too expensive.
And we're not putting a cap on the length, we're more or less putting a cap on the width.
On the width,
What you
right.
can build at the end of it.
Yep, with a
So
ratio.
either way, you can get to manageable water.
Yep,
well, that's the other way you could do it. You could just let them go as long as they want to navigable waters, and then just put a area cap on the end, on the end.
yep,
That might be the easier.
yeah,
way.
easier.
Mhm.
Yeah, when you start getting into deeper water, it's really a pain to
Right.
install the dock and remove it every
Mhm.
year, and you don't, there's not gonna be a lot of demand for that, I don't think.
All right, what do you think, Brett? Can you work something up for us?
Sure can.
Will it make sense?
I don't know.
Will it be easy?
Does that sound good to everybody?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. And then our fire department, which is done on here. I think that's it for our
Yep.
discussion today. I didn't think that was too hard. All
Just to
right,
let you know, I think the other one that Chris, you and Sandy may have a conversation is with Phil, our attorney, about ADUs, and where we stand with compliance to the state.
okay.
It's messy all over the place. It's not an easy ordinance. The state ADU ordinance, yeah. So I think we need guidance from Phil to make sure that we're in compliance with the state ordinance.
Okay.
Because if we aren't, then the state ordinance could supersede local.
Oh.
All
Nobody,
right, but before we get by that, can we, what I hope to be able to do is to get all these ordinances done into the smooth, get them to the attorney, and then get them back for public hearing. And while we're still in the process of the other ordinance revisions. So we don't have one day of a whole series of ordinances to have public hearings on. So we have so it's, instead of, what we normally would do is, Jay, we want normally, or actually historically, we would work on all of these ordinances, get them all to the lawyer at the same time. They would all come back to us. We would have the public hearing of 10, 15, whatever, 5, whatever ordinance changes that we would have all at one day. What I'm proposing, and you guys cut me off if you don't like it, but what I'm proposing is that we do this as a series of events, so that these now get turned into the ordinance revisions. We get them to the lawyer gives them back to us. We hold the public hearing, we pass them, so we vote for approval or disapproval, and then they'll go into the holding pattern until the selectmen want to take it up.
so you just want to do it earlier, is what you're basically saying.
I want to do it earlier and more often. So we approach them in a series of events instead of one big event.
Basically, looking at your ordinances, I think the dock, and if we get into ADUs, those are the only two that are going to take any kind of time. The rest of these are pretty.
Right, that's why I think I'd like to do it. I like to move these along and get them over
And if
with.
you do get one that does drag out, it still buys you some time to do it right.
Right, exactly.
So you could punch 4 or 5 of the, basically the first 7 of these out in one shot.
Yeah. And I think that we're close enough in agreement that as long as you can put something together on the dock, I don't think that's going to be a problem. Is that right? Everyone pretty happy?
Until you have that public hearing.
I'm sorry?
Right. Until you have that public hearing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have to start somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so next round then of ordinances. I was hoping Greg would tell us more about his small lot proposal. The other thing is we need to go back to solar, just for a review. So,
Oh, because you wanted to, well, it changed, right?
Right.
It's not allowed, the only zone it's allowed in is in the R.
yes.
So the question would be then even in the R, we wanted to come back to buffers?
You're right. Yeah. So what I think I'd like to do, or I think what we should do, and you guys kind of tell me, is that I think that the ordinance that is in effect right now should go to the town's attorney to make sure that the town attorney finds no conflicts with our ordinance. And then also to you guys as well to review, to make sure there's no conflict with any of those any of the existing ordinances, which includes you, Jay, you and Chris, to go through that and find out if there's any difference. Then the next meeting, we can look at that,
Right.
and decide whether or not what we need to change, what we don't need to change, or whether or not, we need to do anything. Is that?
Because what came up was, right, a buffer was only the same as the side set, or the rear setback.
Yes.
And in that particular zone that we were dealing with, it was relatively small.
It was very small.
And then the question was, did we want to match what a commercial use would be up against a residential neighborhood, or do we want to go something different?
Right.
Do you have a preference? Or do you want us to propose kind of an option of two?
Yeah, I think we should look at the options and see what.
I mean, in the rural district, obviously, you usually have more land to deal with, so.
Right. Now, will you guys have time to do that for the next meeting?
When's the next meeting? December 11th?
I think the big push will be, can we get it through the attorney?
So Jay, can you get it to the attorney?
It's not so much getting it to the attorney, it's getting it
I know.
back from the attorney.
Yeah.
That may be one that we have to,
So-
look at January, I don't know.
We might have to. Could you get it to the attorney? I should have started this last week. Can you get it to the attorney and just get a feel from him, and then just let Sandy know
Yeah,
as to whether or not we can put it on to the next agenda or not?
yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Other than that, we've got the fire department's sign size. We've got, if we want to tackle a noise limit or a quiet zone. Does the town have an ordinance? Kevin, does the town have an ordinance on noise?
No, we don't. Well, only for animals.
Only for animals. All right.
Typically, what we've done in the past is we relied on the DEP standards.
It's gonna say, there's just state law already.
There's gotta be a state law,
There's a
right?
state law already, so. if that's-
The state follows the national
Yeah.
codes for those.
So we're gonna make a law for a law.
The only
So we're not
thing
gonna
is
do
you've
that.
got,
It's already a
under the
state law.
DEP, you've got a quiet zone and a non-quiet zone. It depends
All
on
right.
the
So
use.
can we cross that one off?
Or do you
I
want
think
to?
for order for us to post something, we have to have an ordinance.
If you
Whether or
can't
not we
enforce it-
enforce it,
Right.
we can't post it unless we have an ordinance.
So we need an ordinance that says we're going to be the same as the state ordinance.
We can't enforce the state law in our own.
It's.
How does that work?
You're allowed to enforce it if you want to enforce it, but you can't post it unless you have an ordinance to go by. Once you have an ordinance, you can then enforce it and post it.
What are you gonna post, quiet zone, or what will?
Right, I mean, if you're on Casco, is it 121? There's a
Route
pit, a
11.
gravel pit up there. They post a quiet zone and no engine braking. That Casco has posted there. I looked, and they don't have an ordinance for that, but
I think
unless they
that's
don't have it
because that
online.
pit was a contract zone, Kevin. So I think the town had the right under the contract zone to do, Sandy and I were in, we were in Casco at the time. That's a contract zone, and they were allowed to put other standards in place as part of the contract zone. So that's why that got put in place.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I've noticed those, and as I've been looking for those around other places too, so it's.
Yeah, it usually comes into play with operations of loud noises. You know, I face it a lot with quarry operations, things like that. But he's right, you do see it with this high truck traffic or industrial.
We have,
uses.
yes, we are, Egypt Road is a high truck traffic going over the pit in Gray and coming back through is, and not only, gravel, but it's concrete trucks too, so it's.
It's a little bit more difficult for vehicles on public roads than it is for private property. And I think noise ordinances I'm wrong, usually get enforced with private property uses, right? More than over public way uses. So it's the operation that's going on a private property.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing to enforce. You gotta.
Well, somebody's gotta have a decimal meter and, you know, and it's a whole, but I do think that we could mimic the state DEP ordinance, at least get some standard in place.
All right, we'll put it on for the next meeting.
Other towns typically use that DEP standard.
We'll say.
Well, it's like enforcing the speed limit, you know, on a state road. We can't do that, but we can, you know, try to at least put some signs up and some monitoring and gather some data. I mean, if we don't do anything, it just doesn't get any better. And it may not get better if we do this, but we have to try at least.
Right. It's just like if somebody has a gas station or marina and there's engine noise, there's a certain decibel that you're not supposed to, somebody can't be out there revving their engine, you know.
Okay. So Sandy, next one, we'll do solar if Jay gets back to you that says the lawyer can do it. And we'll do quiet zones.
Back to the solar, are we going to talk more about that, or?
Next meeting.
We're going to wait?
Yeah, we'll wait. We're going to wait until we get all the data back, all the reviews back from both Jim and Brett, Jay and Chris. And
so but at this next meeting, we'll be able to propose some changes, possibly, or additions?
Oh, yeah. It'll be the workshop for solar.
Okay.
Yeah, because the only change was commercial, right?
Yes.
Change the private uses, right?
What, I don't have anything else on my list of changes. It seems like we're missing some. I'm missing some, but.
On the fire number, the 911, section 6, I just wanted to make a note that it says on E, interior location, all residents and other occupants are requested to post the assigned number and road name next to their telephone for emergency reference. I don't think there's too many landlines, and I don't know if there should be an ordinance.
Carry it around your pocket.
Carry it around your pocket?
No, you have to have a magnet on the back of your cell phone.
So I don't know.
Where's Wayne? He didn't join us.
No, Wayne is not here.
Now, we all used to have stickers on our phones. We don't remember that, but.
Mark, you think that's antiquated?
Yeah, I remember having this sticker as a kid on the phone, 911 or whatever, but I don't think we have. Yeah, it's kind of caught me off guard. I'm like, oh wow, look at that.
Yeah, so
post it next to our.
So Brett also brought up a good point. Under the back of that, there's enforcement, but typically if you have enforcement, usually you've got
some kind of appeal process. It talks about notice of violation, but there's no way to appeal that decision.
What are we talking about right now?
In the fire addressing?
Oh, that's next week. That's next month.
Okay.
Next month.
I got you.
We got that next month, we got solar next month, and we got quiet zone next month. Sandy, those are the three for the announcement.
Got it.
Do we have any, this one won't, the pre-app probably won't be back, right?
Filing deadline is next week, the 13th. I don't know if they're going to turn it around quick enough or not. I have to wait to see.
Okay. You want to wrap?
That's okay. I mean, that'll be fine. We'll still knock these out.
Yeah.
And then, because solar may take us a while.
And then Christmas party,
And then Christmas party, yeah. You guys happy?
Need a motion, Chief.
Always.
Need a motion, Chief.
We do.
Pass these on for review to the.
No, for us
That's not the motion.
Unless you want to stay.
Already? Motion to.
Is there a second?
Second.
You'll second that? All in favor?
Aye.
Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, December 11th, 2024 Planning Board meeting for the town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum. Start with roll call. Greg?
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Mark Childs.
And from Zoom,
Kevin
Stephen Clark.
both of you. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that's being said and to look at all the exhibits that are present. Please notify the chair if you're unable to see or hear. Since we are only doing ordinance reviews, I'm going to dispense with the rest of that reading. So our agenda items tonight are the approval of minutes for the November 4th meeting. We have no old business. Our new business is a series of public hearings for some administrative changes to the ordinance, and then a workshop discussion on addressing fire departments addressing ordinances, noise quiet zones, and a review of the current solar ordinance, excuse me. And that is it. So first up is the approval of minutes of November 4th. Is there any changes or deletions? Recommendations? Everybody happy? Is there a motion? You were done. You weren't here? You weren't here. Yes, you are.
Was I? Yeah, you were here.
Yeah, you were here.
Oh.
Yeah.
You moved. I'll second.
Steve? Oh, no, you weren't here. I'm sorry. You weren't here. All right. So I will move that we accept the minutes as written. From one of you guys, is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And one abstention. 401. Minutes are accepted. Next is the public hearing. Just as a quick review of those, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 proposed changes to the ordinances. All of those changes are admin changes to our present ordinance or changes to clean up some of the verbiage or definitions in the ordinances. It is a public hearing. I am going to open the floor to public hearing. The phone number is up on the screen. If you are home and don't want to challenge the fog this evening, please call in. I'm not going to go through each of them individually because I'm not really anticipating that there's going to be much interest in these administrative changes. So I will open the public hearing. There is nobody here. I'll leave the public hearing open while we move on for a little while in case there are someone that does want to look at it. All the proposed changes are on the planning board site on the town's website if you wanted to look through those changes. And you can then bounce them off of tonight's agenda, which is also on the website. So I will leave that open in case anybody does have a question and wants to call in. Otherwise, these ordinances will move on to the lawyers to get them finalized, to send them to the selectmen. We'll hold them, though, so there really is no rush. We will hold them and send them in as a group with all of them.
As long as the board has no changes, I think it's perfect to send them along and get the legal review on it.
Yep. Is that all right with everybody?
Sounds good to me.
Can I ask one question?
No, you weren't here. You weren't allowed.
I didn't think so.
What's up, Greg?
The definition of a dock, the last statement says, this definition does not include floating platforms. The only thing about that is, aren't sometimes docks floating platforms? Should it be?
I guess it should be free floating or
free-floating platforms.
Maybe free.
Unattached.
Yeah.
Yep. Good catch.
Yeah. That was it. Yeah.
Even though you're not here.
Yeah. Maybe I was watching.
Maybe. Kevin and Steve, you okay with sending them on to the lawyers?
I'm good.
Okay.
Yep, I'm also good.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, from the floor, the ZBA's got a couple of questions. If this is David Mert speaking.
Oh, hi, David.
Hi there. I'm looking online on the website. I don't see the actual changes that were being reviewed specifically for tonight. I see the proposed changes, but I don't see the actual worded changes, which is okay. But I do have a question regarding what specifically was the modification. It's for the minimum lot standards and setbacks.
Yep.
I know from our end, we needed to have a definition of what the shoreland footage was when we were looking at, whether or not you have multiple docks. I listened to the meeting that you last had. It sounded like there was going to be a change made that said when reviewing for docks, it's going to be shoreland 225, and then it was going to be left the same otherwise. But my only concern is in the state of Maine, it says shoreline specifically is a minimum of 200, whereas our ordinance doesn't say specifically a minimum of 200. It says 225 combined shore and road, but what if they had a road of 100 and shoreline of 125? Doesn't that go against the requirements of Maine for 200? That makes sense?
We can always be more restrictive than the state.
Yeah, we can be more restrictive, but I see what he's saying, though. I mean, you could divide that up in a number of different ways.
Well, it's supposed to be 225 feet of frontage of shoreland and 225 of road frontage for a lot.
For a lot, right.
Right, so you can only put one dock per lot, so you need 450 of each,
And then all
and you could have two docks.
Yeah, but I think I think that one of David's points is going to be that what happened. We've had a lot of camps that don't meet that requirement.
Right, they're
Grandfathered in.
non-conforming, right,
Yeah.
Okay, non-conforming lots.
of record, though they grandfathered, right, so they can have it.
All right.
So part of the concern is not even when it looks at the docks, it's just in general, there's a requirement of 225 combined shore and road.
Right.
But the state of Maine requires minimum 200 just shore. So it just seems like if they have 125 of road and then 100 of shore, we're not being more restrictive, we're being lenient in the sense that now they've only had 100 of shore.
No.
Whereas state of Maine requires at least 200. Does that part make sense? This is kind of different from the dock part of it.
Yeah,
Dock, the dock is great. If you say 225 shore for dock, that works great for me.
Okay.
Would
It
it
just seems
be,
like there's a little bit of a loophole just in general if it's combined 225 shore and road.
Yeah, well, that's easy. We
Yeah.
do, yeah.
I was gonna say, would it be helpful where it says like shore and road frontage, just including a little bit of verbiage behind that saying like the shore must be 225 feet and the road must be.
Yes.
That way, it's not up to any interpretation to combine the two of them together to get to 225. They both must separately equal that number. Okay, I'll add that.
Okay. Does that sound good, David?
Yeah, the more clarity for us, the better. So,
Yep.
yes, thank you.
And David, we're going to, we've still got your dock, configurations on the agenda. We're not going to get to it this evening, but we'll get to it in January. If you got any, we're not exactly sure how to approach that in making it conforming to what the town wants and getting it into verbiage or getting it into pictures with the description. Because we worked on it, if you caught last meeting, we worked on it, the verbiage, and we couldn't really kind of nail that down.
Yep. And that's fine. We had a couple of administrative appeals specific to docks, so we had to evaluate docks from a code enforcement perspective, and that was one that was questionable to us as to how to interpret. So, yeah, anything you can do to help with that one will be great.
Okay. Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, from the fire department.
Yes.
Just on the number of copies for submissions, we're spelling out how many full-size submissions to 3, and I wanted to make sure for the fire department that we were one to get a full-size document. We can print off the 11 by 17 at the station, but we can't print off full-size, so that's kind of important for us.
Well, I don't know where they go. Who do we?
Yes, one full size is for the fire department, one is for codes, and one is for the file.
Thanks, Sandy.
Yep.
Should we specify that?
No, I don't think we need
to know that, Wayne. It's just a matter of they land on my desk and I know where they go.
No, I know that, but if I'm not here and you're not here, moving forward, would we want to have that specified so everybody's clear on that? Just a thought.
All right. I think we'll trust the disbursement, Wayne.
Okay, I needed to speak on our behalf, that's all.
All right, anything else on that? We're all set. All right. All right, Wayne, actually, you're next up on the addressing ordinance. The amend the size of the numbers to a 4-inch in height.
Minimum of 4.
Yeah, minimum of 4. Do you want to talk about that? And
so just from going out and doing especially a lot of new home constructions, or not even home constructions, business licenses, or business construction, it's real important the size of the numbers for the emergency responders to be able to see that en route. And then the other, one of the other items was to make sure that it's the numbers are facing from both directions, because you never know which direction the emergency responders will be coming from. I think that's pretty much it. I mean, there's a lot of words to describe those two things, just in the different scenarios. It's wording to describe those two things.
just for the board and for Brett, in the past, we normally have just kind of passed the fire department's ordinances along and let the fire department deal with them to the selectmen, which...
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right, Wayne, we're just going to send it off for the legal, get it put into legalese, do the public hearing for it next meeting, and then move it on.
I do have one comment.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that this might need is a section for appeals. I know it talks about enforcement where a violation could be issued. I know typically, though, if you're able to issue a violation, you need to have a section for appeals for it. So I imagine that there's pretty standard language within the ordinance we could just pull to add that process in there, but.
Trying to understand the appeals. And just from being an emergency responder, if we can't read the numbers, that's mission critical for us to get there in a timely fashion. But
I think
right. It's just a typical process. I mean, it's standard that anytime you can issue a violation at the town level, they have the right to appeal it since it's an administrative decision. I agree with you. They should be able to read it, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a matter of safety, but if someone wants to fight it, then
yes, that's the right. Oh, yeah, that's always an option. If you don't want to put it on your building, you shouldn't have to. But then your building burns down, it's on you.
Yeah.
But there's got to be an appeal process. Yeah. But you shouldn't have to put it on. So that's my opinion of that.
Okay, next up is the noise and quiet zones. Kevin, you want to take this one?
Well, I'm not really sure what we're going to do about that.
Me too.
I was hoping that code enforcement might have, been able to research that and see if there's anybody else they can pull from in our area or in other areas.
Where did this come from?
Kevin.
Well, no. What I asked for, we got a lot of people, on the comprehensive plan, and matter of fact, I guess the meeting last night, there was a lot of talk about road safety, and I think it would, go into the road safety having some sort of noise levels that at least that we're concerned that we follow the, because we can't even post anything saying this is a quiet zone, whatever. Unless we have some sort of something in a ordinance that references that references maybe the state, and the state references the federal noise compliance for cars, motorcycles, diesel trucks and things like that. But just as a way to get this started, because, personal experience on Egypt Road, it's especially if you're on the beginning part of a road, there's a lot of acceleration and extreme noise that goes on. So,
Well, I meant, did you get this, did you write it yourself, or did you find an ordinance that someone else had?
I looked at the state ordinances, and they said they follow the federal guidelines, but in order to post a sign, you must have a town ordinance to be able to post a sign for like a quiet zone or no diesel braking, engine braking. So I think it would be a start just to put some sort of language saying that we do follow the state ordinances. It doesn't, I don't know how we'd write that, but and where we'd work it into, whether it has to be a separate ordinance or maybe we're going to have a road safety ordinance at some point, because there's been a lot of discussion of the road safety, especially last night's meeting and in the comprehensive plan committee.
Greg, I think I might be able to answer your question. The stuff that's in the packet, that came from me. It was from the city of Ellsworth, I believe, where I kind of looked up some sample ordinances. And this one is fairly straightforward, just to kind of about the different defining levels. There was a couple typos in there that we had caught, but
the PM.
Yeah, the timing. Yeah, PM. Yeah. But from my understanding, though, all the proposed ordinances kind of come through the planning board and then go to the select board for something like this. It's not part of the planning review. So
right. But are there certain zones that we're looking for to enforce this ordinance, or is it a blanket ordinance, or how? I'm just confused about
blanket.
If we want this ordinance, what's it for? When you enter Raymond out of any town, it's still going to be a sign everywhere? Or is it it's a blanket? So that's just my struggle with this. It sounds like to me it's one location, but if it's an ordinance, is it enforced the entire
town?
Everywhere we go in Raymond, we're going to have signs that say quiet zone. I don't understand where it's being enforced.
Well, I agree.
That's the only question I have, and I don't know how it's. It sounds like it's an isolated location, not the entire town. And in that case, then if it's a state law, then you can post it in one location. If we're asking it to be a town ordinance, then it's going to have to be posted everywhere.
Yeah, I mean.
So I agree. I'm just confused on what we're trying to do here. I'm not sure what it's.
I think if there's several citizens in an area that are complaining about, again, it's usually in the area where people are accelerating at the beginning of a road, that coming off another road, or in our case, when you're coming down Egypt Road and stopping at 85, we have a lot of trucks that are using diesel braking, and you know how loud that is. So there's only going to be like 5 or 6 houses that are affected by that. And I think we can't post it even in one place unless we have an ordinance that allows that. I mean, maybe the ordinance will say, only postable in areas where there's been issues or something. I don't know. It doesn't have to be posted everywhere. But according to the state, if you don't have an ordinance that addresses it, you're not allowed to post on a state road.
On a state road, right.
Then there's also the question of what's the thresholds,
and who's
how much time, and what's the and trying to catch that at the right time.
Yeah, and who's going to enforce it?
Well, and that's why I left the insert law enforcement agency highlighted in red, because the town doesn't have a services agreement or anything with the Cumberland County Sheriff or Highway Patrol or anything like that. Yeah,
and I'm told the sheriff don't carry decibel meters.
Well, no, you'd have to do a study, and you'd have to, get the video and catch the people who are doing it if there was a complaint. And then again, you said there's no way to enforce it, but it does help, and it's proven. And that's the same thing that people are saying with these speed limits in the road safety. Oh, well, it doesn't do any good to post a speed limit sign because people are just going to ignore it anyway. So you really do if we don't care about it at all, then that's fine. I mean, I guess that's up to the town. But I just feel that if you care about some of these things, you have, a limit.
I mean, could we identify certain zones where maybe we could put something? I mean, that might, if they're problem zones, maybe, but a sign.
Well, it's like Casco has one on, it's what, 121 or Route 11 or whatever it is that goes over to Poland. There's a gravel pit or something there, and they posted one there because it's really noisy with the diesel engines coming in and out of there and braking. And I don't think they can enforce anything, but it just does help, unless somebody's being obnoxious, say, I'm not going to, do that, then you can't do anything about those people. But I think it does help. Same way with having the speed limit signs and the speed limit, one that's, the talk last night was, we'll have those signs that say, here's the speed limit, and right on the sign, there's here's how fast you're going, and they're putting those all over the state.
Right.
So it does help. It's shown to help. It's not the complete solution, but it makes people think about it.
I still have my bottom question, Kevin, is, I mean, all the ordinances do come through the planning board. And remember, we used to get an ordinance up from the cemetery committee, that had some specific stuff that we would just, as we did with the fire department, we would just pass those on because they are not they're not under the planning board umbrella. I question whether or not coming up with noise zones falls under a planning board umbrella. I mean, I don't think it does. Personally, I don't think it does, but that's only me.
Well, does road safety?
No. I mean, sight distance for development, for a driveway, yes, but how fast the cars are going past that driveway, no. Right? I mean...
So you're saying those should be submitted through, I mean, I thought we at least looked at ordinances.
We do. We look at all the ordinances, but it would come from, I mean, in my opinion, this would come from some sort of safety committee that the selectmen would set up that would come through and recommend, an ordinance and do the groundwork for that ordinance, and then it would come to the planning board. We kind of look at it to make sure it doesn't conflict with anything that we have, and then we pass it to the selectmen for a public hearing as to whether or not the selectmen want to implement it. But, it's not like we're not changing lot sizes, we're not changing anything to do with a planning board function. And that's my problem.
I guess, safety, it can be argued both ways, but I see your point, and I guess we can take it through another. Like I said, it probably should be with the road safety, and I think they're going to have a committee that's going to study that, make recommendations.
Perfect. That's the perfect place for it.
Yeah.
I don't want to steer. I mean, if you guys want to go through with it, I don't want to turn it around.
No. I mean, if you don't think it fits into our purview, then that's fine.
But I don't want to steer it. Greg, where are you?
I'm with you.
You're with me, all right? And Steve, we can't see you, but what do you have any thoughts on it?
Yeah, no, I feel the same way you do, Robert. I don't feel like there's a good way to enforce it anyway.
Okay. We're in agreement. Brett, strike it.
Can do.
Well, hang on to what you found, and then we can give that to the road safety people.
Can do.
Thank you.
I could suggest someone for you to email it to.
Kevin?
No, not me.
Well, you're on that committee, aren't you?
Oh, no, it hasn't been formed yet. They were talking about that last night at the select board meeting.
I heard you were chairing it.
Yeah, I should be. If you were sitting here, the speeds and the sound is, 20 years ago or 30 years ago when we moved here, it wasn't even anything, but now it's just constant.
Okay, the last up is the solar. We said we would review what has been in place, make sure there is no conflicts with our ordinances as they exist, and We have done that? To
Yeah.
was it, and it does
Yeah.
not seem to be?
Yeah, essentially, I think the only thing that, I think from prior discussion would be adding the rural zoning district to it, because it's excluded from that. If the board was interested in having that discussion, I guess. But
Add rural as an acceptable use,
Or is banned.
as,
or an unacceptable use. It is acceptable now.
correct, it is acceptable now, so if the board was interested in either.
And making it unacceptable in the rural as well.
Correct.
Is there,
That's interesting.
we had some discussion on buffers as to whether or not we wanted to increase the buffers in the rural district.
I guess you could look at lot size. You have to have a certain lot size. You can only cover so much with solar. Something like that, percentage.
In the rural section.
Yeah, just so that, like you said, not encroaching too much. But if somebody, had a large chunk of land and needed some money to save it, and they could put some solar on it, as long as it's not, maybe they have to come to the planning board to make sure so that, abutters are notified, and, the public has a chance to speak on it, just in case there's concerns.
The one project we approved, was that in the rural? That was not,
I don't think we've had anything in a while, right?
It's been a while.
it's been a while. I was just, I can't remember the district.
One right up the street.
Yeah, was that rural? No, I don't think so.
I don't know.
It could be,
Might have
actually.
been rural residential. We have a map.
Yeah, it's in there
There's a
somewhere.
map.
It's all right.
I had a couple of
Kevin?
things I want. So in there, it's if you dig deep enough, you can find the difference between commercial for sale and a business, which is commercial, generating from for their own use. And it's really not super clear, and I think that should be, specified that right up front, that if you are a business, you could, and you want to put in, a megawatt for your own usage, which there are businesses that can use that much, that's fine. But if it's commercial to sell that generation, then I would say, we're on track for that. But you really have to look to find the difference between those two.
Let's see.
Does anybody have that issue when they were looking at it?
No, but I understand what you're saying. So the difference between just a business putting solar panels up for themselves rather than a commercial scale business that's looking to tie into the grid and make money.
So even in rural residential, the business is approved to be there, and they want to put in a large solar farm and batteries for their own usage. I think we should allow that. I think we could make that distinction really clear, or not allow it. I mean, that's.
Yeah, I think we do allow it now, even with the ordinance.
Right, we do, but if it's not clear to the average person. You have to look in a couple different places to find out the difference between a business using a large farm for themselves or using it to sell.
Because of the word commercial in there?
Yeah.
Well, that would be pretty easy to do.
But if it was for personal use, then it wouldn't be commercial solar energy system.
Well, when they say a commercial, that's a business, right?
I think
they're making something else.
Yeah, it's business. So if this is for regulating commercial, and if it was for personal use, then it's not for commercial.
I think what Kevin's saying, correct me if I'm wrong.
for the
Kevin,
business use.
Yeah, saying if
Powering the business.
the business is a commercial business,
Sure, yeah.
do they get to use?
That's a great point then, yeah.
Yeah.
To sell, to have that farm, to sell it back to the grid is I think that's the size of the footprint of the project, and I think that's really what drives this whole discussion. So
Right.
I agree.
Yeah.
You have to put something in there that
Yeah.
it's for personal use, absolutely. It's your land, you can do what you want with it.
It would have to do a lot with net metering.
Right,
We'd
for
have to
profit.
figure out some type of net metering and measuring what kind of electrical use they're going to use per year.
Well, we probably could do that just by a determination of the maximum output of the solar panels.
Right.
Right? That would, I mean, we would have, or the company would have CMP documentation of how much they're using, and panels can't exceed.
Yeah, and they can
Right.
over-project, but
Yeah.
as long as they're not selling back, then that's all we would be concerned about.
That's right.
Right, I agree with that.
Okay.
Yep,
Yeah.
I agree.
Fine.
Okay, Brett, can you?
Yep. I got it.
Okay, back to rural. Do you want to change anything in the rural section? Anybody?
I don't, that's good.
You know, it's worried about the buffers. I always, you know, right now, the buffer is just the commercial buffering. Do you know off the top of your head what the buffer is in the rural district?
Rural?
Yeah.
Might be.
That's what I was.
Just the setbacks you're talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 20 on the sides.
pretty 20, yeah, it's
30 on
pretty
the front and
close.
back. Yeah.
30 on the back, you said?
Yeah,
That's probably right.
I believe so.
So we do have, we do have the visual impact statement already in the solar ordinance. Man, right? I don't know. We want to increase buffer?
Just
For it?
solar panels?
Just for the solar panels. Yeah, no?
That's-
But if we increase a buffer, is that just for ground-mounted systems? Because, I mean, most residential systems are on a roof, so.
Good point.
Well, I think it would definitely be for a commercial, just a commercial.
Just commercial, right?
Yeah.
Oh, just commercial?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about commercial on a roof?
Most commercial roofs are flat roofs for the most part, so you actually don't end up seeing them unless it's a pitched roof.
I think it gets back to if CMP is buying the electricity back from, because I believe net metering on a residential, you can't get a check back. You can only zero out, from my understanding.
That's correct, yeah.
So if you're receiving a check from CMP at that point, I think that can be the distinction right there.
Right.
Okay. So leave as is with the change for the commercial.
Yep, the commercial. Yep.
Everything else looks good.
So I got one more thing about
Yeah, no, go ahead,
solar.
Kevin.
So you've got a business and they want to put in, a field of panels, but they are going to exceed the amount of trees they can cut by ordinance. I think we need to put in something that allows solar generation to have some sort of leeway in the amount of trees that can be cut.
Mean like a waiver to cut more?
Yeah,
You're talking about the 25% clearing area limit?
right,
Yeah.
right.
I thought we addressed that to some degree.
Did we?
I thought we had two.
We had,
I thought we talked about it. I don't remember doing anything about it.
oh, maybe we didn't. I don't know how to find it in here.
Well, we must have done something with it for the one solar project that we approved. And it's in place.
Did they exceed?
They exceed.
Yeah, the 25%. Yeah, must have.
They must have.
It's like an individual waiver, like on a case-by-case
Case
basis.
basis.
So that's.
It's waivable.
Keep that the way it is.
So is that somewhere in our? I don't remember seeing where that would in the ordinances. But
The 25%?
It's under the law.
no, that you could get a waiver for it. We established that we could do that, so it's kind of.
Well, Kevin, I don't really remember, but we must have to some degree. You guys weren't here.
Mr. Chairman, I thought on that project you approved, the trees were already cut before they came with the project.
Is this the last one we're talking about here? The last
No, this is the one that's right down the road.
Okay, because I think, we're thinking the same, Wayne and I are thinking the same one. The last one?
Yeah.
Was already cut. They were
Right.
What happened here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's not, the point of
But
this.
even the one down the street, the
Oh, this
trees
one
were
was-
cut.
Were they already cut, Wayne?
Yeah, when we were
Yeah,
doing
they-
the
they
site walk,
cut
I
that
won't
one.
say they were all gone, but that lot had been cut off.
Yeah, I remember the sidewalk same way.
It was all cut.
But how did they get a waiver to cut those trees when it exceeds the,
Right,
Did it on the forestry rules prior to doing any development.
Oh, okay.
Denny did that.
So what did the forestry rules?
Well,
How can you
the-
cut?
The clear cut rules, you can't exceed, you have to meet certain regeneration standards. I rarely work with that, but I don't clear cut wood
How
lots.
can you meet a regeneration standard when you have solar panels?
Well, no, I think what
Oh, okay. I
happens
thought you
is
meant
they
the
cut
actual
it,
property. It was
they
like-
cut it under forestry rules, and then they sell it.
You know, if they keep the basal area above 30, they're not gonna create a clear cut, and I don't think Denny's was below 30,
Okay.
30 square feet of basal area.
All right, well, let's put that off into the research. Brett,
Yep.
you got it?
So keeping it as a permitted use in the rural district, keeping the same buffers
Right.
existing, and just making sure that it's clearly spelled out that commercial versus like the for sale, for profit kind of use.
Yeah, and we also want to, I think we need to look into the cutting.
Yeah.
The amount of trees of cutting, whether that 25% rule, whether or not, how that applies. Okay. That's it, right? Is there anything on the back? Nope, staff communications. Okay.
Public hearing is still open.
Yeah, thank you. I do want to, do you have, ladies, do you have any?
Just gonna
do you have
say
any-
that.
Do you have any questions on the ordinance? I left the public,
I asked you to clarify what you just said, because you jumped around a lot and it was a little confusing. So, because you were talking about rural and commercial.
Oh, yeah,
So
that's-
Yeah, it
you
is.
were kind of all over.
we do that on purpose, so that people, you know.
So the ordinance, the existing ordinance.
She needs to go to this
Oh,
podium.
sorry. And I don't even have a broken leg anymore, no excuse. Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So I'm just asking you to just summarize what you just did, because it was a bit confusing. You were talking about rural and
Sure.
commercial.
So the ordinance basically that was approved through the Citizens Initiative is not, is standing as is. Nobody had any changes to it, as there was no conflicts with that, with any of our other ordinances. The solar ordinance that is in existence right now is for the rural section, which is going to stay a permitted use.
Okay.
We're going to look at how we handle the cutting of the trees in that section, in that ordinance, and we're going to look at possible changing setbacks in that rural district. Those are the only things we've, right? Did I?
And to clarify what commercial.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Commercial
Yeah.
business can
Right.
put solar panels on, but they can't build something to sell back to the grid on like a commercial scale.
Yeah, so that will be a change to the Citizens Initiative ordinance.
Oh, wait, say that again then?
It's just to clarify that a commercial business can still put solar panels on to produce power for themselves,
Right.
but not commercial scale, as opposed to a commercial scale, which I think is the intent of the ordinance to prevent the commercial scale of solar farms.
So the commercial for the power for themselves, though, that would not be happening in rural residential or shoreland zones?
Yes, for their
Yes.
own, on
Well,
their own property.
like a home business, I think it's just a concern.
Oh, I see
something
what you're
like
saying, a
that. Yeah, yeah,
home-based
yeah.
business, like
Right,
a
right.
farm
Yeah,
or-
right,
or
exactly,
something like
exactly,
that.
right,
Okay.
right, right.
Or a home-based business. So like,
Right.
and you're talking about them putting it on their roofs?
Right, or a
Right.
ground mounted system, but only
I'd like
produce
to
for
clarify that.
themselves.
Let's say Sabre Yacht wanted to put in, because they use a lot of energy,
Yeah.
and they wanted to put in a large field, 1 megawatt, 2 megawatts, I'm sure their electric bill is in that range, to save money. I would say that that is something, and I don't know if they're rural residential or rural there, but I think we have businesses that are large enough that may be in rural residential, that they could put in large fields. That was my the whole thing I brought this up for. If some business wants to put in more than a rooftop thing, like a resident, I just think we need to make that really clear.
Well, I think we have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think like the planning term, probably how I'll reword it is like the difference between a principal use, the primary use of the lot being like for
Good idea.
sale back to the grid, producing, the energy back to the grid, versus like an accessory use.
Yep.
Or just producing it on their own for their business to kind of help offset their electrical costs.
Okay. And I'm thinking Sabre Yachts is not rural residential. I mean, I would think that would be, like,
Well, I just, Jennifer is bringing up a point where you could still get a big field of panels for just a commercial approved in the rural residential area, the way the ordinance is written. And I just want to make sure that she's understanding that and that we understand that.
I'm not understanding that. So say that again. Sorry.
If you have a business
Yes.
that's approved business
Yes.
in the rural residential area,
Yes.
they decide they want to, and it takes a megawatt of power generation on a daily basis or whatever it's possible, they could put in a large field. And per the ordinances.
Per the ordinances that you guys are now changing.
Well, we're trying to clarify it because right now you can actually do that if you read all through the ordinances. It's not really super clear. But
It's
I'm pretty sure they could do that.
Correct. So we're not changing anything. We're
Right,
just
we're just
clarifying.
clarifying. Right.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that's what we're not changing. All we are doing is defining what a commercial, a commercial solar project would be, as opposed to solar generation for internal use. That's all we're doing.
Yeah. Right.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Actually, what I was asking you guys is that you have any questions on the administrative changes? That's what the public hearing is for. And I'm guessing.
Sorry.
That's all right. That's okay.
The administrative change. So what was that? The docs and
Yeah.
how many copies of this,
Yeah.
that, and the other? No, I don't have
Okay.
anything.
So I am closing the public hearing. We will plan on next meeting docs. We're deleting it as solar. We're going to pass on the fire department's ordinance, and we will look at the changes, proposed changes to the solar. What else we got working? There's my notes. Do we have anything else worse? Where's my notes? Oh, we got.
Got to send the
go ahead.
ordinance changes to the select board, right? Or we're gonna do that later?
We can do that later.
Okay.
We got the small house lot size.
Oh, yeah.
So, next agenda. Sandy, next agenda. We've got, hopefully we'll get the docks. We'll get the solar changes. We'll get lot size. And that's it. Conservation forest property, what do I have that written down for? Is that something you brought up?
It was my argument about why I think house lots are too big and
Oh,
consuming.
okay.
What was the lot size one again? I'm sorry.
I suggested that we make the minimum house lot sizes smaller. Like maybe 2 acres in the rural zone instead of 3. 1.5 in the rural residential instead of 2. I don't know. And my thoughts are that when you do the calculations and you create developments, that you ultimately consume a lot of forest property. When you have a large house lot and then you minimize you can only cut 25% of your area, clear it. Ultimately, you end up with these forested developments, and to me, it's just a waste of resource. That's my argument.
It'll be a fun discussion.
Yeah.
Next up.
Well, I know
how it is.
I know
how this
him
works.
in the minority.
I don't know
What
how
the
it
heck?
works.
That will be spirited.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they did address that in the comprehensive plan, and they said that's not what the town wants.
Oh,
All right.
I know. I
So
brought
the
it up.
next
I
meeting,
brought it up
Bob,
there,
everything
too.
is going to be a workshop.
I'm sorry.
The next meeting, everything will be another workshop.
Yes. Yeah. Unless we have a project out there, don't we? A development.
Nothing that's come back to us yet.
Oh, we had oh no, that's staff level review back.
Yeah, that was, what came in today was the staff review.
That's right.
So nothing's come back. That's odd.
Nope.
Yeah,
Not yet.
we're waiting on the Brandon Chase.
Brandon Chase development, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, we had sketch plan on it there.
Haven't gotten anything back yet from him or Andy Morrell.
Okay, then yes, Andy, a workshop. Just a workshop.
Okay.
So Bob, we're not supposed to speak at the workshops, like, because I just got confused again. So you.
Oh, no, you-
submitted
I- no,
the
no.
public for the administrative, but not for,
No.
I just want to know what to expect for the next one. Am I speaking, am I not speaking? Am I allowed to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
It was just that it was the public. You guys weren't here. I mean, the roads. I'm sure, like everybody else, right? Those roads are horrible.
Yeah.
I had opened the public hearing. Oh, let me get the meeting closed here.
Oh,
First.
sure.
Is
I thought you were done.
anybody have anything left? All right, the motion.
Move to adjourn.
Second. There's a second. All those in favor? All right, we're clear. We're done.
Welcome to the November 7th Select Board meeting. Just for point of interest here, we're going to take a couple, something out of order. We'll take item 3A out of order, then we'll go back into the agenda as it's printed. So we'll start on 3A. Because of what's going to be discussed there, I'm going to abstain from discussion and voting on anything on that, so Teresa will take over for that, then I'll pick it back up.
Consideration of Sherry Gagnon Courts update. Joe Crocker, Parks and Rec.
Joe Crocker, Parks and Recreation.
Joe, 1 second.
Yep.
He's just recusing himself from any kind of voting on that at all, but I asked him not to leave the room though, so that's why. Okay.
So I'm gonna just read what I wrote because it's gonna be easiest for me, and then Roger, one of our pickleball leaders, is gonna come up and say something. To the Raymond Select Board, I am honored to formally propose naming the tennis and pickleball courts at Sherry Gagnon Memorial Park as the Brenda Olson Tennis and Pickleball Facility. This suggestion comes with the full support of our pickleball community, who feel Brenda deserves this recognition for her unwavering dedication, volunteerism, and commitment to creating a vibrant pickleball network in the town of Raymond. Through her efforts, players of all ages and skill levels have been able to enjoy the sport, from beginners to seasoned veterans. When Brenda Olson, alongside Donna Morton, initially proposed the pickleball group be incorporated under the Raymond Parks and Recreation Department, after taking over from their predecessor Lisa Smith, I anticipated a challenging organizational task for a small department. However, Brenda presented a clear and structured plan, laying a foundation for the program's success. Since then, we've witnessed remarkable growth in community engagement and program participation. Brenda also initiated beginner skill lessons, allowing newcomers to experience the sport without pressure, fostering a welcoming and enthusiastic environment. Under Brenda's coordination, the pickleball program has grown from 68 to 156 active participants, with over 400 members in our Team Reach app, with additional outdoor opportunities provided at Sherry Gagnon Memorial Park basketball court. Brenda's use of the Team Reach app has connected over 400 members, a testament to her leadership and organizational skills. The feedback from those who had worked with Brenda has been overwhelmingly positive, highlighting her impact on the community and the program's success. I personally have benefited greatly from Brenda's insights and collaborative approach. which have made decision-making more efficient and effective. Her dedication has been entirely selfless, never seeking personal gain or recognition. For all these reasons, it would be a privilege to honor Brenda Olson by dedicating the new courts as a Brenda Olson tennis and pickleball facility on behalf of the town of Raymond. Thank you for consideration of this proposal. If Roger would like to say some words.
Good job. Thank you, Board. I'm Roger Bennett. I've lived on Deep Cove Road for the last 30 years. Wow, it's been a while. Growing up in town, I had a son that I raised. Teresa knows because Ben's the same age as my son. As parents, we get to see and interact with our kids as they're growing up. But once the kids grow up and get out of the house, us parents are pretty much homebound. We really had nothing to do. So I saw a sign down at the public safety building that they were starting pickleball. I thought, oh, I was a dialysis patient at the time. I was doing dialysis for 6 years. I now have a transplant, but I had no life. I had work and I had dialysis, and that was it. And other than that, I was a shut-in. So pickleball gave me the option to go do stuff. I came here, I knew nothing about pickleball. And if it wasn't for the tutelage of Donna and Brenda, I'd still be a shut-in right now, to be honest with you. So when the new courts are being built, which I thank you all for sponsoring and getting that in place, it's going to be phenomenal. I think that Brenda deserves the credit for bringing pickleball to so many of us. I could have filled this room times 2 with pickleball people, but I knew you had limited space. So, but all these people are all on the same page. We're all glad that we have our friendship, that we have a place to go to do things together, and it was because of Brenda. So I think she deserves, I'm not trying to take anything away from Sherry Gagnon. It still should be Sherry Gagnon's field. I'm just saying that the particular courts, I think it'd be really nice if you could, have some kind of plaque or something that said, in honor of Brenda Olson for all her hard work and dedication to getting us, people like me, out of the house. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Roger. Does anybody else have anything to say on this? All right. Rolf, do you want to stay in the room or do you want to get out of the room while we vote? Told him I was going to boot him after that. All right.
Make a motion that we name the pickleball tennis court facility after Brenda Olson as requested. The only thing I'm wondering about is whether you had memorial in there or not. That's the only thing I was thinking when I read it. That was the only other thing. I think it's a great thing.
I wouldn't be opposed to that verbiage.
Okay.
Yep. I think that.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Thank you very
Great.
much.
Thank you, guys. Yes. Thank you guys for all coming out tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can tell Rolfie can come back in now too. Thank you.
Come on down and play pickleball sometime.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
play pickleball,
We get a shirt?
Gotta play 5 games.
I don't even know how to play pickleball.
No, I don't either.
But you have somebody teaching down there too? Yeah, good.
I know, exactly. It'd be good.
I want to try it one of these days. I still haven't.
So we voted to do the plaque, and Dennis mentioned about having a memorial at the end. So we said, yeah. All right.
You're strong. I couldn't have held myself.
No.
Hey,
All right, I'm going to hand it back to Rolf now.
next item, is there a motion to go into executive session?
A motion to go into executive session, discussion of personnel matters pursuant to MRSA 1, Section 405, 6A.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Motion is carried. We'll go into executive session. We're going to make it easier, we're going to go into the back room so you people can stay out here instead of having to go stand. Motion to come out of executive session?
Second.
All those in favor? We're back into regular meeting. Next item is consideration of Sebago Lakes Rotary Club Ice Fishing Derby. Ingo, you're on.
Good evening. My name is Ingo Hartig. I reside on Oakledge Road in Raymond, and I'm representing the Wyndham Rotary, Sebago Lake Rotary, and we're requesting another fishing derby next year on February 15 and 16.
Are you going to do the ice dance?
You're going to do the ice dance ahead of time so you can have ice?
It's in order. We're working on it.
I'm going to make a motion to approve the Sebago Lake Rotary Club's Ice Fishing Derby, February 15th and 16th, hoping for lots of ice.
Second.
Yes, thank you.
There's a second? Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is
Looking
carried.
forward to it.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Look forward to some ice.
Yeah.
Okay. Next item is consideration of issuing a new business license to Elegant Spa.
And I don't see anyone here that looks like they are the owners, but you do have the application. They did send an update. I'm not sure if you all saw it. I did send it out late this afternoon, but it evidently they're going to have a massage therapist there, and they sent along a copy of that license.
Right.
Her license expires 12/31/24 too, so it's not going to be, it's going to be soon that she's going to have to redo it. But I'm also seeing a lot of things that have to be fixed there too, and I'm guessing, Wayne, that a lot of people, and not a lot of people, that building hasn't been occupied on that side for a while.
That side of the building hasn't been occupied at all.
Okay, so on the back of that building, because I know they're going to be using the upstairs and downstairs, they have double doors that go out to a drop off, and the only thing that's there is like a black bar or whatever. Isn't that I guess illegal? I guess one would say probably maybe not the right word to have that, not have steps or something.
Right, they're gonna need to correct that so that nobody can open up those doors and fall outside. And then they've had a barricade in the past on the outside of those doors so that if somebody went through the window, they wouldn't fall to the ground. So there's two things that they need to do there.
Okay, I just saw it on the back of the pictures that we got, and it was, yeah. And you think a deadbolt would be sufficient enough?
That and that barricade that they had previously.
Okay.
They had an outside metal.
Like a black iron type thing?
Yeah.
Like a fence railing type thing, okay.
Yeah.
And where is this again?
You know the new marijuana store that was switched over? It's on the right-hand side of it. It's in the same building, but it's on the right side.
Oh,
It says-
front of Sebago Storage?
It's attached to it?
It's attached to it. Yeah. If they had, he had sent Mel, maybe they'd sent pictures. One of you guys.
I didn't get any.
Oh, it came out, there was.
Oh, was
emailed
that
out
when the
this
name
afternoon.
changed?
Oh, did it?
Yeah, that got emailed out.
Just, I think today maybe, but it's,
Oh, I read it, I didn't see
yeah.
that.
Okay, so it's it's the same building, but there's the smaller on the right, and there's 2 stories on it, so it's still attached to it.
So that's the green spa is now the new, okay, never mind.
Yep. And parking and everything like that's fine. Wayne, sorry.
Yes, parking seems appropriate to me anyways. That's really not one of the things I check, other than emergency vehicle access, and that's good.
Okay,
Asian
all right.
markets is the next strip mall up.
But just to follow that up, there are, like you said, there's a list of items that need to be completed before that business can open, because we got to do another inspection there.
Have you established a timeline on those yet with them?
No, I haven't heard from them on any of these being completed so that we can do that, set up that appointment.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that they're working on the place from, passing by and seeing activity inside the building. They had to build out walls. They had to add more smoke alarms for the fire alarm system. So I've seen work happening there. I just haven't been contacted to do a follow-up inspection.
So the alarm system, is that going to be like the same one? Is it required in the other half of the building also?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay.
It's actually a part of that. It's all one system for that building.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the business license application for Elegant Spa, contingent upon all of these things getting done and
reinspection.
And reinspect it, passing reinspection.
Second. Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried.
That is...
The next item, consideration of change to the East Shore Tavern's liquor license.
Evening. Kyle Bancroft, East Shore Tavern.
Hi, sorry.
How are you?
So you want to switch from a restaurant lounge to a lounge?
Yeah, so the classification within the state allows for some variables between the licenses. What we're finding right now, and I'm sure that every time you turn the TV on or a news article, there's a lot of pressure within the industry. A lot of places, both new and old, been around decades now, are feeling the pressure of the economy kind of expanding and contracting. And what we're trying to do is just have some wiggle room in our establishment. Right now, we currently run our Class A restaurant lounge, and we're seeking to move to a Class A lounge. The difference between that is just full meals, essentially. Right now, we're offering more of a pub-style pub fare, what we'd like to offer. My issue has been staffing in the kitchen. I think that you're seeing a lot of that across the board. Staffing's hard to come by. The people that are willing to staff the kitchen are, asking huge money, and we've just been going at it for 4.5 years now. And we've really tried to, keep the food program and keep a full-size menu and really keep that, that restaurant style. But what we're finding is that no matter which angle that we take and which approach that we approach it at, the margins, even when done right, are very low. But in order to do them right, you need appropriate staff. You need people that are coming in and doing a good job for you. But you also need to balance on what you're paying these people. And I think that's the big disconnect between the people that hire these people and the people that want to be hired. At one point, I was paying my head chef $1,350 a week to run that small operation. I always paid well. I'm always willing to pay for good quality help, but that's just increasingly getting harder and harder to do. So what we're looking to do is still offer food. We're still a restaurant. We're still licensed to the state of Maine with a Tier 3 eatery license. We're just looking to be able to have some wiggle room in what we can do. So when we go into times like this that you're seeing now with other places that are closing, they're having a difficult time, we can retract and spend a little bit less on our overhead in the kitchen and be able to get through these low to be able to get back. Eventually, we'd like to get back to a full menu. It's just really out of my control at this point. It's how people are spending. It's where they're spending. The other issue is, the wholesale side of food is, still a very expensive aspect of the operation. And because of that, a lot of your local bar and restaurants are kind of forced into this box. You'll see that if you go to my place or any other places in Wyndham, similar items, maybe a small variation, but the problem is that we're boxed into that because of the amount that it costs to run a commercial kitchen. Behind just the labor that it costs, the wholesale food supply, there's a lot of just random things that have to go into a commercial kitchen to make it viable, and we're just finding it just increasingly tougher day by day to keep up with a high quality standard that you need to have the income from that kitchen, and then staffing and just trying to keep up with what's going on with the economy. We've seen less spending across the board, and again, you can't go a day without opening up a media outlet and seeing that another place is closing, and it's a tough time for the industry as a whole right now. So what we're trying to do, long and short, is this will still allow us to serve food. Chris and I had a conversation, Chris Hansen, about kind of the wording, the way it was. There was concern, is this allowed? In the state of Maine, you can run a restaurant without possessing a liquor license, but you cannot have a liquor license without having a restaurant license. So the wording within the code and the land use ordinance, there was some confusion there. But by default, everybody that has a liquor license is a restaurant first. You have to have that restaurant license. You have to have the commercial kitchen. You have to have that in place before we could even apply for a liquor license. So we would still be a restaurant. We're still licensed as a restaurant. We'll still be serving food. The one thing or a couple things that change with the classification with the state of Maine is that it allows us to keep a little bit less stock on hand as far as what we have in our freezers and our coolers. And then it allows us to, right now, we currently only serve food till 9 p.m. We're allowed to be open till 1 a.m. That goes away, so we'll be serving food the whole time that we're open. So if there's any concerns about food availability with the consumption of alcohol, that risk actually goes down, and the availability of food actually goes up. So that's the main component about seeking the classification change. It's not that we haven't tried. 4.5 years, we have thrown a lot of money into that operation. We have tried different angles. We've adjusted our menu to try to meet up with what our income and what our sales are saying, and we're just having a very difficult time keeping a full menu, keeping a full staff in the kitchen, and still being able to make ends meet on a monthly basis. So that's really what's pushing this, is that it's not that we're just trying to serve alcohol and get rid of food, because that's not what happens here. We're just trying to make a decision as a business to be able to deal with the new economic kind of landscape that we're in as a whole in the industry.
I hear you on that. Everybody's getting hit on that. I guess what you just said, though, I have a question on, because you're going from a Class A restaurant / lounge, taking out the restaurant and going to a Class A lounge. I think that's what I saw on the paperwork. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. So what technically then is different between a bar and a lounge?
So the big difference is instead of coming in and seeing a steak on the menu, seeing some, what we consider like a full sit-down meal, you're going to find hot dogs, chicken wings, onion rings, more of just a fast or casual type offering on our menu. So that's really the big difference. The difference is more or less on the state side and how they classify the license. One, the cost, and then the couple stipulations that I have told you, we can keep a little bit less stock on hand per seat. And then the requirements are a little bit less for the overall food sales. But essentially, we're the same operation. We're still going to be able to serve food much later than we have in the past. You're still going to be able to come in and enjoy a social atmosphere. So from like walking in standpoint, the only thing that'll be different is, the menu will be a little bit more on the lighter side, pub style, versus, a steak and potato type dinner, or a chicken and, with some sides and stuff like that.
Mayor, I read the literature. I don't know who provided it, whether the town manager did or Chris or you, but it was very good reading. And I thought the key that I picked up on was that minors wouldn't be allowed in there without supervision. In other words, a restaurant, a minor could go in and get a soda and fries or whatever. So that was a big change that I thought was important. And I, for one, don't want to see any business forced out. There's enough of them going out of business in restaurant work everywhere. So I like the change. But as I was reading it, I was wondering if the town had say in this as far as the business goes, or whether the state would decide that. And so that's the only clarification I would want.
Yeah, I've talked to the Bureau of Alcohol, and they went as soon as, and I'm not quite sure the exact sequence of events, so if I get it wrong, Kyle, please correct me. But he brought his liquor license renewal in here. You folks considered it, approved it, contingent upon the fire inspection probably. Yes. And then that was complete, and then you sent it up to the state.
Mm-hmm.
And sometime just shortly after that, you requested of the state to change from a restaurant to a restaurant lounge to a
Yes.
lounge.
Yep.
So, and the state had said that because the select board approved that license renewal, that they should also approve the change to the license.
Okay.
There isn't another form there. There wasn't any application for you to see, but for them to make that change, it has to come back to the select board.
Chris, from the ordinance standpoint, at what point do we go, or where does it, how close does it get us to just a bar, which is not allowed under the ordinance?
Well, that's a great question, Rolf. We do not have a definition of a restaurant or a lounge in our ordinance. So I had a long conversation with the state. I think that because we don't define it, that it's still an allowed use as long as they serve food, as Kyle described. The big difference to me is right now, if it was a Class A restaurant, they could, with a liquor license, a family can go in there and get served and go in there any time. With this change, it'll be only people that are over 21 unless they're accompanied by an adult, and they cannot be served alcohol. So it is a difference, but I think it's an allowed use. I don't see anything that would disqualify it, and that's what the state wanted to know, is if it was allowed by our ordinance. In the future, if we want to clarify this, then we've got to put some definitions into the ordinance that describe a lounge or a restaurant. The materials that you were provided by Sue from the state gave the definitions according to the state. That's not in our ordinance. We have in our ordinance that you can have a restaurant is a permitted use, but it doesn't say lounge. So that's why I think it's a good discussion, but in my opinion, there's nothing that would disqualify Kyle from having this license as far as codes and zoning goes.
I guess hearing that, I would make a motion.
Yeah.
And
What do you guys serve right now?
Right now, we serve some burgers, hot dogs, chicken tenders, fried foods essentially, and that's what we're looking to kind of transition to, is just ease the staffing in the kitchen. Right now, I have it so one person can run the front and back, and that's what we're trying to get to, is just look at our staffing and our overhead and what we're paying out, because it's a slow time within the sector.
So you're already doing it.
I mean, to a certain extent, yes. But I mean, we're also meeting with, like I said, we have burgers, we have hot dogs. We're meeting that right now, but we'd like to, change up a few things. One of the things was it's a fork and knife type deal, is what they describe within the state. We want to try to get away from that.
So you have one person on the bar and cooking hamburgers in the back while the
Absolutely.
bar is still going.
Yeah. We have to do what we have to do. We're a small operation, and that's what we're just fighting to be able to get through this lull. We know that this isn't going to last forever, and that this isn't, an end all be all. But at this time, we're just forced into, making decisions. How can we bring this organization down to a lower overhead and then weather the storm? I think that this winter is going to bring a lot more closures, and we've seen the writing on the wall for a little while now. This summer was not a blockbuster summer for us or across the board. I mean, I speak with a lot of people within the industry, and then my bartenders that, have different jobs elsewhere, and it's been tough. It wasn't what people hoped it was going to be for the summer, and then we're not even in the winter. I mean, we've had a really mild fall, and we're still seeing a lot of trouble across the board. So yeah, we're running it with one person. I'm there. If it increases, I'm 1.2 miles away most of the time. So I run down and I fill the voids wherever I can. But yeah, we're running a skeleton crew down there to try to just maintain and keep pushing on to greener pastures.
Sorry.
Yeah. Will this require you have to do any signage changes or?
No, we're going to maintain the same name. The only difference, like I said, is it's in the state. It's how we're classified with our license. That really is the.
Well, I'm just thinking from the standpoint of someone driving by thinking it's a restaurant now, and it wouldn't.
Well, we had gone through that, and that's why we went with the name and rebranded about a year ago, East Shore Tavern. So it doesn't kind of, the cafe would be, food, and that's what it's always, you know what I mean, like more of a just restaurant and not the other side, the social, the stuff that we bring in, the karaoke. So no, I don't think so. I think we maintain the same name, same brand, and just kind of weather the storm.
I know Dennis did a motion, but.
Please get a motion. It hasn't been seconded yet.
Right, and I guess I just discuss a little bit more.
Okay. I thought we discussed
But I mean,
that
you can
motion,
discuss once the motion's on the table anyway.
Well,
so.
right.
I have no problem with keeping discussion because I found it very interesting reading, trying to find the fine line.
Well, here's where I'm at on it, and unfortunately, every time somebody brings us something new, it's that person that's there. So we did the same thing with the solar panels. We did the same thing with the recreational marijuana thing. And now the latest on the agenda is the Airbnbs. So who's to say, since we don't have it in our ordinances now about bars, lounges, and whatever, what's to stop you from changing it to a bar, I guess. So, and what do we do as a board to say, what do we want in our town about allowing that and not, is where I'm getting
Well,
at.
that makes sense, except, doesn't the state check with food?
He does, yes, and there's a food requirement. So
Yeah.
by default, and that's what the problem is, that with the way that it's written in your land use is restaurant, and that's why I brought up, is that before I'm allowed, or anybody in the state of Maine is allowed to apply for a liquor license, we need to be licensed as a restaurant. So first and foremost, we're a restaurant. And then from there, you can apply for a liquor license to be able to serve that. It's an add-on to the restaurant. So at the end of the day, regardless if we serve alcohol or not, we're licensed as a restaurant. So that's where I think that, me being on the planning board even, I think that it covers everything. If you wanted to question, it's more or less two separate issues. It's how the state classifies the license and then the fee for it, and then how you have in your land use. But I think from my standpoint, in the way that it reads and the way I understand it, is that restaurant will cover anything, and then you can have your debate. If you want to switch, obviously that's up to the planning board to add some more, but we are technically a restaurant first before, and there's no such thing as a bar in the state of Maine. You cannot get a license to serve alcohol without a restaurant license. It's forbidden.
So those bars down on Commercial Street and whatever else in Old Port are
The
not
way you can
bars?
circumvent that is if you run underneath my license, which is a Class A restaurant, Class A lounge, you can pay extra to just serve food until 9 p.m. So you just open at 9 p.m. Now down in the Old Port, that's not a problem. So you go 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. If you want to just serve alcohol, you've now circumvented that. So that's how you get. But otherwise, no, there is no other way to be licensed for alcohol in the state of Maine without having a restaurant license first. It's
Right.
impossible.
So again, but with that being the case, is there something that we would want to discuss more on about that?
We're going to review the license in a year, aren't we?
His?
Licenses
Yes.
are always,
Isn't it an annual review?
Yeah.
And we're not extending it. We're just going to allow the change until, were you in here 2 months ago?
Yeah, roughly. Yep.
So 10 months from now, we'll be able to talk about it again. My thought is, and I know this sounds awful, but if you can't survive and you're doing everything you can to survive, a slight change like this may not keep you alive, but it may help you to go a little bit longer. So my thought is, the food menu changed. I stopped going in there. That's the truth. I mean, I'd go and have a beer, but I'm not a big drinker.
Sure.
And so I think with changes, whether they survive or not, it's not going to be because of this. So I don't want to be part of a.
And we're also
a
not
hindrance for
looking
business.
to, we're not looking to have this bar. I mean, our atmosphere is a social atmosphere. We have the pool tables, we bring in the karaoke. We're still gonna have the. We're not looking to switch this up so we can just serve alcohol and be, this is just a necessary move as a business owner.
I mean,
that we need to be able to.
If I'm reading it, the biggest difference that you get into is if it's classed as the restaurant, a Class A restaurant, at least 10% has, you're at a certain percentage, which you don't have if it's just the lounge.
Sure.
So, I mean, it really comes down to what percentage of food has to be served with the one license versus the other.
And what does DHHS have to do with this?
They're licensed through the restaurant.
Yeah.
So when I license for a restaurant, that's who inspects my facility.
Really?
Yep. Department of Health and Human Services is responsible for all of that. So
Wow.
the inspector actually works with DHS. When he comes in, he does his yearly inspection, which we did. I think he was in for no-knock, inspection a month and a half ago or so. We did well on that. So yeah, that's who we deal with. And that's who we license. Like I said, from the get-go is before we can get to alcohol, we have to be a restaurant. We have to be inspected, and we have to pass through all those requirements before I can even apply.
I'm seeing Mel's eyes, and she's just like, all she can see is her eyes and the top of her head. She's sitting there going like this.
I have a question for Chris. Chris, I mean, this is obviously new. It's new territory, and as I said, I don't want to be responsible for closing a business premature to whatever happens. But if a year from now, or the planning board or the ordinances were to look at the percentage of food, could the town put in a minimum of 5% or a minimum of 7% on food sales, even if it was fingers or hamburgers or whatever? Or is that a state? Do you know if that's a state?
I believe
That's
that,
right.
I believe that's state.
So that'd be state, okay.
It's a state, but it all, to do what you just suggested brings in a whole another level, because
we'd be monitoring.
Then you need monitoring enforcement.
Thanks for that. Forget it.
Which is a whole different level.
Right. I'm not into it. I just was curious if that was available, because I mean, one thing I've read a lot is to try to support the businesses in the community, and that's how we feel. I mean, if this is going to be necessary to keep you afloat.
So, I mean, there's a motion, it hasn't been seconded. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Could I clarify just one thing that Dennis just asked? On the whole, with statutes, the town can be slightly more stringent than the state. We can never be more lenient. So that's where we could potentially do that, but then, like Ralph said, it gets down to the enforcement.
Right.
Wayne has something.
Wayne has something, and then I just have a question on the hours. So the hours changing, or are they staying the same?
Right now, we operate from 3 to 1, and that will continue to operate within that time frame. We might open back up at noontime. Again, it's really about the staffing. Staffing's just tough right now. So if we can do that, what I was doing was I was running 2.
You're not looking to do 9 to 1.
No, I mean, we were running 12 to 1, and what it did was it broke up.
No, I mean 9 p.m. 1.
Yeah, no, we can't, because we get a lot of the locals. I mean, they're coming in after work, they're unwinding, they're seeing their friends, they're playing pool. It's that social environment, even at that time of day. So we were running from 12 to 1, but what we did was we had to split the shifts with staff. So we'd have somebody work 12 to 5, and then 5 to 1, because that's a very long shift. So with our shortage, we said, how do we bring this down to one single shift that makes sense? And it's still a 10-hour shift for our, whoever's working, but I need one person per day versus 2, or I'm not trying to get that one person to work 13 hours in a day, which is, impossible, and I wouldn't want to do it either,
Other discussion?
Wayne had his hand up.
Wayne?
Yes. Yes, to the board. I just wanted to make a point of clarification. When we were before the board previously, there were some items that needed to be corrected, and since that time, those items have been corrected, and I just wanted to make sure you had that on the record for fire and life safety.
Thank you, Wayne.
I guess the only other cautionary thing I'd say, with the change of the menu that you're looking at, you may want to consider doing your grease hood cleaning more often.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, we're honestly, we got a new company that has done very well. I mean, you know the trouble that we had in the past. This company has been good, so we're hoping to maintain that relationship with them and just keep it on par, so Mr. Jones keeps happy and it keeps the rest of you guys happy.
Because the thing that's always in the back of my mind was Hala Mexicana.
Yeah. No, I think Wayne probably thinks about that a lot, too.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded, and no further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Congratulations on your win also.
Thanks.
Have a good night.
Okay, next item is an update on the marijuana growth complaint. Sue has had some discussions with the town, so she just wants to update us on what she's learned.
I have been digging into the state, or actually I've talked to the state. There's an Office of Cannabis Policy is the name of the office. I believe it used to be the Office of Marijuana Policy, but they've expanded a bit. There have been some recent law changes, and the state office sent me the memo that I included in your e-packet that talks about this, and I just saw actually a piece on the news about it as well.
I just saw that too.
Yeah, with caregivers, there is a lot of confidentiality around what they're doing and how many plants and all that sort of thing. There's a lot of their data is confidential. So we do have to be very careful about that, and I think that was outlined in the memo as well. And there isn't a lot of regulation around that. There are things that I've found that the town can do if we want to have an ordinance that would, for instance, some towns have said there would be no open grows, there would only be grows in buildings, and that they would have to have air filters for exhaust and things of that nature. So there's things like that that the town could potentially look into. And I'm still gathering information, so I haven't, this is a beginning, but I did want to give an update because the gentleman came last meeting to chat.
Biangle. But if we were to make some ordinance changes and do that, would the people that already have them, would they be grandfathered?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's,
Pretty sure
that
that would be.
legal would have to weigh in on things like that.
Yes.
because,
Well, don't they get licensed every? They have to get they have to
Well,
renew their license, correct?
I mean,
Well, that's
and
a good
these
point.
are also questions that, I mean, we're still trying to get someone from the state to come in
Yes.
to
They
a
didn't-
meeting
they
so we can,
haven't
so,
come back to me.
I mean, these are questions that are best posed to them because they're in the position to look at it from, because if they were to impose some rules that flowed down, then that carries a little different.
They're looking
rating.
too after that big fire. It looks like the state's trying to
So, I
change the
mean,
rules.
if you try and do something retroactively, that opens up all kinds of issues.
Yes, it
And
does.
that is very problematic, but the state has more leeway on some of the things that they can do than we mere mortals do.
Yes.
Well, this was interesting reading, and obviously I'd love to have someone come in from the state to clarify some of it. One thing that I found interesting is it said that in this new change, August 9th of this year, says this new definition encompasses more kinds of retail locations than the previous definitions, includes offices used by registered caregivers. And they put that in parentheses, so I assume they're calling people's offices in their home where they come in and they give the marijuana or sell the marijuana. And then they go down a little bit further and it talks about the only exception to this local authorization requirement is grandfather provision for registered caregivers who were operating a retail store. So I do think,
Yeah, but we don't have retail in.
I know,
in Raymond.
that's what I'm saying, that the only thing that is in here is that office sales, which is probably one of the biggest concerns that people roll in.
I think that was on retail too, wasn't it?
Well, it called it office rather than retail stores, and I think when they emphasized it, it was people selling from their home. So I do think there's going to be some, I'm not saying right now, but I think once they start enforcing some of this stuff, I think the town would be wise to look at even though it's inconvenient to wade into this sort of thing, it's also very inconvenient to have to smell this every fall. And so.
It's more than just fall. I mean, those crops are.
Yeah, they're every 3 months.
Really? It's getting that much?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm out of touch, and I grew up there in those years.
Yeah, I mean, they'll crop those out every 3 or 4 months.
Wow.
Other towns have ordinances.
So, I mean, it's.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to weigh in on this.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is Chris.
Yeah.
I'm quite familiar with this marijuana ordinance. I dealt with it quite a bit in Wyndham and also here in Raymond. What the state says is, for anybody to have a retail marijuana store, which caregivers are allowed to do by the state statute, the town has to have an ordinance that allows and has opted in to the marijuana ordinance part of the state statute. So if we have not opted in, so everything that we have in Raymond is grandfathered. We only have 2 or 3, I think it's only 2 retail medical marijuana stores. We have no adult use medical marijuana stores. So what the state says is if you're a medical marijuana caregiver, you have the right to have a retail store to sell your product. But because we haven't opted in, we can't allow that.
Right.
So the 2 medical marijuana dispensaries or retail stores that we have, they have to get a local authorization form signed by the town, which we've done for the grandfathered facilities. So if you don't do anything, we're not going to have any more. If you want to explore having a marijuana ordinance in the future that would address the retail stores, whether it's medical or adult use, or you want to address the conditions of approval for a medical marijuana grow or an adult use medical grow, then you can have stipulations as to meeting setbacks, odor control, and a multitude of other issues that can be addressed by having an ordinance. To do that, you're going to have enforcement. And the hardest thing to do is like noise or odors. How do you truly enforce that? You can smell it one day, you go up the next, you can't. It's just like noise. By the time you get up there for a loud party, it's gone. So this is something we can discuss further, but right now we don't need to do anything. And the businesses continue to operate the way they are. But I think Dennis's question, I think what you were asking is, if we do enact an ordinance, is it going to be retroactive? Well, not necessarily. But if you have, if you adopt odor control, that any of the outdoor grows have to be in an enclosed, even if it's a hoop house, and you control the ordinance with carbon scrubbers or whatever they do to control the odor, you can have a stipulation that says to get that local authorization, you have to have those in place. So you could address odor and by enacting an ordinance, but it's going to take time. So that's it's a discussion for later on, but I just want to throw it out there that it's a big task to try to wrap your head around, because not only do you have to enact the ordinance, then you have to enforce it.
I'm not looking to wade into that, Chris. I was really asking if they can sell from their home.
Yeah, this one is not one of the grandfathered ones. This one is on the Tenny Hill.
And if they're selling it from home, which is one of the gentlemen
Derek,
complained about.
it is a grandfathered one. They have a medical marijuana license. They've been in business before 2018. They are grandfathered.
But not for retail.
But they cannot sell. They can sell from their home.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
That's what he was asking.
But they don't have what you call a retail store. This is where you get into the weeds of the definitions by the state. Anybody can have a medical marijuana license and sell wherever they want. But they're allowed to have an office where they sell, like in downtown Raymond, they could have a retail store. But they can't because we never opted in. In Wyndham, they can because Wyndham opted in, and there are conditions with those facilities.
Right, and that's something we had talked about a couple years ago, and the town have voted to opt in. But what it is saying on here is the new definition they have on here is offices. So everybody that has a so-called office and that is a caregiver, they are registered with the town of Raymond. So you have every caregiver registered through the code?
Absolutely not.
No, they're registered.
No, through the
They're
state.
registered through the state.
That they're only registered through the state.
Okay, so
And we can't, and this is a recent law change, Chris, that I don't know if you've heard of, but I haven't had a chance to talk with you, but the location of caregivers is completely protected information right now, completely confidential. No municipal employee can talk about the exact location of a caregiver.
Well, I thought they just said on here that they're gonna start having a list. Did you read that? They're gonna have a list
They do have a
of
list,
every person?
but it doesn't include their addresses.
Hmm.
Is what the Office of Cannabis Policy told me.
So what you're talking about is confidentiality.
Yes,
That's
exactly.
not talking about their ability to sell or
That's
not
correct.
sell.
It's just that we have to be careful as how we're talking about it.
Because they're, what they're doing is they're invoking parts of AHIP, not AHIP.
HIPAA.
HIPAA into there.
Yeah, HIPAA, they have
Because it's classed as medical.
That's correct.
Okay, so it says here, the new law makes public most information regarding registered caregivers, dispensaries, manufacturing facilities, or testing facilities operating in the medical cannabis program and creates specific exceptions for certain kinds of information. Specifically, the new law exempts from disclosure the personal contact information of registered caregivers. It also makes confidential the home address of it. Okay.
Well, what I heard clearly from Chris is we don't want to wade into it. You already have. I was
We
just
did.
asking questions
We
about.
did. We're not.
Could they be selling from their home legally? And it sounds like Chris said yes. And when isn't something we have authority to get into, whether it's 2 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock at night. So with that, I'm ready to move on.
All right.
Yeah, Dennis, this is a big bite of an apple. It's a lot of work.
That apple
But I mean,
has sour.
It's not, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it. It's just tread lightly until you decide you want to.
But I mean, at the end of the day, we're trying to get to, we're still trying to get someone from the state that can come in here so we can
Help this
put these
gentleman or whoever
questions
else,
out
yeah.
there so that people can get a better idea of what's allowable, what's not allowable, and make sure, so people have a better idea of what's going on. Okay. Next item, public comment. Peter.
DJ.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So I just heard the operative word, which is enforcement. So what I'll do is speak to you from the perspective of the comprehensive plan. I'm just looking up at the board here. I see my wife is on. She told me to check first because she wants to also say something on this. But I'm going to, talk on the perspective of the comprehensive plan. It was identified early on, over 2 years of data collection, that one of the top 4 concerns of the community is some sort of traffic calming efforts. I know everyone must be aware of the tragedy that took place on October 30th. There were 2 Raymond residents, an elderly couple, that were killed in a head-on collision on Egypt Road. What I'm speaking basically of as far as traffic calming is concerned is this. I've tried my best to speak to as many empowered individuals in the town as possible from this body, the Budget Finance Committee, also spoke to the Planning Board. It always comes down to the same thing, which is, it's enforcement. And so just in response to a couple of those things, and I know I'm preaching to the choir, and I understand that. But we're talking about now, and I also heard the term earlier from the fire personnel. It's life safety is what we're talking about. So yeah, we need to be careful about not getting into a situation where there are bars open 24/7 and casinos and all that other sort of stuff in town, and the fact that that there could be an automobile accident associated with that. But the bottom line is what we do know from the community is that it's grown more and more intolerable. And I have heard from individuals in these different committees say such things as, and this confuses me a little bit when I speak about it, well, signs aren't going to change things. Well, I don't necessarily agree with that. And what the data shows is that signs will change things. Will signs solve all of the problems? No. Will putting in a different type of road construction in town, that especially in areas where there's transitions from high speed to low speed, like school zones or the village area, will narrowing streets or widening shoulders, will they solve the problem? No. But will they have an effect? Yes, they will. Obviously, all of these things cost money. The ultimate would be, what everybody seems to agree with, is that if there was more of a police presence on our roads, that will go a long way to solving the issues. I spoke maybe a week and a half ago to the town manager and expressed my concern and asked, what can a municipality do in order to get more in the way of police presence on our roads. And basically what we did is commiserated a little bit, but said that, it would be up to the town to reach out to the sheriff, Cumberland County, and see about a contract officer. Some communities have already done that. Knowing full well that there are limited resources through the sheriff's office to provide those contract deputies. What I have knowledge of is several surrounding communities that have done that. So it's not impossible. Obviously, that's going to cost money. I don't know really what the appetite of the town is. I know that decades back we talked about a police department, and the appetite of the town at that time was no. We don't want to have that cost. I think what we're talking about is life safety. I believe anybody that knew the Harmons or a relative of the Harmons would say any amount of money would have been better than that outcome. Also, I've had individuals say, well, Peter, we don't know. It could have been a medical emergency behind the wheel. It could have been the little rainfall that we had brought enough oil onto the surface of the road to cause a careful driver to just lose control. Anyway,